Chapter 101, each with their own thoughts. The next day, after a night of recuperation, when Chen Daoxuan saw this female cultivator from the Yun nation again, although her face was still very pale, it was much better than last night's shaky state. "Where's the jade scroll?" Chen Daoxuan extended his hand. The female cultivator from the Yun nation raised the jade slip in her hand and said, "The inheritance of alchemy and the secret art of breath control that you want are all here. Where is the invisibility talisman?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan took out 6 invisibility talismans from his storage bag. "All right, when you send me out of the city and leave Guang'an Prefecture, this jade slip will be yours." "Wait a minute." Chen Daoxuan said calmly, "How would I know if the things in your jade slip are real or fake?" Hearing this, the Yun nation female cultivator hesitated for a moment before warning, "Don't play tricks." After saying that, he threw the jade slip in his hand over. Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip and examined it carefully. In the jade slip, there were a total of 7 Tier 1 pill recipes and 3 Tier 2 pill recipes, as well as detailed pill refining techniques. However, Chen Daoxuan didn't know anything about alchemy, so he couldn't tell if it was real or fake. Thus, he came up with a plan and said angrily, "Why is your pill refining method wrong? You dare to fool me? Impossible." Unexpectedly, when the female cultivator of the Yun nation heard this, she immediately became anxious. "The pill formulas and pill refinement techniques in the jade slip are all my years of practical experience in pill refinement. It's absolutely impossible, you tricked me." Seeing the faint smile on Chen Daoxuan's face, the Yun nation's female cultivator looked at Chen Daoxuan with hatred. The other party did not know alchemy at all and was purely trying to trick her. "I'm sorry, I don't know alchemy, so I have to be careful." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. The female cultivator from the Yun nation was filled with anger. However, when she thought about how she still had to ask the other party for help, she had no choice but to suppress her anger despite the hatred in her heart. "Good boy, just you wait," the female cultivator from the Yun nation thought to herself. Before leaving, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Xianhe and said, "13th uncle, you can stay in the shop. I'll come back when I'm done." Chen Xianhe looked at him meaningfully and said, "Be careful." "Don't worry." Chen Daoxuan nodded and returned a knowing look. 12 hours later, it was about 1,000 miles away from Guang'an Prefecture. On the cargo ship Blue Dragon, Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands at the Yun nation female cultivator and said, "I'll give this ship to you, fairy. We won't meet again." As he spoke, he reached out his hand to the other party. The female cultivator from the Yun nation took out the jade slip she had been holding in her hand and walked in front of Chen Daoxuan. She said softly, "Thank you for escorting me. Have a safe journey." Just as Chen Daoxuan received the jade slip from the female cultivator of the Yun nation, the other party suddenly exploded. A palm struck toward Chen Daoxuan's danshan. A thick true essence gushed out, releasing a terrifying pressure. However, Chen Daoxuan could feel that compared to ordinary foundation building cultivators, her true essence was too weak. Was it because of his injuries? The corners of Chen Daoxuan's mouth curled up slightly. Just as the Yun nation female cultivator thought that her palm would break the other party's danshan and sea of qi, her palm was actually restrained by an extremely terrifying force. "Idiot! You actually dare to fight me in close combat." She heard this sentence and immediately felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. An invisible shockwave swept across. The entire grey cloud was like a broken doll. The mast broke and the sail fell onto the deck. The entire ship swayed as if it would fail apart and sink in the next moment. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the Yun nation female cultivator's mouth. Her injuries, which had not fully recovered, became even more serious. Body refinement cultivator. The Yun nation female cultivator was a little annoyed. He was too careless. She had never expected that Chen Daoxuan was not only a late-stage or a refining cultivator, but he also cultivated a body tempering technique. In the cultivation world, there were very few cultivators who practiced body tempering techniques. Only a few elite disciples of large clans or sects would choose to practice body tempering techniques. It wasn't that it was difficult to cultivate a body tempering technique, but that the consumption of resources was too terrifying. Moreover, the increase in actual combat strength after cultivating it was very limited. Therefore, very few people would cultivate body tempering cultivation techniques now. However, body refinement cultivators had an advantage that chi refinement cultivators couldn't compare to, and that was their strength in close combat. Even a foundation establishment cultivator could be heavily injured if they were ambushed by a weaker body refinement cultivator. The female cultivator from the Yun nation was a classic example. She had thought that her sneak attack would succeed, but she did not expect Chen Daoxuan not only to be prepared, but also to deliberately put on a flaw to lure her into the trap. Thinking of this, the foundation establishment female cultivator was so angry that she spat out another mouthful of blood. First battle with a foundation establishment cultivator. Even though he was a foundation establishment cultivator who had lost 70 to 80% of his strength, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to be careless. With a leap, the deck under his feet exploded. His body was as fast as lightning as he chased after the foundation building female cultivator who was sent flying by his punch. This foundation establishment female cultivator did not dare to let him get close to her again. She immediately used the wind manipulation technique and flew into the sky. The foundation establishment female cultivator subconsciously reached for her storage bag, wanting to take out her magic tool, but she found nothing. Only then did she remember that her storage bag had long been confiscated by the Qianyuan sword sect. At this moment, she could only fight empty-handed. Even for foundation establishment cultivators, their combat strength was on a completely different level with or without a magic weapon. In addition, she was seriously injured at the moment. Facing Chen Daoxuan's storm-like attacks, he actually fell into a disadvantage for a moment. Taking advantage of her illness, he wanted to take her life. Chen Daoxuan's wind-chasing and rain-overflowing sword was unleashed, enveloping the sea area within a radius of 1,000 feet in a curtain of rain. The Chengying sword tore through the air from time to time, forming white marks that slashed at the quintessential essence shield that the female cultivator of the Yun nation had put up, causing cracks to appear on it. Even though the cracks continued. However, compared to the time when she killed the Mo clan leader with a single sword strike, her Zhenyuan shield was still extremely sturdy and did not shatter. Obviously. Although Chen Daoxuan's offensive power far exceeded the upper limit of an ordinary qi condensation cultivator, it was still a distance away from a foundation building cultivator. Die. Chen Daoxuan didn't care. The wind and rain sword technique was fully used, and the rain became more and more rapid. The raindrops formed by the sword qi hit the Zhenyuan shield and made a sound. Together with the Chengying sword, he continued to slash. After the time for an incense stick to burn, the other party's Zhenyuan shield finally couldn't take it anymore, and it let out cracking sounds. Seeing this scene, the Yun nation female cultivator's eyes were filled with fear. Although she was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, as an alchemist, she usually put all her energy into alchemy and was not good at fighting at all. Other than some necessary spells, he had never cultivated any other powerful spells. Coupled with the fact that her magic tool had been confiscated, she had actually become a tiger that had lost its claws and teeth, waiting to be slaughtered. The house leaks, but it rains overnight. Due to Chen Daoxuan's punch just now, the injuries that had been suppressed last night had erupted again at this moment. The true essence in the danshan of the female cultivator from the Yun nation was in chaos. With her primeval essence running out, the primeval essence shield she put up flickered. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up. He immediately seized this opportunity and slashed at the other party's true essence shield with all his strength. Because the flying sword was too powerful, the white mark even slightly distorted the rain curtain. Tisk! A crack appeared on the quintessential essence shield. Facing the terrified gaze of this female cultivator from the Yun nation, the Chengying sword turned and beheaded her. Phew! 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 After killing the Yun nation's foundation establishment female cultivator, Chen Daoxuan panted heavily. It seemed that the battle had ended very quickly. He had been suppressing his opponent the entire time. However, Chen Daoxuan knew that it was not his true strength that had reached the level of a foundation building cultivator. It was because the other party's condition was too bad, and he had been seriously injured by his punch in advance. In addition, the other party did not have any magic tools or talismans. All sorts of factors combined caused this cross-realm kill. Otherwise, if it were a foundation-building cultivator in good condition, Chen Daoxuan would be lucky to escape with his life, let alone win. In reality, If this Yun nation's foundation establishment cultivator had held on for a while longer, Chen Daoxuan might have chosen to run away due to his lack of genkai. Looking at the corpse floating on the surface of the sea, Chen Daoxuan shot out a spark. When the sparks touched the corpse of the female cultivator from the Yun nation, they exploded and enveloped her entire body. After a while, under the burning flames, the corpse of the Yun nation female cultivator turned into ashes and disappeared into the sea. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, Chen Daoxuan's face revealed a hint of excitement. He had finally obtained the alchemy legacy. Just as he was rejoicing, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a white figure standing quietly on the sea not far from Blue Dragon. Seeing this white figure, Chen Daoxuan only felt a chill rush to his head, and his heart instantly beat like thunder. He took a deep breath. Chen Daoxuan adjusted his mood and flew toward the other party. He approached. He lowered the flying sword in his hand and said respectfully, "Junior Chen Daoxuan greets Senior Zhou." On the surface of the sea, Zhou Mubai, who was dressed in white, looked at Chen Daoxuan, who was standing in front of him with his hands clasped together. He was silent. Chapter 102, Path Feeder. After a long time, just as Chen Daoxuan was breaking out in cold sweat, Zhou Mubai nodded and said, "Good swordsmanship." Hearing this praise, Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. "Senior, you flatter me." Zhou Mubai shook his head. "A good sword art is a good sword art. If your bone age isn't even 20 yet and you can't even be considered a good sword art with half a foot in the door of sword intent, then wouldn't all the sword cultivators in the world be ashamed?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan didn't know how to retort, so he lowered his head and didn't say anything. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was silent, Zhou Mubai smiled and said, "Little friend, what do you think of Guang and Immortal Alliance?" He hesitated for a moment. "Senior, do you want to hear the truth or lies?" Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. "How about the truth? So what if it's a lie?" "The lie is that the Guang and Immortal Alliance can't even withstand a single blow and can't be compared to the Guang and Prefecture at all." "Oh, you mean that the Guang and Immortal Alliance will pose a great threat to our Guang and Prefecture?" Zhou Mubai's eyes lit up. "Indeed." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Although the Guang and Immortal Alliance's strength is far inferior to the Zhou families, it has joined forces with most of the immortal cultivation families in Guang and Prefecture. It is not lacking in financial resources. The policy they adopted is to support itinerant cultivators and use itinerant cultivators to drive the development of the Immortal Alliance. In this way, they will definitely take away a large amount of the popularity of itinerant cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture. Guang'an Prefecture doesn't rely on the wandering cultivator market. It's supported by the core business district. Zhou Mubai shook his head. "You can't say that." Chen Daoxuan paused. "May I ask, who are the groups that support the core business district?" Zhou Mubai remained silent. The groups that supported the core business district were the foundation building families that had jointly established the Guang and Immortal Alliance, as well as the Qi refinement families with the largest number. The Guang and Immortal Alliance's move had completely emptied the Guang and Prefecture of its resources. Of course, not all clans had joined Guang and Immortal Alliance, such as the Chen clan of Shuanghu Island. However, as long as 10% of the families joined the Guang and Immortal Alliance, the losses caused to Guang and Prefecture would be immeasurable. Moreover, those neutral families that had not joined the Guang and Immortal Alliance would definitely move some of their businesses to the newly built Lingzhou city in the future. For example, the Chen family of Twin Lake Island had promised old ancestor Yang that they would open a magic tool shop in Spirit Day City. This would have a huge impact on Guang and Prefecture. I admit that the Guang and Immortal Alliance's move has indeed impacted Guang and Prefecture greatly. However, I still think that they can't defeat our Zhou clan because they are not strong enough. Why do they have to beat the Zhou family? The Yang family, Wu family, and Zhao family, who had established Guang and Immortal Alliance, did not have much interest in Guang and Prefecture. Now, every bit of profit they take from Guang and Prefecture is a victory. Phew! Zhou Mubai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Your foresight is even more surprising than your talent in the Tao of the Sword. If it were you, how would you solve this problem? If it were me, I would follow Guang and Immortal Alliance's policy. Chen Daoxuan said decisively. What do you mean? Zhou Mubai looked at him with interest. Chen Daoxuan held his breath and explained, according to the Guang and Immortal Alliance's propaganda, they will build hundreds of spirit veins of various grades within a radius of 10,000 miles of the newly built Lingzhou city for the cultivation of itinerant cultivators. The premise is that the itinerant cultivators must open up spirit fields and grow spirit herbs in the spirit veins. In the long run, the Guang and Immortal Alliance's policy would definitely bring them huge benefits. With the spirit vein, the itinerant cultivators could cultivate and supply the various resources they grew to Spirit Day City. Spirit Day City could also collect taxes from the transactions between itinerant cultivators and clan cultivators. In this way, a perfect cycle can be formed. Chen Daoxuan paused. But this method has a natural drawback. Oh? What is it? Zhou Mubai's eyes lit up. After Chen Daoxuan's narration, he also felt that the Yang family's actions were brilliant. Other than using force to suppress them, the Zhou family seemed to be unable to find any good way to break out of this situation. In the Infinite Star Sea, the Qian Yuan sword sect would not sit idly by if the Zhou family and the Yang family, who were at the level of the Zifa family, wanted to use force directly. This was also the most helpless part of the Zhou family. The Zhou family's fist was big, but not as big as the Qian Yuan sword sect. That means the Guang and Immortal Alliance doesn't have enough spiritual stones. Not enough spirit stones. Zhou Mubai frowned and looked at Chen Daoxuan in confusion. Seeing his confused look, Chen Daoxuan explained, the Guang and Immortal Alliance artificially cultivated spirit veins, built Spirit Day City, and lent spirit stones to itinerant cultivators to open up spirit fields and plant spirit herbs. In the short term, it would consume a large number of spirit stones, and it would even consume more than 90% of the reserve spirit stones of the Guang and Immortal Alliance. At that time, what will these rogue cultivators and clan disciples use to trade with each other? Zhou Mubai couldn't help but understand when he heard this. To put it simply, it was a deflating economy. Spirit stones were very different from money in the secular world. Although they were the basic currency of the cultivation world, they were also a kind of resource that could be consumed. Once the consumption of spirit stones was too high, it would affect the transaction and cause a deflation. At this time, if the Zhou family brought a large number of spirit stones into Spirit Day City to sweep the goods, they would be able to buy a large number of goods at an extremely low price, which would cause a heavy blow to the economy of Spirit Day City. At that time, individual cultivators would find that the resources they had painstakingly planted for a year or several years had depreciated by several times or even more than 10 times. When he spent money again, he would find that the price of goods had returned to its original state or even higher, and a large amount of wealth had been harvested. After discovering this scene, the secret practitioners would definitely be unhappy. If the Zhou clan had the same policy as Spirit Day City, it was easy to imagine what the itinerant cultivators would choose. After hearing Chen Daoxuan's detailed explanation, Zhou Mubai's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his gaze towards Chen Daoxuan was filled with admiration. Daoxuan, you don't mind me calling you like this, right? Zhou Mubai said amiably. Senior Zhou, please do as you please. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. Xian, how old are you this year? Zhou Mubai asked with a smile. Senior Zhou, I'm 18 this year. Are you married? Chen Daoxuan suddenly had a bad premonition and stammered, I am focused on cultivation and have no intention of getting married. Zhou Mubai looked at him deeply and said, what do you think of my Zhou family? Good. Chen Daoxuan said the word good, but then he felt that it was a little inappropriate, so he added, very good. You don't have to comfort me. I know that in your eyes, the Zhou family has always been overbearing in Guang'an Prefecture. Otherwise, they wouldn't have formed the Guang'an Immortal Alliance to fight against us. Zhou Mubai paused. Your plan is very good, but I don't plan to use it. Do you know why? Senior Zhou, I don't know. Because no matter what, we're all cultivators of Kangzhou. Even if we go to the battlefield in the future, we'll still be comrades in the same city pass. If the southern mountain pass is lost, the Qian Yuan sword sect will definitely be recovered in the future. Tell me, if we are so aggressive to our comrades, how can we fight against the enemy together on the battlefield in the future? This, I was too short-sighted. Zhou Mubai shook his head. No matter how the Guang'an Prefecture cultivators fight, we have to have a limit. If you exceed this limit, not only will the Qian Yuan sword sect not tolerate you, but the Zhou family will also not tolerate you. Just like how you just killed that female cultivator from the Yun nation. If you had chosen to secretly let her go, no matter how outstanding your talent in the Dao of the sword was, I would have killed you with a single strike. Remember, in the Infinite Star Sea, colluding with the enemy is a capital crime. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan lowered his head. He knew that the woman in front of him must have followed him all the way here. Perhaps Zhou Mubai already knew that this woman from the Yun nation was hiding in the Chen clan's magical equipment shop last night. When Chen Daoxuan raised his head again, there was no one in front of him. Zhou Mubai had long disappeared, leaving only a jade slip floating in front of him. This is my experience in comprehending sword intent. I'll give it to you. Thank you, Senior Zhou. Chen Daoxuan bowed. Chapter 103, Sword Dao Comprehension. Chen Daoxuan flew back to the deck of the Blue Dragon. Not only was the mast of the Blue Dragon broken, but its deck was also cracked. He scanned the entire cargo ship with his divine sense and found that it was on the verge of collapse. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but sigh at the power of cultivators. This was only the shock wave from his full-strength punch, and he had used the momentum to step on it, yet it had caused such a tragic situation. If he attacked Grey Cloud directly, he would probably be able to sink it with a single strike. Looking at the dilapidated state of the Blue Dragon, he could not help but sigh. Chen Daoxuan was clear. It was no longer realistic to ride it back to Guang'an Prefecture. Chen Daoxuan had no choice but to use the wind manipulation technique. After identifying it, he flew in the direction of Guang'an Prefecture. By the time Chen Daoxuan crossed more than 1,000 miles and flew to the port of Guang'an Prefecture, his face was already as pale as paper. He had already used up more than half of his true qi in the battle with the female cultivator from the Yun nation. After flying another 1,000 miles, the true qi in his danshan was almost completely depleted. Fortunately, he managed to make it to Guang'an Prefecture before he ran out of true qi. Otherwise, he would have to swim back from the sea. The Wandering Cultivator Market. He returned to the West Street branch. Chen Xianhe quickly stepped forward and took a look at Chen Daoxuan. He heaved a sigh of relief. He knew what Chen Daoxuan wanted to do today. But he did not stop her. Firstly, alchemy inheritances were extremely precious. For example, the Chen family had obtained the second-tier artifact refinement inheritance by relying on the accumulation of battle merits of the immortal generation cultivators who had narrowly escaped death several times. Secondly, he believed in Chen Daoxuan's strength. In reality, Chen Xianhe was probably the person who understood Chen Daoxuan's strength the most. Because Chen Xianhe had seen his growth bit by bit. This included Chen Daoxuan, who didn't even know a single sword scripture 2 years ago. Now, he was already half a step into the threshold of sword intent. Chen Xianhe couldn't describe the progress he had made. No one knew this secret except Chen Xianhe. Outsiders knew that Chen Daoxuan had amazing talent in swordsmanship, but they all thought that he had learned swordsmanship from a young age to achieve such amazing achievements. No one knew. Chen Daoxuan only spent less than 2 years to reach his current level. If this matter were to be exposed, Chen Daoxuan was either chosen by a high-level cultivator and accepted as a disciple. Another possibility was that it was destroyed by a jealous cultivator. After all, Chen Xianhe was well aware of the darkness of the human heart. Patting Chen Daoxuan on the shoulder, Chen Xianhe signaled for him to go back and rest. A smile appeared on Chen Daoxuan's pale face as he nodded. The next day, after Chen Daoxuan's Genkai had completely recovered, he bade farewell to Chen Xianhe. He drove the family's Grey Cloud towards Twin Lakes Island. This time, the Chen family had gained too much. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a huge harvest. Putting aside the various treasures he had obtained, let's talk about the most important legacies for cultivation clans. This time, Chen Daoxuan had obtained a level 1 natal spiritual armor inheritance, a level 1 talisman creation inheritance, a level 2 artifact refining inheritance, and a total of 11 offensive, defensive, and escape spells from the auction house. Fire Attribute Foundation Establishment Cultivation Technique, Red Sun Technique. Tier 1 Sword Scripture Aged Metal Sword Scripture. There was also the most precious second-tier alchemy inheritance. Of course, he didn't buy this second-tier alchemy inheritance from the auction house. It was an unexpected gain. He could be considered to have picked up the Wu family's loophole. Actually, it wasn't really a good thing. This was because even if the Wu family bought this female cultivator from the Yun nation, they might not be able to obtain this alchemy inheritance. The reason why this female cultivator from the Yun nation was willing to reveal her alchemy heritage was entirely because Chen Daoxuan was only at the qi condensation stage. She felt that she was completely capable of controlling the situation. Who knew that he would encounter a pervert like Chen Daoxuan who couldn't be measured by common sense? The result was tragic. A car flipped in the gutter. A month later, Chen Daoxuan finally returned to Shuanghu Island with a fleet full of goods. They returned to Shuanghu Island. Breathing in the fresh air on the island, Chen Daoxuan relaxed. It felt so good to be home. After getting off the ship, Chen Daoxuan stood at the dock and looked at the clansmen who were constantly moving goods. He sighed inwardly. After looking at the busy clansmen on the dock for a while, Chen Daoxuan used the wind manipulation technique and flew toward his spiritual residence. This time, he had gained too many things from Guang'an Prefecture. It was not only tangible gains, but also intangible gains. To the Chen family, the biggest gain from this trip was the attitude of the Zhou clan. As the largest family in Guang'an Prefecture, the Zhou family's attitude undoubtedly determined the internal environment of Guang'an Prefecture. If the Zhou clan decided to oppose the Guang'an Immortal Alliance, as a member of Guang'an Prefecture, the Chen family of Shuanghu Island could hardly be spared. This was undoubtedly extremely disadvantageous to the development of the clan. However, after meeting Zhou Mubai, Chen Daoxuan clearly felt that Zhou Mubai didn't seem to have much hostility towards the Guang'an Immortal Alliance. One had to know. Zhou Mubai was the only heir to the Zhou family's clan leader. His attitude would almost certainly determine the Zhou family's attitude towards the Guang'an Immortal Alliance in the future. The Zhou clan had no intention of becoming enemies with Guang'an Immortal Alliance. This was good news for the other neutral small families and the families of the Guang'an Immortal Alliance. In fact, although the Guang'an Immortal Alliance was powerful, which family in it did not fear the Zhou family? It was just that everyone had forcefully joined forces for the sake of benefits. If they were to really go against the Zhou family, no one would have the guts to do so. He returned to the spiritual residence with ease. Looking at the spirit pool overflowing with spirit qi in the courtyard, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged on a futon made of warm jade in front of the spirit pool. He thought about it. He took out a jade slip from his storage pouch. This jade slip wasn't the inheritance or cultivation technique he had obtained from the auction, nor was it a Tier 2 alchemy inheritance. Instead, it was a book Zhou Mubai had given him before he left. It was about his experience in comprehending sword essence. In reality, Chen Daoxuan's sword Dao had not improved for more than half a year. In other words, he was like Yang Gongwan, stuck at the threshold of sword intent. However, there was a difference between the two. Yang Gongwan was lacking in comprehension, while Chen Daoxuan's family background was lacking. Chen Daoxuan's current strength was definitely the ceiling of the Chen family's cultivators in Shuanghu Island. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream to find useful cultivation experience in the clan treasury. As for the experience in the realm of the sword, other than Chen Daoxuan, no one else in the Chen family of Shuanghu Island could cultivate a first-order sword scripture to perfection. Not to mention that he was only one step away from comprehending sword essence. Therefore, he had no choice. That was why Chen Daoxuan placed so much importance on the jade slip that Zhou Mubai had left for him. After all, a swordsman's experience and comprehension of the Tao of the sword was a precious treasure that could not be measured by spirit stones. Chen Daoxuan had received such a great favor, he would definitely repay it in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan threw away all distracting thoughts and immersed himself in the experience and comprehension of the jade slip. Chapter 104, Sword Intent and Swordsman. The jade slip Zhou Mubai had left him said that it contained some experiences and insights. However, when Chen Daoxuan looked at it carefully, he realized that Zhou Mubai's analysis of Sword Dao was quite detailed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a Sword Dao inheritance. The jade slip introduced the history of sword principle in the infinite star sea at the beginning. In reality, 1,000 years ago, the Qian Yuan sword sect hadn't risen to rule the infinite star sea yet. The cultivators of the infinite star sea used all kinds of magic tools. Some used spirit rulers, some used seals, some used whips, and some even used hammers. There were all kinds of magic tools. However, the reason why the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea were using the same kind of magic tools was that more than 90% of the offensive magic tools were flying swords. Rather than saying that he was influenced by the Qian Yuan sword sect, it would be better to say that he was afraid of being beaten up by the Qian Yuan sword sect. It was human instinct to learn from the strong, and cultivators were no exception. After countless battles in which the Qian Yuan sword sect ruled the Infinite Star Sea, the Heavenly Sword sect had been defeated. The cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea had thoroughly understood the terror of sword shiu. It was during that period that they were known as the number one sword shiu in terms of offense among their peers. As for the Qian Yuan sword sect, there was a strict standard for the division of sword Dao realms. This standard was sword intent. In short, those who comprehended sword essence were sword cultivators. Otherwise, it was not. However, for cultivators who had comprehended sword intent, there was naturally a difference between a foundation establishment cultivator comprehending sword intent and a Zifu disciple comprehending sword intent. This was related to the tempering of the sword intent towards true essence and magic power. Why was a swordsman called the best among his peers? He relied on his true essence and dharmic powers that were stronger than cultivators of the same level after being tempered by sword intent. If one had to compare it, it was somewhat like when a cultivator reached the foundation establishment stage, the attribute cultivation technique would increase the power of true essence. However, there was a huge difference. This was because the true essence and magic power that had been tempered by the sword intent could also be used to cultivate attributed cultivation techniques. This meant that a sword cultivator's true essence and magic power were always stronger than cultivators of the same level. The basic quintessential essence and dharmic powers were stronger, and sword cultivators naturally stood at the height of being looked up to by cultivators of the same level. Not to mention that swordsmen had unparalleled sword techniques. The power of all kinds of sword scriptures was shocking. This was also the reason why Zhou Mubai was able to heavily injure the late-stage Purple Prefecture master of the Merfolk clan with just a cultivation level of the first level of the Purple Prefecture realm. If it was an ordinary cultivator, let alone a first-level Zifu disciple being a match for a late-stage Zifu disciple, it would already be quite good if he could survive. The more advanced a cultivator was, the greater the difference between the early and late stages. For example, Chen Daoxuan was able to kill an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator at the late stage of the aura refining realm. However, very few foundation establishment cultivators were able to kill Zifu disciples. Not to mention the cross-realm killing. It was almost impossible. It was even extremely difficult to kill enemies who were of a higher cultivation level. Generally speaking, if you could cross a small realm and remain undefeated, it meant that your actual combat ability far exceeded that of cultivators of the same cultivation level. This was obvious. How terrifying was Zhou Mubai's battle record back then? Back then, if the Merman clan leader had run slower, or if Zhou Mubai had disregarded his injuries and insisted on chasing after him, he would have been killed. Luo Li's father would probably be in a tragic situation. In the courtyard, Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the warm jade futon, looked down. The tempering of sword intent usually started from the foundation establishment stage. Refining quintessential essence into sword origin. Sword origin was actually a special title that sword cultivators gave to their sword essence after tempering their true essence. Zhou Mubai even mentioned it in the Jade Scroll. Legend had it that if a cultivator's comprehension and talent in the way of the sword were heaven-defying and could comprehend sword essence at the meditational level, then he would have one more chance to temper himself than other sword cultivators. However, even if there really was a cultivator with such heaven-defying talent, Zhou Mubai wouldn't recommend him to do so. This was because the biggest obstacle for a qi condensation cultivator to build their foundation was to expand their sea of qi. In order to expand the sea of qi, a qi condensation cultivator must ensure that his true qi is extremely calm. Even cultivating elemental cultivation techniques would reduce the success rate of building a foundation, let alone the true qi after tempering. When a cultivator used a foundation establishment pill, it would make the transformed true essence less violent. If there was a qi condensation cultivator with heaven-defying talent who used sword intent to refine his genuine qi at the qi condensation stage, when his special genuine qi transformed into genuine yuan, the degree of violence would be no less than the genuine yuan refined by a foundation-building sword cultivator. How could a qi condensation cultivator's danshan and sea of qi withstand such pressure? The only ending was Before the violent true qi could completely transform into true essence, the Danshan qi sea was directly exploded. It would be a joke to expand the sea of qi. In the Jade Scroll, Zhou Mubai only sighed slightly at the existence of this kind of sword cultivator. After all, Zhou Mubai was a sword cultivator himself. He had no expectations of the ultimate level that a sword cultivator could reach in theory. It was definitely a lie. Not to mention Zhou Mubai. When Chen Daoxuan saw his introduction, he couldn't help but have a longing for this kind of sword cultivator. Over the past 2 years, Chen Daoxuan spent the most time comprehending on Sword Dao. It could be said that he had already made it clear that he would walk the path of a swordsman in the future. At the very least, the path of sword cultivation would be his main path in the future. As for the other branches, they could only be considered the products of his leisure and elegance. In addition, he was now half a step away from comprehending sword essence. He was only a step away from comprehending sword essence. It was completely possible for him to achieve what Zhou Mubai had said, to comprehend sword essence at the qi condensation stage. However, in order to become a legendary sword cultivator, comprehending sword essence at the qi condensation stage was only the most basic requirement. Foundation establishment was the biggest obstacle. Of course, foundation establishment was difficult, but the benefits one could obtain after foundation establishment were also great. Once such a cultivator succeeded in building his foundation, it meant that he could use his sword intent to temper his true qi and true essence once in both the meditational and foundational levels. His foundation was more solid than other sword cultivators. No one in the same level could compare to him in terms of true essence and magic power. One had to know. Cultivators did not seek to be strong just because they were brave and ruthless. Instead, it had practical significance. This practical significance was reflected when a cultivator broke through to the Aurous Core stage. Why was it rumored that Zhou Mubai had a higher chance of breaking through to the Golden Core stage than Patriarch Zhou, a peak Zifu disciple? The reason was his strength. Aurous Core stage cultivators were different from the other cultivators. When a cultivator broke through to the Aurous Core stage, they would face the first heavenly tribulation in their cultivation life, which was also known as the Aurous Core tribulation. At this time, if the cultivation technique that the cultivator cultivated was the kind that was easy to cultivate in the early stages and easy to break through, then the chances of passing the Golden Core tribulation would be minuscule. The more comfortable it was in the early stages, the more miserable it was when he broke through to the Golden Core realm. This was also the reason why cultivators were only recognized as high-level cultivators after reaching the Aurous Core stage. Only Golden Core cultivators had faced the might of heaven and knew how terrifying it was. After transcending the tribulation, the mental state of a Golden Core cultivator was often very different from before. Swordsmen, on the other hand, were the strongest among their peers due to their tyrannical strength. Their chances of passing the Golden Core tribulation were much higher. As long as the sword Shiu did not seek death, they would basically be able to safely pass the Golden Core tribulation. Chapter 105, The Concept of a Danshan Pressure Stabilizer. About a day and a night. Chen Daoxuan finally finished reading the contents of the Jade Slip. Other than some miscellaneous notes in the front, most of the contents of the Jade Slip were about Zhou Mubai's comprehension of sword essence. And this kind of comprehension was exactly what Chen Daoxuan urgently lacked. After reading the comprehension in this Jade Slip, he was able to understand the meaning behind it. He actually had some ideas on how to comprehend sword essence. The bottleneck of his sword Dao, which had been stuck for more than half a year, also began to loosen. Zhou Mubai's comprehension of sword intent could be summarized in 4 words: fuse Dao with the sword. For example, Chen Daoxuan's main cultivation, wind and rain sword scripture and stone sword scripture, were obviously wind, water and earth attribute sword scriptures. Chen Daoxuan wanted to comprehend sword essence. One had to have some understanding of the Dao of wind, water and the Dao of earth. Finally, one had to fuse the Dao with the sword in order to truly comprehend sword intent. So, it looked like he had half a foot in the threshold of sword intent, but in reality, there was still a world of difference between him and truly comprehending sword intent. Once this step was crossed, it would be a completely different world. This was also the reason why sword cultivators looked down on cultivators of the same level. When Chen Daoxuan saw this, the huge rock in his heart was instead put down. If it was said that he was unable to enter because he could not find the direction, no matter how heaven-defying his comprehension ability was, he could not have self-taught and created his own path, right? At the very least, the Lianqi Chen Daoxuan couldn't do this. Now that Zhou Mubai had provided them with a specific direction, the next problem was easy to solve. He wanted to comprehend the Dao of wind, the Dao of water, and the Dao of earth. Was there a better way than cultivating spells of various attributes? Wind type, water type, and earth type spells contained the Dao patterns of each attribute. The deeper one's understanding of spells, the deeper one's understanding of the great Dao. This method was also mentioned in detail in the jade slip that Zhou Mubai had left behind. As for how to integrate the wind, water, and earth paths into the sword path after comprehending them, Zhou Mubai could only describe it as something that could only be understood, but was difficult to explain. Regarding this, Chen Daoxuan didn't mind. Since the general direction had been found, the remaining problems were not problems anymore. As for the wind, water, and earth attribute spells, Chen Daoxuan had coincidentally bought them all at the Zhou auction house. There was no need to make another trip to Guang'an Prefecture to purchase it. Having solved the problem of comprehending sword essence, Chen Daoxuan felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. But immediately after, he began to consider the problem of building his foundation after comprehending sword essence. Compared to comprehending sword essence in the meditational stage, comprehending sword essence and refining genuine qi, how to build a foundation was a more difficult problem for him. That's right. Chen Daoxuan planned to try to become a legendary sword cultivator. Moreover, he felt that he was not completely confident. However, this way, his foundation establishment might have to be delayed by a few years. But he didn't care. Foundation establishment was the foundation of the immortal Dao. It was like building a house. If the foundation was not firm, how could the house be built high and stable? Cultivation was the same. If the foundation laid by the foundation establishment was not stable, his future achievements were bound to be limited. However, for the vast majority of itinerant cultivators, building their foundation was their lifelong wish. As for a higher realm, it was not something that ordinary itinerant cultivators could dream of. But Chen Daoxuan was different. He had a golden finger like the primordial enlightenment scripture, and he also had the endless resources provided by the Chen family. On the path of cultivation, if there was anything that Chen Daoxuan lacked, then he probably lacked someone to guide him. Overall, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation conditions were already considered top-notch. He could set his sights higher and pursue a further prospect. Therefore, he had no choice. He wanted to become the legendary sword cultivator recorded in Zhou Mubai's jade slip. He wanted to become that kind of swordsman. There was only one problem that Chen Daoxuan had to solve, and that was foundation establishment. And when he looked at it in detail, it should be the expansion of the Sea of Qi, one of the two major obstacles of foundation establishment. The difficulty of tempering his body with spiritual energy was nothing to Chen Daoxuan. He had been cultivating the Dragon Python 11 swallowing technique all this while. Now, he could almost withstand the lowest level of low-grade Tier 1 magic tools by relying on his physical body. Even though this level of physical strength was useless to late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, at least the difficulty of tempering his body with spiritual energy was not difficult for him. Only the Sea of Qi expanded. The tempered genuine Qi would transform into genuine vitality, which would put a great pressure on the Sea of Qi. At that time, it would not expand, but explode. Therefore, he had no choice. If he wanted his Sea of Vital Energy to expand smoothly, he had to install a pressure regulator on his Sea of Vital Energy. Chen Daoxuan's thoughts spread out. And this pressure regulator had to exist in the Sea of Qi. According to Chen Daoxuan's knowledge, only a life-bound magic item could exist in the Sea of Vital Energy. It could be absorbed into the Sea of Vital Energy by cultivators. Then, to create a life Sea of Qi refiner? Chen Daoxuan had a strange expression. He realized that he was getting bolder and bolder. But thinking about it carefully, wasn't the path of cultivation developed step by step by these bold people? If his predecessors could do it, why couldn't he, Chen Daoxuan? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's nervous heart became firm again. No. Perhaps it should not be called a pressure regulator, but a true energy storage device. When a cultivator reached foundation establishment, their true qi would first skyrocket, and in the process of skyrocketing, it would gradually transform into true essence. At the same time, the cultivator's Danshan sea of qi would also expand bit by bit. In other words, a cultivator's sea of qi was opened by the soaring true qi or true essence. If the soaring primeval essence was just enough to open up his qi sea, or rather, the speed of growth of primeval essence was controllable, would the expansion of qi sea become smooth? He thought about it carefully. What did the foundation establishment pill rely on to increase the probability of reaching foundation establishment? It was all because of the foundation establishment pill that could calm the violent true essence. However, the foundation establishment pill only soothed the berserk primeval essence and did not reduce the total amount of primeval essence. Thus, there was still the risk of his sea of vital energy rupturing and his breakthrough failing. If a cultivator had such a life-bound magical treasure in their danshan, it could absorb the excess true qi when it surged. It was equivalent to adding another danshan to the sea of qi in the danshan. It greatly reduced the pressure on a cultivator's qi sea when they reached foundation establishment. It made the expansion of the sea of qi controllable. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan was slightly excited. If such a magic tool could be invented, as long as there were sufficient resources, every cultivator of the Chen family could reach the foundation establishment realm in the future. From now on, the success rate of foundation establishment would no longer depend on the 70% to 80% of foundation establishment pills, but 100% success. Foundation establishment would no longer be a difficult obstacle for cultivators on the path of cultivation. Unfortunately, Chen Daoxuan thought of Chen Zianhe again. This method was useless against 13th uncle. If it was said that other cultivators built their foundation, they were afraid that the soaring true qi would burst their qi sea. The cultivator who was over 60 years old was unable to transform his true qi into true essence and open his sea of qi. This was also the reason why the Mo clan leader had taken the risk to intercept the Chen clan's cargo ship. After 60 years old, the chances of a cultivator reaching foundation establishment were slim, let alone an old man like Chen Zianhe, who had a lifespan of nearly 100 years. Chapter 106, Dao Chu, Eat My Sword. A month later. Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone. In a production room of the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Factory. Chen Daoxuan stood in front of a silver-white harmonious spirit furnace, staring at it with all his attention. Beside him, the 11-year-old Chen Daoku, who looked like a little adult, stood with his hands by his side and looked at the furnace nervously. "Don't be nervous." Chen Daoxuan seemed to have sensed something and comforted her without turning his head. "No. I'm not nervous." Chen Daoku gulped. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and continued to operate the furnace. An hour later. After 20 hours of smelting, the spirit ore in the furnace was finally melted. Tisk, 10th water pure gold is indeed a level 2 spirit ore. It took me several times more time than a normal level 1 spirit ore to refine a mere 5 kilograms of 10th water pure gold. After sighing, Chen Daoxuan operated the control stick and took out the refined 10th water pure gold. At the same time, in the other production room's harmonious spirit stove, the materials refined from several types of level 1 spirit ores were also taken out. Chen Daoxuan used his divine sense to scan the area and took out the semi-finished materials from another workshop. 2 different spirit liquids refined from different spirit ores appeared in front of him. One was refined from the 10th water essence gold, and the other was refined from several types of grade 1 spirit ores. Now, Chen Daoxuan wanted to fuse the two. This step, he could no longer rely on the harmonious spirit stove. Because after this period of experimentation, Chen Daoxuan discovered that the spirit fusion array could not fuse the spirituality of different grades of spirit ores together. It seemed that the spirit energy of different grades of spirit ores was too delicate and needed to be personally operated by the armament master. Chen Daoxuan knew this might be the limit of harmonious spirit formation. If he wanted to complete a more detailed operation, he would have to invent a new generation of harmonious spirit array on the basis of the existing harmonious spirit array. However, he was not discouraged. After all, how could there be a Tier 1 formation that could solve all the problems of refining spirit ores of all grades? Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? He threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Chen Daoxuan held his breath and slowly fused the 2 spiritual liquids together. If there were any artifact refiners present, they would realize that Chen Daoxuan was not only fusing the 2 spiritual liquids, but also the spirituality in the spiritual liquids. He was also fusing them together bit by bit. It was still easy to fuse the spirituality of a level 1 spirit ore. However, the 10th water pure gold was a second-tier spirit ore. This proved that Chen Daoxuan already possessed the ability of a second-tier armament master to refine materials. As for shaping and fusing formations, with Chen Daoxuan's comprehension, it was even more so. In other words, the current Chen Daoxuan could already be called a second-rank armament master. Even in a big sect like the Qianyuan sword sect, it was extremely rare to see a second-level refiner in the late stage of qi refining. After fusing all the spiritual liquid, the following molding was completed easily. At this point, Chen Daoxuan let out a sigh of relief. He lifted the semi-finished prototype in the air and turned to Chen Daogu. I mixed grade 2 10th water pure gold into your natal spiritual armor. Therefore, although it was a superior grade level 1 spiritual armor, the defensive power it could display was almost comparable to a second grade inferior grade defensive magic tool. So later, you have to spit out a few more mouthfuls of your life essence blood to refine your life spirit armor, understand? Yes, yes, yes. Chen Daoku looked at the semi-finished prototype in the air and nodded hurriedly. Chen Daoxuan nodded and focused on refining Chen Daoku's natal spiritual armor. 6 hours passed. Chen Daoxuan's forehead was covered in fine sweat. He had also consumed 70% of his genuine qi. He had finally carved the 9th layer of the array pattern. Compared to refining flying swords, the difficulty of refining the natal spiritual armor was much greater. It was almost as difficult as refining a level 2 flying sword. The reason for this was because the array patterns on the natal spiritual armor were more complicated than the flying swords. This was because it had to ensure that the Ling armor did not have any defensive weaknesses, which further increased the difficulty of refining. Dao Chu, hurry! Chen Daoku, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, took a deep breath. Wow! 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 He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence, covering the spirit armor embryo that was covered with array patterns. In the next moment, his blood essence followed the formation patterns and slowly fused into the embryo. Chen Daoku suddenly felt that he had an indescribable feeling of blood connection with this Ling armor. Not enough! Chen Daoxuan shouted. Hearing this, Chen Daoku's small face tensed up, and he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood again. This time, Chen Daoku's aura of the 5th qi layer instantly weakened. Even though his face was as pale as paper, his eyes shone with excitement. Because he saw that the dense array patterns on the Ling armor were fusing into the embryo along with his life blood essence and disappearing. As a blacksmith himself, he knew that this was a sign of a successful fusion of magic tools. This also meant that his natal spiritual armor had been successfully refined. All right. Chen Daoxuan retracted his genuine qi. Chen Daoku's natal spiritual armor was like a child as it circled around Chen Daoku. Full of spirituality. This word suddenly appeared in Chen Daoxuan's mind. This was another difference between a life-bound magic weapon and an ordinary magic weapon. Even though ordinary magic tools also had spirituality, they were still inferior to life-bound magic tools that had been fused with their master's heart blood. Dao Chu, try it on. Chen Daoxuan coughed and said when he saw Chen Daoku forget himself. Oh, okay. Chen Daoku came to his senses. Like a swallow returning to its nest, the natal spiritual armor kept shrinking. Then, it turned into a ball of spiritual light and drilled into Chen Daoku's belly button. Chen Daoku was shocked at first. However, he soon realized that this ball of spiritual light did not cause any harm to him. He could not help but touch his abdomen strangely. How magical! After muttering to himself, Chen Daoku's divine sense moved. The natal spiritual armor instantly appeared on the surface of his body. In the beginning, it was as if a ball of spiritual light had enveloped his body. Immediately after, the spiritual light faded, and a full body armor with a metallic texture firmly protected Chen Daoku. This scene. It immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators of the Dao generation who were working in the other workshops, and they all swept their divine senses over. Chen Daoxuan discovered that there was even a little fellow who had crippled a flying sword because of this. However, when he saw the other party's tender face, he really couldn't bear to scold him. Let's go out and try this instance dungeon life spirit armor. After thinking for a while, he looked at the other workshops and shook his head. He sent a voice transmission, forget it. I'll take it as a day off. You guys should go and take a look together. Oh! Hearing this, all the cultivators of the Dao generation cheered. Even though the workload of the flying sword factory wasn't huge, it was still very torturous to stay in the factory every day. Especially since these little fellows were not old. If they were on Earth, they would be a group of primary school students. To be honest, Chen Daoxuan was already very satisfied that this group of cultivators of the Dao generation could control their temper. Not long after, a group of cultivators of the Dao generation came to a plain a few miles away from the industrial zone. Let's do it here. Chen Daoxuan descended and said. The others followed suit. It was not until Chen Daoku finished putting on his natal spiritual armor that Chen Daoxuan took out his Cheng Ying sword and said, "Are you ready?" Yes. Chen Daoku nodded vigorously. Even though he knew that the defensive power of the natal spiritual armor was amazing, he still couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, the person in front of him was the young clan leader who had taught him how to cultivate and be a person since he was young. Looking at Chen Daoku, who was less than 1.5 meters tall in a streamlined Ling armor, Chen Daoxuan's childlike innocence rose. He laughed and said, "Dao Chu, eat my sword." All. Chen Daoku panicked and immediately cried out in shock. Chapter 107, Armed Family Cultivators. Clang. The Cheng Ying sword's sword radiance shot out in all directions and hacked at Chen Daoku's natal spiritual armor, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. "I'm fine. Haha, I'm fine." Seeing that the natal spiritual armor had blocked Chen Daoxuan's attack, the originally nervous Chen Daoku suddenly smiled happily. Seeing him like this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "Don't be too happy yet. That sword attack of mine was only equivalent to the attack of a third chi layer cultivator with a first-tier upper-grade magic tool. It would be strange if you couldn't block it with your level 1 high-grade natal spiritual armor, which is comparable to a level 2 defensive magic tool." At this point, the expression on Chen Daoxuan's face became serious. "The next sword strike is at the 5th chi layer. Be careful." Hearing this, Chen Daoku's expression turned serious. On the field, the other cultivators of the Dao generation also had tense faces as they stared at Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daogu. Tisk! The Cheng Ying sword tore through the air, making an inaudible sound. The flying sword was 9 feet in length and flew toward Chen Daoku like a streak of light. Chen Daoku continued to infuse the true qi from his danshan into his natal spiritual armor. In the next moment, the Cheng Ying sword and his natal spiritual armor collided again, and an even more intense explosion sounded on the field. Immediately after, an invisible shockwave swept past, causing everyone's clothes to flutter. The dust dispersed. Everyone focused their eyes and saw Chen Daoku standing in the air unharmed. He blocked it. The cultivators of the Dao generation were excited. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a little excited as he asked, "How is it?" Chen Daoku moved his arms and felt the powerful spiritual light on his natal spiritual armor. He grinned and said, "It doesn't feel strong enough." He saw that his attitude was completely different from before. Chen Daoxuan knew that he was conquered by the powerful defense of the natal spiritual armor. Now, he probably felt that he could withstand all attacks from qi condensation cultivators. In other words, he was just a little too arrogant. Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything. Another sword slashed toward Chen Daoku. This time, it was equivalent to a full-force attack from a 9th-level qi refinement cultivator. Since Chen Daoxuan was only at the 8th qi layer, he used a bit of the wind-chasing sword technique. As the peak of the refinement stage, a 9th-level cultivator could unleash the full power of a first-tier superior-grade flying sword. Even the current Chen Daoxuan did not dare to underestimate it. After all, Chen Daoxuan's offensive power far exceeded the upper limit of a qi condensation cultivator, but his defensive power was only slightly stronger than a 9th-level qi condensation cultivator. This was a defensive ability that he only possessed after he had cultivated the monolith sword technique to perfection. No matter what, a flying sword was a sharp weapon. Even if it was a defensive sword scripture, it emphasized on attacking instead of defending. It was almost impossible to have a sword scripture that was purely defensive. Hence, rather than calling it a defensive sword scripture, it was more like a special offensive sword scripture. What was important was to use attacks to intercept attacks. It was fundamentally different from a pure defensive magic artifact like the natal spiritual armor. Boom! The power of a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator's attack even made the surrounding Dao cultivators slightly unsteady. When everyone saw such a violent attack, their faces turned pale in fear. After all, most of the cultivators present were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the aura refining realm, far less than Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan, who were at the 5th level of the aura refining realm. As a result, under the shockwave, other than Chen Daolan, everyone else on the field was a little unsteady. After a while, with Chen Daoku as the center, a deep pit with a diameter of several meters appeared in front of everyone. Everyone knew that this was the result of the collision between the flying sword and Chen Daoku's natal spiritual armor. However, no one cared about this at the moment. They all turned their gazes to Chen Daoku. How is it? Chen Daoxuan asked loudly, if you can't hold on, don't force yourself. Hearing this, Chen Daoku, who had originally planned to give up, became stubborn and shouted, I'm fine. It feels like I was lightly punched. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was suddenly moved. Chen Daoku only felt a slight impact from this attack, which meant that there was still a long way to go before this attack could break through the defense of his natal spiritual armor. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's expression turned solemn. How much true qi do you have left? Reporting to young clan leader, there is still more than 90%. It was a little terrifying that Chen Daoku had only used up less than 10% of his Genkai to withstand the attacks of a 3rd, 5th, and 9th layer cultivator. Dao Chu, I'll use the wind-chasing sword art with all my might for the next sword attack. If you can withstand it, then with this natal spiritual armor, you will be able to dominate Qi condensation cultivators. With Chen Daoxuan's cultivation at the 8th Qi layer, even though he couldn't compare to his most powerful technique, the wind-chasing sword technique, it was still far beyond the attack limit of a Qi layer cultivator. If the power of a 9th Qi layer cultivator riding a first-tier superior grade flying sword was 1, then the power of Chen Daoxuan's perfected wind-chasing sword technique was at least 2. It had more than doubled. Chen Daoku seemed to know that the next sword attack was not simple. He immediately poured all his genuine qi into his natal spiritual armor. His small face tensed up as he stared at the Chengying sword hanging in front of Chen Daoxuan. In an instant, Chen Daoku felt his vision blur and the Chengying sword disappeared. At the same time, Chen Daoku felt a piercing pain in his chest. This time, he was finally unable to maintain his figure and was directly sent flying by Chen Daoxuan's sword. Cough, cough, cough. Hundreds of meters away, Chen Daoku descended in a sorry state, and his natal spiritual armor returned to his danshan. Chen Daoku first spat out 5 mouthfuls of blood from his heart, and then he was pulled by Chen Daoxuan to do the defense experiment of the natal spiritual armor. His face was extremely pale. Especially Chen Daoxuan's last sword, although it still did not reach the defensive limit of the natal spiritual armor. However, Chen Daoku's cultivation base was limited, and he was unable to unleash the full defensive power of his natal spiritual armor. Therefore, he was slightly injured. Seeing the trace of blood at the corner of Chen Daoku's mouth, Chen Daoxuan took 2 steps forward and held his hand without saying anything. He circulated his genuine qi through his body. Young clan leader, I'm fine. Chen Daoku said shyly. After a quick check, he realized that Chen Daoku had only suffered a small impact on his chest. This injury was not even considered a light injury. If Chen Daoku hadn't spat out 5 mouthfuls of blood essence, he wouldn't have suffered such a small injury. This was a little terrifying. The defensive ability of the natal spiritual armor was no longer just enough to block the attacks of ordinary aura refining cultivators. He could even block Chen Daoxuan's attack, which surpassed the upper limit of an aura refining cultivator. What kind of concept was this? If only every cultivator of the Mo clan had a copy of this life spirit armor and no outsiders interfered in their battles. At that time, it was really a different matter who would win. Chen Daoxuan felt that the possibility of him being defeated and fleeing for his life was higher. Because almost all the Mo clan cultivators were at the late stage of qi refinement, even if Chen Daoxuan used the wind and rain sword, it would be very difficult for him to break through the opponent's defense in a short time. Since they couldn't break through the opponent's defense, the Mo clan cultivators could attack Chen Daoxuan with all their might. With Chen Daoxuan's defensive ability, he couldn't withstand the attacks of more than 10 Mo clan cultivators. If he didn't run for his life, would he just wait for death? Chen Daoxuan's thoughts turned. If every cultivator of the Chen clan could wear such a set of natal spiritual armor, the strength of the clan would increase by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoku with a burning gaze. Chapter 108, New Cultivation System. Not just Chen Daoxuan. When the other cultivators of the Dao generation saw Chen Daoku wearing such a handsome and powerful natal spiritual armor, their small faces all revealed envious expressions. That little expression almost said, "I want it too." Seeing everyone's expressions, Chen Daoxuan felt amused and couldn't help but secretly calculate in his heart. Natal spiritual armor was different from flying swords. Not only was it more difficult to refine, but most importantly, the cost was also much higher than a flying sword. Armors were more expensive than swords. It seemed that even in the cultivation world, this principle was the same. Refining a high-grade level 1 flying sword. The cost of production usually did not exceed 200 to 300 spirit stones, but the price was as high as 500 spirit stones. Therefore, he had no choice. When a flying sword reached first-tier superior grade, its profits would skyrocket. It would no longer be like a first-tier inferior grade or a first-tier intermediate grade flying sword, which might even incur losses. As long as a weapon refinement master had the ability to refine a superior grade tier 1 flying sword, they would basically earn a lot. It was just a matter of how much they earned based on the success rate of the armament master. As for defensive magic tools, generally, there were very few people who sold them in the magical equipment market. Even in the high-end magical equipment markets run by the Wu and Zhou clans, defensive magical equipment rarely appeared. Firstly, this kind of magic tool consumed a lot of materials, the cost of refining was high, and the price was even more exaggerated. Very few cultivators could afford it. Moreover, the big clans did not want this kind of spirit armor type defensive magic tool to be overused. In fact, from Chen Daoxuan's experiments on Ling armor defense, one could see the huge difference in strength between Qi layer cultivators wearing and not wearing armor. There were also two cultivators. One was wearing Ling armor, while the other was not. Unless the difference in their original strength was as exaggerated as Chen Daoxuan and an ordinary late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Otherwise, a cultivator wearing Ling armor would have a crushing advantage over an armorless cultivator. The reason for this was because cultivators wearing Ling armor did not need to pay attention to the enemy's attacks at all. They could withstand the enemy's attacks and directly attack the other party. Who could withstand such a shameless playstyle? It was just like how in ancient times, armored soldiers and unarmored soldiers were two completely different concepts. Although the cultivation world was influenced by other factors, it basically followed this law. Among cultivators of the same level, cultivators with defensive Ling armor would often easily win against cultivators without defensive magic tools. Chen Daoxuan had refined this instance dungeon life spirit armor for Chen Daoku. Excluding the labor cost of a second-grade armament master like him, just the materials consumption alone, he had used up about 200 caddies of various first-grade spirit ores and 10 caddies of second-grade 10th water pure gold. Level 1 spirit ores were sold at an average of 3 spirit stones per 500 grams, which was 600 spirit stones. With the addition of 10 caddies of 10th water pure gold, the total cost was about 2,100 spirit stones. This was only the cost. If he sold it to the outside world, how many spirit stones would it be worth? This price had far exceeded the limits of what a Qi condensation cultivator could afford. It was indeed not a big problem for the Chen family to give each cultivator of the Dao generation a set of Ling armor. However, when the cultivators of the Fu generation grew up and followed this standard, even with the wealth of the Chen family, they would be dragged down by the terrifying consumption of Ling armor. Of course, Chen Daoxuan could also forge Ling armor according to the simplest method in the jade slip. In that case, he could save 1,500 spiritual stones worth of 10th water pure gold, and his production cost would be reduced by more than half. However, this way, the defensive power of the natal spiritual armor would also be greatly weakened. This made it difficult for Chen Daoxuan to choose. From the depths of his heart, he didn't really want to give the Chen family cultivators a weakened version of Ling armor. In his opinion, it was either not to do it, or to do the best. It would save him the trouble of adding all kinds of high-grade materials and expelling the low-grade materials from the spirit armor when he upgraded his spirit armor in the future. However, among the cultivators of the Dao generation, other than Chen Daolan and Chen Daoku, the utilization rate of the other cultivators was too low. It was so low that even Chen Daoxuan felt somewhat dissatisfied. The cultivators of the Dao generation had been cultivating for almost 2 years. Chen Daolan and Chen Daoku were already at the 5th level of the aura refining realm and were about to enter the 6th level. As for the other cultivators of the Dao generation, other than Chen Daoquan, who had reached the 4th Qi layer, the best one was only at the 3rd Qi layer. It seemed that he had advanced from the 1st Qi layer to the 3rd Qi layer in just 2 years. However, one had to know that the Chen family had invested all kinds of resources for the cultivators of the Dao generation. Even the inner sect disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect had to call them rich when they saw it. As long as the pill poison didn't affect the body, he would take all the pills he could get. Even a level 1 water spirit pearl was too low a level to be a treasure that could aid in cultivation. He could even directly use a level 2 water spirit pearl to cultivate. In addition, there was an endless supply of spiritual rice. As long as the cultivators of the Dao generation could eat it, the Chen family would supply them no matter how much they ate. Unless it was some rare cultivation resources that the Chen family could not buy from Guang'an Prefecture with spirit stones. In terms of the supply of basic cultivation resources, the Chen family had really done their best. That was it. In 2 years, they had only broken through to the 2nd or 3rd Qi layer from the 1st Qi layer. How could Chen Daoxuan be satisfied? Therefore, he had no choice. After seeing the expectant eyes of the cultivators of the Dao generation, Chen Daoxuan did not respond immediately. Because he already had a vague plan to reform the family system in his heart. Just like in the past, regardless of their aptitude, cultivation progress, or refining level, the Chen family would provide them with the best resources. Chen Daoxuan didn't plan to do it again. This method was like eating from a big pot, which greatly hurt the enthusiasm of the Chen family cultivators. He wanted to change the training system. This kind of cultivation system was slightly different from the cultivation system of the big families where the quality of the spirit root determined the supply of resources. However, it was still relatively close. Chen Daoxuan was prepared to propose this training system at the next clan meeting. As for the other cultivators of the Dao generation, their eyes were filled with anticipation. Chen Daoxuan pretended not to see it. For the long-term development of the family, he had to be ruthless enough. Since they were going to set the rules, they had to treat everyone equally. Otherwise, as time passed, the rules would become useless. Clan cultivators were more vigilant than sect cultivators. This was because the cultivators of the clan were often bound by blood, and it was easier for them to bend the law for personal gain. This kind of favoritism seemed to be taking care of the kinship of the same clan, but in fact, it was extremely harmful to the clan itself. It could even completely destroy a family. This point, Chen Daoxuan had to be vigilant. There were only 11 cultivators in the Chen family now. It seemed that everything was easy to deal with. However, there were some calamities that were buried when the family was young. Chen Daoxuan knew that small clans relied on unity, while big clans relied on the system. If the Chen family wanted to develop into a family like the Zhou family, or even a family that was bigger than the Zhou family, they could only rely on the system. Reforms always brought pain. Fortunately, there were not many cultivators in the Chen family, which meant that the reform did not affect many parties. There was not much resistance to the reform. If the Chen family's current cultivation system was used to cultivate cultivators of the Fu generation, they would reform it at that time. With their interests being violated, there were many clan cultivators who opposed it. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan felt that reforming the family system was an urgent matter. Chapter 109, Clan System Reformation. Several months later, a spirit rice transport ship docked at Shuanghu Island's port. Chen Xianhe flew down. Looking at the busy harbor, he was filled with joy. Chen Xianhe realized that compared to when he was in charge of the clan, the current Chen clan had not only seen a huge leap in strength. The mortals in the clan seemed to have more vitality than before. At the port. Around the busy port, a small market town was quietly being built. This small market town was a trial that Chen Daoxuan had instructed Changping County Magistrate Chen Zhi to set up. At this rate of development, this small market town could develop into a new county or even a prefecture in the future. Chen Xianhe stood in the air and observed the busy clansmen. Then, he used the wind manipulation technique and flew toward the Chen family's spirit vein. After the time for an incense stick to burn, Chen Zianhe met Chen Daoxuan in the courtyard of his spiritual residence. 13th Uncle. You're back. Seeing Chen Zianhe, Chen Daoxuan's face was filled with surprise. Yes. Chen Zianhe smiled and nodded. Your port town is doing well. I feel that it's even more prosperous than Changping County. Hearing this. No, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Compared to the prosperity of Guang and Prefecture's port, it's still too far away. Hearing this. Chen Zianhe almost couldn't catch his breath. He glared at him and said, I just praised you, and you don't know your surname anymore, do you? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled awkwardly. Compared to the current Chen family in Guang'an Prefecture, it was indeed a little arrogant. However, Chen Daoxuan wasn't without confidence. This was because in his previous life, the country he was from had once created such a miracle. In just a few decades, a small fishing village had become an international metropolis. Although the Chen family did not have the technological advantages of his previous life, at the same time, they did not have the wonderful cultivation arts of the cultivation world in his previous life. The two of them joked. Chen Daoxuan told Chen Zianhe about his thoughts on reforming the family system. Chen Zianhe frowned and didn't say anything. After a while, he raised his head and said, what you did was right. The current Chen family is no longer the same as before. Although there are only 11 cultivators now, the largest group of people in the Fu generation is already 3 years old. In 2 years, they should enter the family school and step onto the path of immortality. At that time, if the current family system was used, it would definitely cause a lot of chaos. However, what you are doing now will undoubtedly make those people of the Dao generation with poor aptitude dissatisfied. Who knew that after hearing this? I'm not a spirit stone. How can I satisfy everyone? Chen Daoxuan laughed. As long as the new family system is beneficial to the family, I will do my best to implement it. No one can stop me. When he said this, Chen Daoxuan's face inadvertently revealed a hint of domineering aura. Seeing him like this, you're becoming more and more like a qualified clan leader, said Chen Zianhe, full of relief. 13th Uncle, what do you mean by similar? Chen Daoxuan was slightly dissatisfied. Based on your tone now, it can only be like, ha ha ha. Chen Zianhe stroked his beard and laughed. The next day, in Chen Daoxuan's courtyard, 11 cultivators of the Chen clan's Dao generation gathered together. Compared to last year, Chen Daoxuan didn't chase the young cultivators of the Dao generation out. Because this year, even the youngest cultivator of the Dao generation was already over 6 years old. In this world, a 6-year-old child could already help the family with the fields and work. There were many people who married and started a family at the age of 11 or 12. Although cultivators were different from ordinary people, they were undoubtedly much more mature than the children in his previous life. Cultivators of different ages sat in the courtyard. They were like little adults. Among them, Chen Daoku's expression was the most serious. He glanced at everyone. Since everyone is here, I hereby announce that this year's Chen clan gathering has officially begun, said Chen Daoxuan. Pausing for a moment, he looked at Chen Zianhe and said, just like last year, let's first have the old chief introduce our business in Guang'an Prefecture's Rogue Cultivator Market. Last year, our Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Shop opened a branch in Guang'an Prefecture, Chen Zianhe nodded. All in all, the market for magic tools in the Wandering Cultivator Market is now completely monopolized by our clan. Just this alone can bring in at least 150,000 spirit stones a year for the clan. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan knew that the market wasn't limiting their profits in the Wandering Cultivator Market, but productivity. Currently, the Chen family could only produce a maximum of 900 flying swords per month. After deducting the flying swords traded with the merfolk, there were only 700 to 800 flying swords sold in Guang'an Prefecture's freelance martial arts market every month. After deducting the taxes paid to the Zhou family, a profit of 150,000 spirit stones a year was already the limit. Now, the Chen family wanted to expand the profits of the flying sword shop. There were only 2 ways. First, he would continue to expand the flying sword factory in the industrial zone and increase productivity. The second was to increase the production of middle-grade and even high-grade level 1 flying swords. Compared to the profit of a low-grade level 1 flying sword, which was less than 20 spirit stones, the profit of a middle-grade level 1 flying sword was more than 50 spirit stones, and the profit of a high-grade level 1 flying sword was as high as 200 to 300 spirit stones. Of course, Chen Daoxuan did not intend to produce a superior grade tier 1 flying sword, because this thing was very difficult to sell in the wandering cultivator market. The profit from a high-grade level 1 magic tool was high, but the Chen family still had to consider the purchasing power of the freelance martial artists. If it was placed in the core business district, there would still be a market for high-grade level 1 flying swords. However, the magical equipment market in the core business district was basically monopolized by the Zhou family and the Wu family. If the Chen family wanted to step in, they would definitely have to fight with the Zhou and Wu families. This was something Chen Daoxuan did not want to see for the time being. What he wanted to do the most now was to completely develop the magical equipment market in the wandering cultivator market. As long as the market for magical artifacts in the wandering cultivator market was completely developed, the profits from this area alone would allow the Chen family to live quite comfortably. 700 to 800 flying swords a month was far from enough to satisfy the wandering cultivator magical equipment market. After they finished discussing the clan's most important flying sword business. Cough cough. Chen Daoxuan coughed. Let's talk about the production and sales of the clan's flying swords. Then, let's talk about the cultivation system of the clan's cultivators that everyone is most concerned about. Hearing this, everyone straightened their backs. I know that for the past year, everyone has been working day and night in the flying sword factory to produce flying swords. It's really hard. On behalf of my family, I would like to thank everyone for your hard work. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan stood up and cupped his hands towards everyone. Seeing this, everyone stood up and returned Chen Daoxuan's greeting. Sit down. Chen Daoxuan extended his hand. Hearing this, everyone hesitated and sat down again. However, for some reason, everyone felt a little uneasy. The young clan leader had always been very serious in front of everyone. No matter how one looked at it, it was not a good sign to be so polite to everyone this time. Sure enough, Chen Daoxuan's following words verified everyone's guesses. I believe that the current cultivation system of the family is no longer suitable for the development of the family. It has reached the point where it has to be reformed. Chen Daoxuan said in shock. Chapter 110, Family Organization. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, everyone held their breaths. The cultivation system of cultivators was closely related to every cultivator present. In the past 2 years or so, the clan has always adopted a fixed method of cultivating cultivators of the Dao generation. What was fixed training? There were enough spirit pills, no lack of spirit rice, water spirit pearls, and spiritual energy. As a result, I realized that the cultivators of the Dao generation are inevitably slacking off in their cultivation and learning of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan glanced at everyone. More than a year ago, I taught Dao Chu and the others how to forge a low-grade tier 1 flying sword, the Scarlet Shadow flying sword. However, more than a year has passed. Chen Daoku, tell me, how many low-grade tier 1 magic tools do you know how to forge now? I. Chen Daoku was suddenly called out. He stood up and stammered, unable to speak. Young clan leader, I've only mastered the refinement of 3 inferior grade tier I flying swords. After a long while, he said shyly. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes flashed with surprise. But he still coughed. It took me a year to master the forging of 3 low-grade level 1 magic tools. Do you know how long it took me to master all the low-grade level 1 magic tools in my family? It's the same as you guys learning how to refine artifacts, less than 2 years. Chen Daoxuan extended 2 fingers. Moreover, the environment for you to learn armament refining is so good. Tell me, are you worthy of the clan's nurturing? Chen Daoxuan's voice suddenly rose. Don't tell me you think that refining the Scarlet Shadow flying sword every day like a tool is your entire life from now on. Hearing this reprimand, everyone lowered their heads. Even those cultivators who were too young and hadn't learned how to refine weapons lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. In view of your lazy attitude, I have decided to adopt a competitive training system within the family. I want those cultivators who are motivated and willing to work hard to have more cultivation resources. I want those cultivators who are unwilling to work hard and lazy to only enjoy the most basic cultivation resources. Tell me, what kind of cultivator do you want to be? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Young clan leader, we will not slack off. Good. Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that everyone supports my reform of the cultivation system of the clan. Ignoring what everyone thought, Chen Daoxuan said, since that's the case, I will announce the specific policy of the clan's cultivation system from now on. From today onwards, the cultivation system of the clan would be divided into 3 levels. Basic level, elite level, core level. Each level system had a huge difference in the cultivation resources they enjoyed. Moreover, even if you enjoy the core training resources, don't be proud and complacent, because the family has a corresponding assessment waiting for you every year. Once you are unable to complete the corresponding assessment, your resources will be downgraded. There was no need for those cultivators who were temporarily at the basic level to be discouraged. As long as they worked hard, they could also pass the assessment and enjoy higher level resources to nurture. All in all, from now on, your training will no longer be fixed resources. Instead, you will enjoy different resources according to the level of effort you put in. Upon hearing this, the cultivators of the Dao generation finally heaved a sigh of relief. This system sounded very fair. The strong are above, the weak are below. No one thought that they were weak, especially since the cultivators of the Dao generation were still so young and were at the age of being competitive. In reality, this kind of training system had already excluded cultivators with poor aptitudes from the core to a certain extent. This was because a cultivator's cultivation was very dependent on one's aptitude. With the same resources, those with good spiritual roots would improve faster than those with poor spiritual roots. Even if the cultivation time of a cultivator with an upper spiritual root was less than half of that of a cultivator with a lower spiritual root, his improvement speed was still faster than that of a cultivator with a lower spiritual root. But this world was just so unfair. If he wanted absolute fairness, he could only find it in his dreams. Of course, Chen Daoxuan also gave cultivators with poor spiritual roots a chance, which was to make some achievements in the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. For example, a cultivator with a low spiritual root, although his cultivation speed was slow, he was very talented in talisman making. Then, he would also have great value in nurturing. The family was not stingy with spending more resources to nurture such talents. However, those cultivators who had no talent in cultivation, alchemy, weapon forging, talisman making, array formations, and so on could only stay at the bottom of the family and be a brick of the family. Taking 10,000 steps back, having the protection of a family was better than being a rogue cultivator. Chen Daoxuan was pleased to see that the cultivators of the Dao generation were all on steroids. He had thought that there would still be people who would be dissatisfied with the introduction of this system. However, he did not expect everyone to be so confident in themselves and feel that they were not weaker than others. Good news! Chen Daoxuan grinned when he saw everyone's fighting spirit. After laughing for a while, he pulled a long face and continued, there's one more thing. It's the cultivation period of the clan's cultivators. All. At this moment, everyone started to panic. Everyone could accept the competitive training method. And if the clan had a fixed number of years to nurture them, what would happen to the cultivators of the Chen clan once the nurturing period was over? Even though they were anxious, everyone knew that the young clan leader would never abandon his clansmen. Seeing everyone's calm attitude, Chen Daoxuan nodded. From now on, our Chen clan cultivators will be trained for 9 years. During this period of time, the cultivators will enjoy the free training of the clan. The training levels will be based on the 3 levels I just mentioned. After 9 years, you will graduate from the clan school. At that time, you will have 2 choices. First, find a job in the clan, and second, continue your studies. Chen Daoxuan paused. If you choose to work, you will naturally receive a salary. This will be your main source of cultivation resources in the future. As for continuing his studies, the family will bear the resources for your further studies. However, since this is no longer compulsory training, the family can persuade you to leave at any time according to your performance. Hearing this, Everyone finally understood that rather than saying that this training system was designed for them, it was more accurate to say that it was designed for the people of the Fu generation who were about to enter the clan school. In any case, the cultivators of the Dao generation had never entered any clan school. In the beginning, it was Chen Daoxuan who taught them step by step in his cave abode. After that, after the establishment of the clan's spirit vein, they moved to a spirit vein with a better environment. As for the school that was about to be completed in the spirit vein, they had not enjoyed it for a day. Perhaps everyone has already guessed that this training system is designed for cultivators of the Fu generation. After all, your environment back then was much more difficult, and your family did not have the ability to set up a clan school. Speaking of this, Chen Daoxuan's voice was a little low. Everyone also thought of the difficult times their families had gone through more than a year ago and fell silent. At this moment, young clan leader, Chen Daoxuan stood up and cupped his hands. We all know that the policies you've made are all for the benefit of the clan. We are also a part of the family and are willing to make our own contributions to the family. Speaking of not enjoying the family's voluntary training, could it be that young patriarch has enjoyed it? Finally, he heard something pleasant from Chen Daoxuan's mouth. It might be a little late for you to enter the clan school, Chen Daoxuan said gratefully. However, the resources that the clan has provided for 9 years of voluntary training will still be provided to you. Not only that, if you work in the Flying Sword Factory or the Flying Sword Shop, you will also receive an annual salary from the clan. Of course, the annual salary will be distributed in the form of clan contribution points. You can take a look at the details of the clan contribution system later. Swallowing his saliva, Chen Daoxuan continued, now that we're done with the family's nurturing system, let's talk about the family's organizational structure. The organizational structure meant the division of power in the family. The young cultivators of the Dao generation were still confused, but Chen Daoxuan, who was only a teenager, already knew what this meant and raised his spirits. Chapter 112, Teacher Selection. He looked at the dumbfounded expressions of the cultivators of the Dao generation present. Chen Daoxuan smiled. Of course, some of the departments I've divided don't even have specific matters. There are still some matters in the future of the family, so I haven't divided them into new departments. For example, the cultivator army of the clan, the financial department, the tax department, and so on. Most of the departments that I've divided will have to wait until the cultivators of the Fu generation grow up before they have the manpower to set them up. But there's one department that needs to be established urgently. It's the Ministry of Education, he said after a pause. At this point, Chen Daoxuan's expression became serious. Everyone regained their spirits. Just now, Chen Daoxuan's wild bombardment was somewhat overwhelming for everyone. Now that they were talking about the Ministry of Education alone, everyone finally came to their senses. The Ministry of Education, according to what the young clan leader said, was the clan's school. It was as if he could tell what everyone was thinking from their expressions. Chen Daoxuan pursed his lips and smiled. Don't think that the education department is referring to the school that is being built in the Chen family's spirit vein. You are gravely mistaken. To be precise, from now on, the Chen family's schools will be under the management of the Ministry of Education, but the Ministry of Education doesn't just refer to Changping First Xiaoxian Primary School. Actually, everyone could tell from the name of the clan school that since Changping's first Cultivation Primary School had a first place, there would be a second, third, fourth in the future. Since there are primary schools, there will be secondary schools and universities in the future. Seeing that everyone was confused again, Chen Daoxuan coughed and said, of course, the only organization directly under the education department is Changping First Cultivation Primary School. Hearing this, Chen Xianhe laughed, thinking that Chen Daoxuan was boasting again. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Dao generation looked like they had been injected with chicken blood. They were all attracted by the grand scene of the family described by Chen Daoxuan and wanted to immediately sacrifice their lives for the family. The morale of the army could be used. Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. The first problem our clan school faces is the lack of teachers. Currently, the Chen clan and Chen Daoxuan, who is still in Guang'an Prefecture, only have 11 cultivators. These people had to satisfy the production work of the Flying Sword Factory and also take into account the educational work of the clan school. Therefore, everyone will be very busy in the next few years. You have to be mentally prepared. Hearing this, everyone stood up and said in a clear voice, "We are willing to go through fire and water for the family." Seeing everyone's attitude, Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and said, "Sit down, sit down." When he saw this, he even felt a little guilty for reducing the resources of the cultivators of the Dao generation with poor aptitude. But soon, this guilt was ruthlessly abandoned by him. Because Chen Daoxuan knew that as the clan leader, the most taboo was being soft-hearted. If Chen Daoxuan could break the rules for the Dao generation cultivators today, would he open the back door for the Fu generation cultivators in the future? Should he give it to the Ze generation cultivators in the future? If that happened, the clan would be in danger. What was even more terrifying was, as the clan leader, Chen Daoxuan's every word and action was a role model for the clan. If he took the lead in bending the law for personal gain, the clansmen would definitely follow suit. This was the so-called crooked upper beam, crooked lower beam. At that time, the clan would collapse in an instant. Even if Chen Daoxuan's strength was tyrannical, he could suppress all opposition and reorganize the family. The Chen family would definitely suffer a great loss because of this, and might even be unable to recover. After everyone sat down, Chen Daoxuan's voice became serious again. "Next, I'll talk about the teachers of the school." He paused for a moment. "I plan to divide the clan's studies according to the various inheritances that the clan has. For the time being, they were divided into the equipment refining class, the pill refining class, the talisman crafting class, and the sword Dao class. The first year of primary school was mainly a hodgepodge of learning. All the professional schools would teach a little. In the second year, they would be divided into classes according to the results of the various majors of the cultivators of the Fu generation. I can temporarily be the teacher for the armament and sword arts classes, but the alchemy and talisman crafting classes don't have teachers." At this point, Chen Daoxuan looked at everyone. When the other cultivators of the Dao generation saw this scene, they also retreated. If it was about forging, they were more or less confident. After all, they had been forging flying swords day and night for more than a year. After refining so many flying swords, even the most untalented person would be able to thoroughly understand the foundation of the formation patterns of a Tier 1 magic tool. At the very least, he had no problem teaching newbies who knew nothing. However, creating talismans and refining pills would be difficult for them. Even though they knew that since Chen Daoxuan said so, it meant that there must be a related inheritance in the family. However, whether it was alchemy or talisman creation, which one could be learned so easily? Alchemy, in particular, was known as one of the three great disasters in the cultivation world, along with weapon refinement and array formations. Seeing that everyone was retreating, Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. Just as he was about to call the roll, Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan stood up at the same time. "Why are you standing up?" Chen Daoku asked in surprise when he saw Chen Daolan stand up. "You can stand up, but can't one?" Chen Daolian glared at Chen Daoku without showing any weakness. She turned her head and said, "Young clan leader, I want to learn alchemy." "Oh!" Chen Daoxuan revealed a smile. "Why are you thinking of learning alchemy now?" "Young clan leader, after refining flying swords for a year, I realized that I have no interest in refining weapons. My progress in refining weapons is almost the slowest among all the cultivators of the Dao generation." At this point, Chen Daolan's voice sounded a little downcast. "So, I want to learn alchemy. It can't be that my alchemy talent is as bad as my artifact refinement talent, right?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was speechless for a moment. This was the drawback of not testing the talent of cultivators of the Dao generation. However, in order to increase the production of the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Factory, this was something that could not be helped. After all, Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan were the oldest cultivators of the Dao generation. It couldn't be that Chen Daoxuan was so crazy as to grab a 5-year-old child and stuff him into the factory, right? "Sit down first. We'll talk about alchemy after the clan meeting." "Yes." Chen Daolan nodded obediently and sat down. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoku and frowned. "Why are you standing up again?" Chen Daoku felt a little nervous for some reason, but he still mustered up his courage and said, "I feel that I'm getting more and more adept at refining. I hope to be a refining teacher in the clan school. Didn't I say it? If I go to teach forging, what can you teach with your mediocre skills?" Chen Daoxuan said unhappily. But, Chen Daoku held it in for a long time and said, but young clan leader, you're usually so busy, and there are too many things in the clan waiting for you to handle. If you teach the sword arts class and the refining class, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. I want to help you. At the end, Chen Daoku's voice was almost inaudible. Hearing this, the soft spot in Chen Daoxuan's heart seemed to be touched. After a long time, Chen Daoxuan nodded and said, all right, then I'll add you in. I'll go teach the talisman making class. At this point, the first batch of teachers for Changping's first Xiaoxian primary school had been decided. Chapter 113, with the clansmen like this, why worry about the family's prosperity? The clan meeting ended. All the cultivators of the Dao generation left Chen Daoxuan's courtyard with complicated feelings, except for Chen Daolan, who was quietly waiting at the side. Wait for me outside for a while, I want to talk to the old chief. Chen Daoxuan ordered. All right. Chen Dalian nodded. He watched as Chen Daolan left the courtyard. Chen Xianhe turned to Chen Daoxuan and said, you said that you want to build a clan cultivator army in the future. Is that true? The cultivators of the Dao generation might not have understood the deep meaning behind Chen Daoxuan's words. But Chen Xianhe understood. Cultivators were a group of people who possessed extraordinary power. Why did they have to specifically distinguish the army? Since there was an army of cultivators from the clan, it meant that there was another group of cultivators who were not in the combat sequence. Chen Xianhe didn't understand what Chen Daoxuan was trying to do. However, she felt that he was going to make a big show. The mention of the cultivator army reminded Chen Xianhe of the cultivator army in the southern mountains city 50 years ago. However, Chen Xianhe felt that the cultivator army mentioned by Chen Daoxuan might not be the same as the cultivator army in the southern mountains city. He pondered for a moment. 13th uncle, you're worried that I'll bring my family's cultivator army to the Yun nation's battlefield in the future, right? Chen Daoxuan asked. It's good that you know. Chen Xianhe sighed. Back then, all the cultivators of the immortal generation in the family were blinded by the huge benefits of the Yun nation battlefield, so much so that they threw all the cultivators in the family into it. It was also because of this that my Chen family was almost destroyed. Chen Xianhe still couldn't get over the fact that 12 cultivators of the immortal generation had died in the southern mountains city, even though more than 50 years had passed. Dao Xian, I know that with the Chen family's current development speed, you will definitely step onto the Yun nation battlefield in the future. But you have to promise me that no matter what, you can't throw in all the family's strength. You must hold back. Chen Xianhe said as he stared at him. All right, I promise you. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Chen Xianhe finally heaved a sigh of relief. 13th uncle, how do you know that our Chen family will definitely go to the battlefield of the Yun nation in the future? Chen Daoxuan was puzzled. Hearing this. Of course not. Chen Xianhe laughed. Small families might be able to avoid the Yun nation's battlefield for the time being, but it's hard for big families to avoid it. You mean, the Qian Yuan sword sect forced the big families to go to the battlefield? Chen Daoxuan asked in surprise. That's not the case. Chen Xianhe shook his head. On the one hand, there are many benefits that the big families can't give up on the battlefield in the Yun nation. They can help cultivators grow quickly. On the other hand, after more than 400 years of war, what do you think of our relationship with the Yun nation and the Xianqing Dao alliance behind it? We won't rest until one of us dies. After thinking for a long time, Chen Daoxuan used this word to describe it. That's right, we won't rest until one of us dies. Chen Xianhe sighed. If that's the case, why would a big family enter the Yun nation's battlefield? Can't you see through it? Under the overturned nest, how can there be an intact egg? Unknowingly, the fate of the itinerant cultivators and the major cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea had long been tied to the Qian Yuan sword sect. If the Infinite Star Sea lost the war with the Yun nation, the Xianqing Dao League would counterattack the Infinite Star Sea. What kind of miserable scene would it be? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but shiver. No wonder. No wonder the major families in the Infinite Star Sea were increasingly supporting this war. It was not only about benefits, but also because the various large families had also understood that they had a relationship with the Yun nation that would not rest until one of them died. One of them had to fall completely. Do you expect the Yun nation to be merciful to the major cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea after defeating the Qian Yuan sword sect? Thinking about the slaves from the Yun nation who had been captured by the various cultivation families, none of them felt that the other party would be magnanimous enough to let them off. Anyone who had such a fluke mentality was either stupid or bad. They chatted for a while. Chen Daoxuan watched as Chen Zianhe rode away, then transmitted his voice, "Come in." Moments later, Chen Daolan walked in slowly. He looked at the slim and elegant young girl in front of him. Chen Daoxuan could still see a trace of the timid look in her eyes when she was selected from the many children of the Chen family. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile. "Dao Lian, have you thought it through?" "Young clan leader, I've thought it through," Chen Daolan said firmly. Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Learning alchemy is not an easy thing. How about this? For the next 2 years, you will follow me and learn alchemy. You can temporarily stop working at the flying sword factory." However, when she heard this, Chen Daolan's pretty face was filled with anxiety as she said, "Young clan leader, how can this be? Chen Daoku left the factory to continue learning refining from you. If I leave the factory too, won't there be only 3 people left in the factory? What's wrong with 3 people? Just make them work longer. I told you that in the next few years, everyone in the Dao generation will have a hard time. Do you think I'm joking?" Dao Lian wouldn't dare. Chen Dalian lowered his head. Chen Daoxuan sighed and said, "Don't worry. They won't be able to work hard for 2 years. The youngest cultivator of the Dao generation is already more than 6 years old. During this period of time, they will follow Dao Chu and learn to refine weapons with me. When the school reopens in 2 years, this batch of Dao cultivators will be able to work in the flying sword factory. At that time, the production of flying swords in the factory will definitely increase by a large margin." Chen Daoxuan hadn't forgotten that other than the 5 cultivators who worked in the factory, there were 4 younger cultivators. 2 years later, this batch of young cultivators could be of great use. As for them entering the factory at the age of 8, they did not meet the employment standards that Chen Daoxuan knew. Someone had to take care of them. In any case, his Chen family's 8-year-old child had already entered the factory. In the end, for the sake of the clan, which generation of cultivators of the Chen clan did not sacrifice themselves? Chen Zianhe was like this, Chen Daoxuan was like this, and even the future cultivators of the Fu generation would be like this. It was precisely because of the continuous sacrifice of generations of Chen clan cultivators that the Chen clan could grow stronger and soar. In the end, Chen Daolan was still unwilling to go on a full-time study of alchemy. She suggested to Chen Daoxuan that she would work at the flying sword factory for 6 hours every day and spend the rest of her time cultivating and learning alchemy. Chen Daoxuan saw her firm attitude and agreed. At this moment, he finally knew that the Chen family didn't just belong to him, but to every cultivator in the Chen family. Everyone was working hard for the development of the Chen family. If all the people in the clan are like this, why worry about the prosperity of the clan? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile. He felt more and more that it was a happy and interesting thing to be the patriarch of such a family. Chapter 114, Material Problem. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the courtyard of the spiritual residence, feeling the Danshan sea of qi in his body that had almost expanded to its limit, Chen Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes and revealed a hint of joy on his face. "I've finally broken through to the 9th qi layer." From the age of 16 to the age of 19, it had been more than 3 years. Chen Daoxuan's cultivation had soared from the 3rd qi layer to the 9th qi layer, almost at the speed of 2 qi layers a year. This cultivation speed was not inferior to some heaven spiritual root cultivators with slightly inferior resources. In the past 6 months, other than teaching Chen Daoku and the cultivators of the Dao generation how to refine artifacts, Chen Daoxuan also taught Chen Daolan how to refine pills. It was thanks to the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture's ability to store comprehension. Chen Daoxuan had already grasped most of the second-grade alchemy inheritance he had obtained from the female cultivators of the Yun nation. Not only that, in the past half a year, he had also cultivated a Tier 1 spell to the Perfection realm. This Tier 1 spell was called Wind Blade. It was the spell carried by the leopard puppet monster that Chen Daoxuan had plundered from the Mo clan's treasury. As the most basic Tier 1 wind-type spell, Wind Blade was not considered powerful among all Tier 1 spells. Its only advantage was its speed. Its casting speed was fast, and the trajectory of the Wind Blade after it was released was fast. As for its power, Chen Daoxuan had tested it. The perfected Wind Blade technique could not even break the ice endurance technique in his talisman. Not to mention Chen Daoxuan's ultimate move, the Wind and Rain Sword. Of course, Chen Daoxuan chose to cultivate this Tier 1 spell not for its power. Instead, he used it to comprehend the Wind Dao pattern, which could also be called the Wind Laws. In the cultivation world, cultivators divided spells into 9 types according to their attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Apart from the basic 5-element spells, spells of wind, lightning, light, and darkness were relatively rare. As for ice-type spells, they were actually variations of water-type spells. If one counted the various attributed spells derived from the 5 elements, there were too many types of spells. However, no matter what kind of spell it was, if he wanted to release it, he had to comprehend the great Dao patterns of this spell. It was also what cultivators often referred to as the Dao pattern of magical techniques. Due to the requirements of the job, a talisman craftsman had to be proficient in all kinds of spell Dao patterns. Thus, every talisman master had high attainments in spells. According to what Zhou Mubai had said in the Sword Dao Jade Slip, if a cultivator wanted to comprehend sword intent, they had to fuse their Dao with the sword. And the Dao here referred to the Dao patterns of spells. As Chen Daoxuan had rarely cultivated spells before, he was not very proficient in spell Dao patterns. In fact, he more or less knew a little about the Dao pattern of wind. This was because the wind manipulation technique could be classified as a wind attribute spell, and it more or less contained a portion of the wind Dao pattern. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan chose to practice the Wind Blade technique first. He had some basic knowledge in this area. Reality proved that his choice was not wrong. After more than a month of enlightenment, Chen Daoxuan had finally cultivated the Wind Blade technique to perfection. Even though the power of the spell was average, it at least made his comprehension of the Wind Dao pattern much deeper than before. Especially after the epiphany last time. He actually realized that his Sword Dao realm, which had been stagnant for more than a year, had improved again. Chen Daoxuan discovered that with the help of enlightenment, the Wind Dao pattern actually slowly merged into his sword path, allowing his sword path level to steadily advance by a level. This discovery made Chen Daoxuan extremely excited. Previously, his improvement in Sword Dao was simply too fast. As a result, Chen Daoxuan's lack of progress over the past year made him doubt his talent in the sword. Could it be that his talent in the Sword Dao was so poor that the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture's ability to store comprehension could not help him continue improving in the Sword Dao? However, the epiphany from the last time had completely dispelled his doubts. It wasn't that his talent in the way of the sword was bad, but that he wasn't looking for the right direction. If it wasn't for Zhou Mubai's Jade Slip, Chen Daoxuan would have spent a long time to discover this little trick. Every time he thought of this, he felt even more grateful towards Zhou Mubai. To a certain extent, Zhou Mubai was like half a teacher to him. The problem of comprehending sword intent had been solved, and Chen Daoxuan's cultivation had also reached the 9th layer of the aura refining realm. Then the next step in front of Chen Daoxuan was to build his foundation. Of course, before building his foundation, Chen Daoxuan had to complete 3 things. This was because he wanted to walk the legendary path of a swordsman. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that he had made ample preparations. The first was naturally to comprehend sword essence. Chen Daoxuan felt that there was no problem with this. Since he had found the right direction, all that was left was to use the ability of the primordial enlightenment scripture to store comprehension to continue attacking. Second, he had to polish his Genkai to make it pure and harmonious, reaching a point where it could not be improved. This was something every Qi condensation cultivator needed to prepare. In fact, it wasn't just Qi condensation cultivators. There was a special realm in all cultivation realms, which was called the Perfection realm. For example, Peak Qi refining, Peak foundation establishment, Peak Zifu disciple, and so on. However, in reality, perfection was not a new realm. It referred to a cultivator reaching a special state where they could break through to the next realm. In essence, the peak of the aura refining stage was equivalent to the 9th level of the aura refining stage. It was just that the true chi of a 9th chi layer cultivator was perfect and pure, and he was already prepared to build his foundation. The Mo clan leader that Chen Daoxuan had killed was in such a special state. To reach this special state from the 9th chi layer, relying on the power of medicinal pills was already ineffective. Wei Sahai, a 9th level chi refinement cultivator hired by the Chen family's branch, was one such example. Whether it was pills or water spirit pearls that aided cultivation, they were completely useless against this kind of cultivator. This was because the polishing of true chi did not rely on spiritual energy, but the gradual grinding of a cultivator's martial arts. Depending on the situation of the cultivators, it could take as little as a few years and as long as 10 years. At this point, only then did Chen Daoxuan realize how powerful Zhou Mubai was when he reached the foundation establishment stage at the age of 21. This was because one could not rely on external objects to polish one's true chi. The only way was to rely on the cultivator himself. In other words, Zhou Mubai might have reached the 9th chi layer before he turned 15. As for the third matter, it was also the most important thing, or perhaps the thing that Chen Daoxuan was least confident about. To create a life danshan pressure regulator, or a true chi storage device. In the past 6 months, Chen Daoxuan had put a lot of effort into this. He flipped through a large number of ancient books and experimented with countless spirit ore materials, but he still could not find a material that could store true chi. This made Chen Daoxuan extremely depressed. After all, finding this material was only the first step. Only by finding this material could he develop a special life-bound magical treasure that could store Genkai. However, he had not even completed the first step. Chapter 115, Merman Race's Invitation. Young Clan Leader. Outside the spiritual residence, a group of figures flew toward Chen Daoxuan's courtyard. Upon closer inspection, they were Chen Daoku, Chen Daolan, and the young cultivators of the Dao generation. Everyone descended and bowed respectfully to Chen Daoxuan. Seeing this, "Let's begin." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Go to the alchemy room first." He looked at Chen Dalian and said, "Refine the low-grade tier 1 spirit pill I taught you yesterday." "Yes, young clan leader." Chen Dalian bowed. Then, he walked towards the alchemy room in the spiritual residence. Watching Chen Daolan leave, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daogu and the others. "Have you learned the technique of stacking array patterns that I told you yesterday?" Very quickly. Time passed bit by bit as everyone studied diligently. Unknowingly, 6 hours passed. By the time Chen Daoku and the others waved goodbye to Chen Daoxuan, it was already getting late. Phew! Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up and stretched his muscles. The green scales in the storage bag started to heat up slightly. Chen Daoxuan took out the green scale from his storage bag. It was a message from Luoli. Chen Daoxuan's expression was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, today was not the day the Merfolk clan and his Chen family traded. He thought about it. Chen Daoxuan sank his divine sense into the green scale. Half a cup of tea later, Chen Daoxuan withdrew his divine sense from the green scale with a strange expression. "Inviting me to the Devil Ape Mountain as a guest." Chen Daoxuan's face darkened as he thought about the meaning of the Merfolk clan's actions. However, after thinking for a long time, he found nothing. "Forget it. Why are you thinking so much? Why don't you just ask her face to face?" Chen Daoxuan shook his head with a smile. After 2 years of trading, his relationship with Luoli was no longer just an ordinary trading partner. Their relationship was much more harmonious than when they first met. Every time they met, the two of them could already sit down and chat, as if they were close friends. Redwood Island. Sea overlooking pavilion. From afar, a lonely and delicate figure sat on a stone bench in the sea overlooking pavilion, making people feel pity for her. Luoli looked at the boundless sea and slapped the water with her tail in a dispirited manner. As she slapped, her little mouth was counting the numbers rhythmically. 3020, 3021. What? Where did I count to? Luoli raised her head blankly, then lowered her head again and mumbled, "Forget it, I'll count again." Suddenly, Luoli looked up and saw a white figure flying over from the distant horizon. It was Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan descended and cupped his hands with a smile. "I'm sorry to have kept Miss Luo waiting." "No, I just arrived." Luo Li's pretty face was slightly uneasy. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan asked directly, "Miss Luo, you just said in the message that you invited me to the noble's territory as a guest. What's your intention?" "No, nothing. My father just wants to see you." "Your father?" The expression on Chen Daoxuan's face suddenly became serious. Luo Li's father was a late-stage Zifu disciple. Although he was not Zhou Mubai's match, he was still considered one of the top figures in the entire Guang'an prefecture. To tell the truth, Chen Daoxuan didn't really want to see this person. After all, given his level of power as a key refining cultivator, going to meet an alien Zifu disciple was a bit too much pressure. However, if this trip was to encounter any mishaps, Chen Daoxuan really couldn't find any reason for the other party to attack the Chen family. After more than 2 years of trade, the merfolk race relied heavily on the Chen family in all aspects. It could be said that if anything happened to the Chen family, the merfolk clan was the least willing to see it. In fact, for the Chen family, the merman race was willing to take the risk to help. One had to know. If the non-humankind dared to interfere with the internal affairs of the humankind, they would have to take the risk of extermination. This point, Chen Daoxuan only found out about it later when he communicated with Chen Xianhe. The Qianyuan sword sect's suppression of the alien races in the Infinite Star Sea was extremely terrifying. In order to suppress the alien races in the Infinite Star Sea, the Qianyuan sword sect had specially established an existence called the Sea Suppressing Hall. The Sea Calming Palace might not be famous among the human monks in the Infinite Star Sea, but in the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea, it was an organization that could make the non-humankind tremble in fear. This was especially true for the Sea Suppressing Palace Hall Master. He was one of the most powerful people in the entire Infinite Star Sea and one of the pillars of the entire Infinite Star Sea. This also explained why did Luo Li's father look so scared when he heard about the Qianyuan sword sect. In fact, he was not afraid of the Qianyuan sword sect, but the Sea Suppressing Hall under the Qianyuan sword sect. Seeing the hesitation on Chen Daoxuan's face, Luo Li could not help but feel nervous. She was afraid that Chen Daoxuan would refuse, because she didn't know who else to ask for help. "Good." Chen Daoxuan nodded slowly, then asked doubtfully. "The refinement stage after all, and I don't know the art of water escape. How can I enter the world of the deep sea? However, I'm only in." Hearing this, Luo Li smiled sweetly. "Have you forgotten?" she asked. "The last time I sent you home, I used my innate ability." "What do you mean?" "Yes, our Merman tribe's innate ability allows you to go to the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea without using the water escape technique." At this point, Luo Li smiled mysteriously. "Believe me, you will definitely like the deep sea world of the Infinite Star Sea." Towards her words, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said nothing. Although Chen Daoxuan had never been to the deep sea world in this life, he had seen images taken by submarines in his previous life. It was a cold, dark, and deathly silent world. Only special life forms could survive in such an environment. Luo Li said that he would fall in love with the deep sea world of the Infinite Star Sea. Wasn't that nonsense? But Chen Daoxuan could understand. After all, beauty was in the eye of the beholder. How many people would say that their hometown was bad? Perhaps in Luo Li's eyes, the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea was like a fairyland? He seemed to see the indifference in Chen Daoxuan's eyes. Luo Li covered her mouth and chuckled. She did not explain. Her expression seemed to be waiting for Chen Daoxuan to make a fool of himself. She didn't know why, but every time she was with Chen Daoxuan, she would feel relaxed for a moment. Luo Li felt that perhaps Chen Daoxuan had been too helpful to the merfolk clan. As a result, she had developed a faint sense of dependence on Chen Daoxuan. "Are we leaving now, or?" Chen Daoxuan didn't finish his sentence. He felt his right hand tighten. Then, the world spun and he fell into the sea. "Next time, can you let me know first?" Chen Daoxuan said helplessly. "I'm sorry, I was too excited. I'll be careful next time." Luoli smiled, revealing her canine teeth. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan didn't blame him anymore. As the two of them went deeper and deeper into the sea, the light coming from above their heads became less and less. In the end, Chen Daoxuan entered a completely pitch-black situation. Fortunately, he still had his divine sense to use. His body was covered with a layer of transparent film that stuck to his skin. He didn't feel suffocated, nor did he feel any pressure from the seawater. It was very magical. After losing his sight, Chen Daoxuan's sense of touch seemed to have become exceptionally sharp. He could feel the slight warmth emanating from Luoli's hand that was holding his. It was this slight warmth that made him feel a little more at ease in this dark environment. Gradually, Chen Daoxuan's breathing returned to normal. After an unknown amount of time, Luoli's voice rang in Chen Daoxuan's ears again. We're about to enter the black curtain layer of the infinite star sea. Black screen layer? Chen Daoxuan asked. Chapter 116, Do you know why it's called the infinite star sea? In the underwater world of the infinite star sea, it was divided into 3 layers, the surface layer, the black layer, and the starry sea layer below the black layer. After passing through these 3 sea areas, they would enter the real underwater world of the infinite star sea. Compared to the superficial layer, the black screen was truly cold and dark. It was exactly the same as the deep sea world in Chen Daoxuan's previous life. However, unlike the seabed in his previous life, the infinite star sea was too deep. Luoli, who was in the foundation establishment stage, was traveling extremely fast. However, after diving for a full 2 hours, they had not even passed through the black curtain layer. This scene made Chen Daoxuan's heart faintly feel a little creeped out. He had thought that after becoming a cultivator, he would no longer be afraid of the power of nature. However, at this moment, Chen Daoxuan found himself insignificant again in the dark layer of the infinite star sea. The so-called cultivators were just slightly stronger people. In front of this boundless might of heaven and earth, let alone Qi condensation cultivators, even foundation establishment and Zifu disciples were nothing. He seemed to be panicking. Chen Daoxuan could not help but hold Luoli's little hand. This action caused Luoli's body to tremble slightly as she dove down. But very quickly, Luoli, who was blushing, did not say a word. She gently held Chen Daoxuan's right hand. Along the way, the two of them were silent. There was only an indescribable feeling brewing between the two of them. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in Chen Daoxuan's line of sight. That's... Chen Daoxuan looked at the stars below and was at a loss. That's the starry sea layer of the infinite star sea. We've passed through the black screen layer. Luoli breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Obviously, every time they crossed the black layer, even for Luoli, who had lived in the underwater world of the infinite star sea all year round, it was a great psychological pressure. Starry sea layer. Chen Daoxuan felt as if his worldview had been crushed. The underwater world of the infinite star sea was such a magnificent scene. Chen Daoxuan looked shocked. Luoli found it funny. She held Chen Daoxuan's big hand and said, Do you know why it's called the infinite star sea? Is it because of this? Chen Daoxuan pointed at the countless stars below and muttered. Yes. It's because of this. Luoli nodded. All along, Chen Daoxuan thought that the infinite star sea was called the infinite star sea because there were as many islands on the sea as the stars in the sky. Unexpectedly, the underwater world of the infinite star sea really contained a starry sky. So beautiful. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but say. It is beautiful, but also dangerous. Luoli looked at the scene in front of her and replied. Dangerous. Chen Daoxuan turned his head, somewhat confused. Compared to your human world, the underwater world of the infinite star sea is extremely cruel. Sometimes, I envy the fact that your human world has the Qianyuan sword sect. Envy. Chen Daoxuan thought about it carefully and then understood what Luoli meant. For any family cultivator who wanted to strengthen their family, the Qianyuan sword sect was a dark cloud that could not be removed from their heads. However, for itinerant cultivators and cultivators from small families, as well as ordinary people living in the infinite star sea, the Qianyuan sword sect had at least given them the most basic guarantee of survival. Take Guang'an Prefecture as an example. Even though the Chen family was so weak, they were not worried that other families would come to rob them of their family property. The destruction of the Chen family depended on the deterrence of the Qianyuan sword sect. There was also the existence of the Sea Suppressing Hall. If it wasn't for the Sea Suppressing Hall suppressing the alien races in the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea, the races at the bottom of the sea wouldn't dare to make any moves. Every year, the demon beast attacks alone would cause countless mortal cultivators to die. The demon beast attack here was not referring to the demon beast riot in Changping County back then. The demon beast riot in Changping County was all demon beasts like the tiger eye fish that were not ranked. This kind of unranked demonic beast was more like a wild beast than a demonic beast. The Qianyuan sword sect didn't have a good way to manage such beasts. There were too many of them in the Infinite Star Sea. And no matter how they killed, they would not be afraid. Moreover, the reproduction speed of these unranked demonic beasts was astonishing. The Qianyuan sword sect and the major families could only adopt a regular cleaning method to control the number of these low-grade demon beasts. As the two of them continued to dive, Chen Daoxuan finally approached these stars. As he got closer, Chen Daoxuan found that these stars did not have a physical body. They were like clusters of starlight floating in the deep sea world. The bigger ones were as bright as the sun. The small one was like dust, almost invisible. After counting carefully, Chen Daoxuan discovered that there were a total of 7 stars that were as bright as the rising sun. It was these stars that lit up the entire underwater world. In the starry sea layer, Chen Daoxuan seemed to have arrived at a dreamland. Moreover, he realized that as he got closer to the underwater world, the spiritual energy here seemed to become denser and denser. You said that the spiritual energy is dense. Luo Li said shyly, that's because we are not proficient in arrays. We can't use arrays to block the spiritual qi from the spiritual pulse. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan didn't know how to respond. Unexpectedly, the cultivation environment that the itinerant cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea dreamed of was not on land but in the deep sea. It was a pity that itinerant cultivators would never be able to enter the deep sea world to cultivate. Rogue cultivators with low cultivation levels could not enter this place at all. Even if one reached the foundation establishment stage, because they had to maintain the consumption of the water escape technique, they could not cultivate here at all. He wanted to cultivate in the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea without being affected too much. Human cultivators had to be at least at the Golden Core level to be able to do so. When one reached the Golden Core realm, not to mention the fact that they could get more and better resources on the battlefield in the Yun Nation, they would be able to obtain more resources. The high-level spiritual veins in the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea were almost all controlled by the powerful non-humankind. It made Golden Core cultivators flinch. This was because if he wanted to obtain these high-grade spirit veins, he had to exterminate the foreign races that occupied the spirit veins. This way, it would be better to go to the battlefield of the Yun Nation. At least he wasn't fighting alone. Besides, the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea was the foundation of the Qianyuan sword sect. How could a Jindan stage cultivator not see this? 2 hours later, the two of them finally passed through the vast starry sea layer. They had really come to the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea. Luo Li stood on a mountain at the bottom of the sea. After identifying the direction, she held Chen Daoxuan's hand and flew toward the demonic ape mountain. Along the way, Luo Li avoided the spirit veins occupied by the alien tribes with ease. They flew for several hours. The two of them finally arrived at the boundary of the Devil Ape Mountain. As a mountain range with a Tier 3 spirit vein, the Devil Ape Mountain occupied an extremely vast area, reaching thousands of miles in circumference. On the main vein of the Devil Ape Mountain, cave abodes were opened up by the merfolk clansmen. On another mountain range, large numbers of male mermen were entering and exiting the mine. Obviously, they were mining for the Chen family. He looked down. Luo Li stretched out her finger and pointed at the largest cave abode on the main vein. She said, "That's my father's cave abode." Chapter 117, The Origin of the Merman Race. He calmed his mind. The two of them flew towards the Merman clan leader's cave abode. Moments later, the two of them landed in front of Luo Li's father's cave abode. "Let's go." Luo Li turned around and smiled at Chen Daoxuan. "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded and followed behind him. "Daddy, look who I invited." Luo Li said cheerfully as soon as they entered the cave abode. Chen Daoxuan looked around at the furnishings in the cave dwelling. Compared to the cave abodes of human cultivators, the cave abodes of mermen seemed to have a different style. Above the cave abode, it was decorated with water spirit pearls of various sizes, looking like the top of the starry sky. Chen Daoxuan met this merman tribe leader for the second time in the cave abode hall. Compared to the first time he saw him, the merman tribe leader's current condition did not seem too good. Luo Xiaoyuan raised his head, his face pale. He was wrapped in a layer of loose brocade clothes. From the outside, he seemed a little weak. "You're here." Luo Xiaoyuan's voice was terrifyingly hoarse, as if he was on his last breath. However, Chen Daoxuan knew that even though the other party was heavily injured, as a late-stage Zifu disciple, he was still not someone he could speculate on. "Senior, you're..." Luo Xiaoyuan looked up at Luo Li and waved his hand. "Li Er, you can go out first." "Yes, father." Luo Li's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. She was very worried about her father's injuries, but she did not have any good solutions. According to the illustrated guide provided by Chen Daoxuan, she had found a lot of elixirs to treat her father's injuries at the bottom of the sea, but none of them had any effect on her father's injuries. He watched Luo Li leave. Luo Xiaoyuan looked at Chen Daoxuan with a deep gaze and said, "Brat, we meet again." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and said nothing. Luo Xiaoyuan pulled down his loose robe and said to himself, "As you can see, I don't have long to live." Only to see. On Luo Xiaoyuan's chest, the wound that Zhou Mubai had inflicted on him back then had not healed. Instead, it had worsened. A terrifying sword aura circled around the wound on Luo Xiaoyuan's chest. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan also saw that this sword qi was resisting Luo Xiaoyuan's magic power while devouring the other party's magic power to grow stronger. This caused Luo Xiaoyuan to be unable to obliterate this sword qi at all. 3 years of entanglement. Luo Xiaoyuan was almost at the end of his rope. 3 years ago, in order to attack the Demon Ape Mountain, it completely lost control, and the result is like this. Luo Xiaoyuan laughed at himself and put on his robe again. "Do you know why I want to see you?" "Junior doesn't know." "Please tell me, senior." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. As for Luo Xiaoyuan's injuries, he knew better than Luo Xiaoyuan himself since he had received Zhou Mubai's sword art inheritance. This was the damage left behind by the sword intent. This kind of injury was extremely difficult to heal, unless the sword cultivator used his own sword intent to obliterate this sword qi, or let the golden core cultivator use a higher level of magic power to obliterate it bit by bit. Otherwise, if he didn't get rid of this sword qi, even if he took the spirit pill to heal his injuries, his body would still be destroyed by this sword qi. This was also the terrifying aspect of swordsmen. In the past 3 years, our two clans have been trading frequently. Whether it's our weapons, spiritual rice, or even the clothes worn by our clansmen, we all rely on your Chen clan to supply them. Luo Xiaoyuan paused. What's even more ridiculous is that my clan actually used your Chen clan's contribution points. Brat, are you planning to take my clan under your wing and become a vassal of your Chen clan? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart tightened, but there was no fear on his face. He said righteously, "Senior, what do you mean by this? The deal between our two races is all for the benefit of each other. If Senior feels that it is inappropriate to use my Chen clan contribution points, you can exchange them for spirit stones. Don't be in a hurry to quibble. We both know the truth." Luo Xiaoyuan sighed. "Let me ask you, do you really like our merfolk clan?" Chen Daoxuan didn't know what the other party meant and fell silent for a moment. Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything. Luo Xiaoyuan's eyes became misty. "Do you know why I didn't trade with the Yang family or the Wu family? Why did I choose to trade with a small family like the Chen family?" Junior doesn't know. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. He had always been very puzzled about this matter. On the surface, whether it was the Yang family or the Wu family, it was better than the Chen family. After all, the Yang, Wu, and Zhao families were much stronger than the Chen family. Because these few families have their own vassal races, and our merman race doesn't want to become someone else's vassal. Luo Xiaoyuan said faintly. Vassal race. This was the first time he had heard of the secret of the Guang'an prefecture. He could not help but feel curious. That's right, the Yang family's Purple Lightning Snapping Turtle clan and the Wu family's Jade Water Ape clan are their vassal clans. The Zhou family also has a vassal race. It's said to be a golden core race, but I don't know which race it is. Luo Xiaoyuan shook his head. A vassal race. They're called vassals, but they're actually dogs raised by the big families. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart stirred up a great wave. He knew that the cultivation clans in the Infinite Star Sea had a deep foundation, but he didn't expect it to be this deep. In addition to the strength of their own people, they also had interests in the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea. Actually, thinking about it carefully, no one in this world was a fool, especially these big families. If the Chen family could think of something, how could the other families not think of it? Besides, trading with the non-humankind could reap a lot of wealth in the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea. It would be strange if the cultivation families didn't interfere. As for the Chen family, they didn't know at all because they couldn't come into contact with this level at all. Thinking of this, since your merfolk clan has always been captured by the Zhou family, why don't you choose to become their vassal? This way, at least it's better than our clansmen becoming slaves of the Zhou clan. Who knew that when he heard this? Slaves are still of the same race, but vassals are not. Luo Xiaoyuan said faintly. What does senior mean by this? Chen Daoxuan frowned in confusion. Luo Xiaoyuan didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked, do you know the origin of my merfolk clan? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Even though it was rumored that the merfolk race was a branch of the ancient human race, how could he say such an unverified rumor? At least on the surface, the racial characteristics of the human race and the merfolk race were obvious. One had legs, and the other had a fishtail. In ancient times, the demonic beasts were the overlords of this world, and humans were just their food. At that time, in order to survive, the human race had a huge disagreement. One side advocated fighting the demon beasts to the end, while the other side advocated escaping to the deep sea to survive. Countless years passed. The human race, who chose to fight the demon beasts to the end, defeated the demon beasts and became the ruler of this world. The human race that chose to escape to the deep sea gradually lost their human characteristics and grew fish tails. However, they discovered that there are also countless demon beasts in the deep sea world. Moreover, as the humans on land won, more and more demon beast races fled to the deep sea. As a result, it was difficult for this human race to reproduce, and their race became smaller and smaller. At this point, that's right. This branch of the ancient human race is the ancestor of our merfolk race. You and I are of the same race. Unexpectedly, Chen Daoxuan's expression did not change at all when he heard this. Instead, he glanced at the other party's fishtail. Luo Xiaoyuan seemed to have been provoked by Chen Daoxuan's gaze. He immediately became excited. Yes, sir. We did escape back then. However, our ancestors only wanted to survive. They only wanted to preserve a trace of the human bloodline. Our ancestors only wanted to live, they just didn't want to die. What did we do wrong? Cough, cough, cough. Luo Xiaoyuan started coughing violently. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan didn't say a word and just looked at the other party indifferently. That expression definitely didn't look like he was looking at someone of the same race. His cold attitude had completely torn apart the scar in the deepest part of Luo Xiaoyuan's heart. It made him, a dignified late-stage purple prefecture cultivator, feel extremely sorrowful and heartbroken. Different choices led to different fates for different races. One of the two human races became the ruler of this world. On the other hand, even the most basic reproduction and survival had become extremely difficult. However, now, the side that had become the world's ruler no longer thought that the merfolk race was a branch of the human race that shared the same origin as them. Luo Xiaoyuan thought back to when he attacked Guang'an Prefecture. The way those itinerant cultivators looked at him. It was as if he had seen some kind of novel demon beast, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. At the moment of death, Luo Xiaoyuan couldn't help but feel sad. If it was back then, their ancestors would not choose to escape to the deep sea, but choose to fight side by side with the humans on land. How good would that be? After a long time, Luo Xiaoyuan calmed himself down and looked up. Our merfolk clan is willing to become a vassal of your Chen clan. Why? Chen Daoxuan was very puzzled. Although the Chen family was thriving, there were so many big families in Guang'an Prefecture. No matter which one he chose, it would be better than the Chen family. Because of Li Er. Luo Xiaoyuan's eyes dimmed. Miss Luo? Chen Daoxuan frowned, even more confused. Because she told me that you're the only one looking at her like you're not looking at a monster. Luo Xiaoyuan emphasized again. We are not monsters, nor are we aliens. We are humans. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and nodded. Good. On behalf of the Chen family, I accept the loyalty of your merfolk clan. Obtaining the loyalty of the merfolk clan had always been something Chen Daoxuan dreamed of. But for some reason, at this moment, he did not feel the slightest excitement. There was only a hint of sadness. Sometimes, a single wrong step could lead to eternal damnation. Luo Xiaoyuan straightened his body and knelt in front of Chen Daoxuan. He signed a contract and said, I, Luo Xiaoyuan, the clan leader of the Merman clan, swear on behalf of all the members of the Merman clan that from today onwards, I will be loyal to the Chen clan until I die. I, the clan leader of the Chen clan, Chen Daoxuan, accept the allegiance of the Merfolk clan on behalf of my Chen clan. In the air, an invisible contract was formed between the two. The race affinity contract. At this moment, he felt that he had a faint connection with every member of the Merman race. Although this sense could not do anything to the Merman clansmen, it could sense if they were loyal to him. This was the effect of the race affinity contract. He watched as Chen Daoxuan left his cave abode. Li Er, I hope father's choice this time is not wrong. Luo Xiaoyuan sighed silently. Chapter 118, Lotus of Creation. Devil Ape Mountain Range. Following the connection of the subsidiary contract, Chen Daoxuan quickly found Luo Li's location. Far away, Luo Li was lying on a mountaintop that was covered in vegetation and seaweed. Her fair and tender hands were crossed and she was resting her head on the back of her head. She was staring blankly at the huge stars in the starry sea layer. What are you thinking about? Silently, Chen Daoxuan sat beside her. When I was young, I often lay on a rock and looked at the starry sky. At that time, I asked my mother why our clansmen were always fleeing and fighting. Mother told me that in order to survive. A line of tears rolled down her cheeks. I asked mother, what is the meaning of life? She told me that just like how she gave birth to me, I will give birth to even smaller versions of myself in the future. This is the meaning of life. After that, my mother passed away. At this point, Luo Li sobbed. Chen Daoxuan looked at her and hesitated. In the end, he gently placed his hand on her shoulder and comforted her, everything will pass. The human race has endured so many hardships in the ancient times. I believe that your merfolk clan will also welcome a bright day. Upon hearing this, Luo Li raised her head and stared into Chen Daoxuan's eyes with a pair of beautiful, slightly red eyes. Will he die? Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded and looked at the starry sky. Everyone will die. These words seemed to be comforting Luo Li, but also seemed to be comforting himself. She cried for an unknown amount of time. Luo Li was tired from crying and actually fell asleep in Chen Daoxuan's arms. Looking at her tear-stained appearance, Chen Daoxuan felt a hint of pity in his heart. Although the Chen family was struggling. However, they did not know that the life of the Chen family was the dream of the merman who lived in the deep-sea world. 2 hours later, Luo Li woke up slowly. When she realized that she was lying in Chen Daoxuan's arms, her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. However, she immediately thought of something and her face turned pale again. As a member of the race that had signed the subsidiary contract, Luo Li could feel the faint connection between her and Chen Daoxuan. Lord! Master! She shouted this word awkwardly. No need. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Just call me by my name. However, Luo Li's expression was unusually firm. He shook his head and said, the etiquette cannot be abandoned, and the rules cannot be broken. Since my Merman race is a subordinate race of the Chen family, from today onwards, you are my master. However, before that, I want to be impudent one last time. As she spoke, she looked at Chen Daoxuan with a hint of anticipation. Good. Although he did not know what Luo Li meant by presumptuous, he could not bear to reject this girl who had a tragic fate. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't reject her, Luo Li happily grabbed Chen Daoxuan's right hand and flew in a certain direction. Come with me. Seeing her in such a hurry, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but laugh. It was true that he couldn't change his personality no matter what. Slow down. Good, good, good. It's just in front. After a while, the two of them came to a huge basin in the Devil Ape Mountain. This place was equivalent to a plain in the underwater world. On this plain, there were many strange lotus flowers. These lotuses were white in color, and under the illumination of the starlight, they emitted a strange luster. They were extremely beautiful. Even Chen Daoxuan could not help but sigh at how rare this beautiful scenery was. Seeing how Chen Daoxuan was shocked by the beautiful scenery in front of him, Luo Li giggled and said, "This is a unique spiritual plant in the underwater world of the infinite star sea. We call it the Lotus of Fate. Unfortunately, it's not the spiritual medicine in the illustrated book you gave me." At this point, Luo Li's pretty face revealed a trace of regret. Spirit plants? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart moved slightly. Any kind of undiscovered spirit plant had a huge effect. The only difference was whether this effect had been developed by cultivators. This was a sentence recorded in the alchemy inheritance left behind by the female cultivator of the Yun nation. Chen Daoxuan agreed. There were no useless spirit herbs, only spirit herbs that he had not found the specific usage of. It's clearly a white lotus. Why is it called the Lotus of Creation? Chen Daoxuan looked at Luo Li strangely and asked. Just watch. Luo Li smiled mysteriously. In the next moment, she suddenly flew to the center of the lotus sea. She lifted a stream of true essence with her right hand and threw it into the air. Instantly, countless fine true essence scattered towards the lotus on the ground. After the white lotus of fate came into contact with Luo Li's ethereal force, it immediately emitted a different kind of brilliance. For a moment, colorful lights filled the air, reflecting the starlight under the starry sky, making Luo Li look like a goddess under the moon. Looking at this beautiful scene, Chen Daoxuan only felt his heart being fiercely touched. Under the starry sky, the two of them looked at each other silently. Luo Li did not say those words out loud in the end. So beautiful. Chen Daoxuan sighed. What did you say? I said it was beautiful. Luo Li smiled happily like a child. Just as Luo Li was doing her best to scatter her vital essence, Chen Daoxuan discovered something different about the Lotus of Fate. Chen Daoxuan discovered that the Lotus of Fate was actually absorbing Luo Li's vital essence. This discovery immediately made Chen Daoxuan's heart surge with ecstasy. What happened to you? Luo Li stopped what she was doing and flew toward Chen Daoxuan when she saw the smile on Chen Daoxuan's face turn into ecstasy. As Luo Li stopped spraying her vital essence, the Lotus of Fate did not lose its luster immediately. It still looked radiant. I'm fine. Chen Daoxuan stared intently at one of the lotuses of creation and carefully observed it. Luo Li, let me ask you. This Lotus of Fate can absorb your ethereal force, right? That's right. Unfortunately, this kind of spirit plant had no other use other than absorbing the true essence of cultivators. The true essence absorbed by it will be stored for a period of time before being slowly absorbed by itself and turned into nutrients for growth. Luo Li said matter-of-factly. It was useless. Upon hearing Luo Li's evaluation, the corner of Chen Daoxuan's mouth twitched violently. Luo Li actually said that this thing was useless. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daoxuan calmed his excited mood. Then, he pulled out a lotus of creation. What surprised Chen Daoxuan was that this lotus of creation was actually not pulled apart by him. One had to know that apart from being a qi condensation cultivator, Chen Daoxuan also cultivated a body tempering technique. He had the terrifying power to cripple the blue dragon with a single step. Now, he couldn't even pluck a single lotus. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan became even more interested in this spirit plant. He took out the flying snow sword and cut off the lotus of creation along with its roots. Holding the lotus of fate in his hand, Chen Daoxuan realized that it had not returned to its original white color. Every time you inject true essence into it, how long will it take for this true essence to dissipate? However, Luo Li shook her head. It won't dissipate. It will only be absorbed by it. What if I don't let it absorb it? Chen Daoxuan's voice trembled slightly. Luoli tilted her head and said timidly, then it will save it. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan pulled Luoli into his arms and kissed her on her pretty face. He said excitedly, I really love you to death. Chapter 119, Forging a Life-Bound Magical Treasure. Miss Luo, take care. Chen Daoxuan waved at Luoli, but the latter jumped into the sea and ignored him. He awkwardly withdrew his right hand. Chen Daoxuan knew very well that he had just played the hooligan and Luoli was angry with him. His actions in the underwater world were enough for him to be imprisoned for 7 days in his previous life, let alone in this relatively conservative world. He got carried away. Chen Daoxuan finally understood the meaning of this word. However, when he thought of the pile of lotuses of creation in his storage bag, he couldn't care less about anything else. After identifying the direction, Chen Daoxuan flew towards Shuanghu Island. When Chen Daoxuan returned to Shuanghu Island, it was already late at night. He flew back to his spiritual residence alone. He arrived at his exclusive refining room. Chen Daoxuan impatiently took out the lotus of creation from his storage bag. Previously, in the underwater world, Chen Daoxuan didn't have time to observe carefully. After returning to Shuanghu Island, Chen Daoxuan discovered that the white lotus of fate was actually glowing with specks of starlight. Seeing these specks of starlight, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of the starry sea layer in the underwater world of the infinite star sea. The unusually beautiful underwater starry sky made Chen Daoxuan feel incomparably shocked. He threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Chen Daoxuan picked up a lotus of creation. The Danshan pressure stabilizer that he had envisioned had to be forged according to the method of a life-bound magical treasure. Compared to ordinary magic tools, creating a life-bound magic tool only had one more special step, which was to fuse with the owner's blood essence. As long as he completed this special step, there wasn't much difference between an ordinary magic tool and a life-bound magic tool. Of course, it was not an easy task to fuse the blood essence. The magic tool must be adjusted according to the specific situation of the owner of the magic tool to adapt to the fusion of the blood essence. Therefore, he had no choice. A weapon craftsman who forged a life-bound magical treasure must know everything about the owner of the life-bound magical treasure like the back of his hand. As an armament master, it was naturally easy for Chen Daoxuan to forge a life-bound magical weapon for himself. Now, he had found the main materials to refine the Danshan pressure stabilizer. The only thing left was how to design this magic tool. Regarding this matter, Chen Daoxuan, who had already created the melting spirit stove, was not without experience. He immediately injected a stream of true qi into the lotus of creation. In the next second, with the infusion of true qi, the starlight on the lotus of creation became especially dazzling. The more true qi he injected, the brighter the light emitted by the lotus of creation. However, no matter how much Chen Daoxuan injected, the lotus of fate was like a bottomless container that absorbed all of Chen Daoxuan's genuine qi. Chen Daoxuan knew this spirit plant definitely had a capacity limit. However, the total amount of true qi in his qi sea was far from the capacity of the lotus of creation. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan thought of another problem. When he reached the foundation establishment stage, after the genuine qi tempered by the sword intent transformed into genuine vitality, the quality would definitely be very high, even comparable to the sword origin of the foundation establishment stage. Then how could Chen Daoxuan be sure that the Danshan pressure stabilizer he had created could contain so much true qi or true essence? This was no laughing matter. If he couldn't test the capacity of this Danshan pressure stabilizer, then, when he reached the foundation establishment stage, he would face great risks. He thought about it. He had to find a foundation building cultivator to be his tool to test the capacity of this magic tool. For some reason, what flashed in his mind was not a certain human foundation building cultivator, but Luoli. Not only was Luoli a foundation building cultivator, but she was also in the later stage of the foundation building realm. It could be said that she was very talented. In Luo Xiaoyuan's words, his daughter was born in the merfolk clan and was delayed. Otherwise, he might already be a Zifu disciple. However, he had just offended them, and now he was looking for help. Chen Daoxuan felt that it was a little difficult to say. Forget it. Let's forge this magical artifact first before we test its performance. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. His consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness. The 10 stardusts revolved around the golden scripture. Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and fused the 10 stardusts together. In the next moment, the familiar epiphany came again. After the time for an incense stick to burn. By the time Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes again, he had a certain degree of confidence in creating the Danshan pressure reducers. He took out a lotus of creation. He used his Genkai to engrave array patterns on its surface. As the array patterns were engraved, the spirituality on the lotus of creation continued to flow along with the array patterns. 1 layer of formation pattern, 2 layers of formation pattern, 3 layers. The formation patterns were stacked to the 3rd layer. The spirituality on the lotus of creation instantly dissipated. I failed. Chen Daoxuan looked at the crippled lotus of fate and said with a headache, this control array is simply too difficult to fix. It has to control the lotus of fate's absorption of true qi and feed its master. He also had to control it so that it wouldn't completely absorb his true energy as nutrients. Finally, it has to be superimposed on the other array patterns. Rubbing his swollen head, Chen Daoxuan tried again. He failed again and again. The number of lotuses of creation in front of him also decreased. 10 days, 20 days, a month. Days passed. Chen Daoxuan, who was immersed in his research, was unable to notice the passage of time. Even when Chen Xianhe returned to the clan to retrieve his flying sword, he didn't bother to greet him. Half a year later. In the refining room. Chen Daoxuan stared intently at the lotus of creation in front of him. This was the 3rd time he had taken the lotus of fate from Luoli. The 3 large storage bags of the lotus of creation had all become trash in his experiments. However, after such a long time, after countless experiments, adjustments, and epiphanies, Chen Daoxuan had finally finalized the formation patterns of this magic tool. This scene. If other second-tier armament masters saw this, they would simply be shocked. This was because everyone was following the refining method in the refining inheritance step by step, while Chen Daoxuan directly jumped to the step of creating new spiritual artifacts. Generally speaking, refiners who could create new magic tools were all masters with extremely high refining skills. Moreover, even a grandmaster craftsman like him could not create a magic tool in just half a year. Every magic tool was created. It would definitely be accompanied by decades or even a lifetime of hard work of a refiner. How could he be like Chen Daoxuan? In half a year, he had created a magic tool. Moreover, it was a heaven-defying magical treasure like the Danshan pressure protector. Chen Daoxuan knew very well what this kind of magic tool meant. Not only could he become a legendary sword cultivator, but it also meant that there would be no problems for the Chen family's disciples to build their foundation in the future. As long as the disciples of the Chen family reached the peak of the aura refining realm before the age of 60, they would all be able to successfully build their foundation. And reaching the peak of the aura refining realm before the age of 60, even if it was a cultivator with low spiritual roots who enjoyed the basic resources provided by the Chen family, there would be no problem. Chapter 120, Don't be afraid. In the refining room, Chen Daoxuan looked at the Danshan pressure regulator that he had painstakingly built and felt a sense of accomplishment bursting in his heart. This Danshan pressure stabilizer, which was made with the lotus of fate as the main material, was not a life-bound magical treasure, but an ordinary magical treasure. Or rather, this was Chen Daoxuan's experimental subject. Since the life-bound magic weapon could only be used by the master himself, it naturally could not be used for experiments. As long as the experiment on the pressure regulator was successful, Chen Daoxuan would be able to forge a natal Danshan pressure regulator according to the method of forging a natal magical weapon. At that time, Chen Daoxuan would be able to boldly comprehend sword intent, temper his Genkai, and strive to become a legendary sword cultivator. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's fatigue from studying magic tools for half a year was swept away, and he was filled with fighting spirit. Redwood Island, sea overlooking pavilion. Chen Daoxuan smiled and took out the Danshan pressure regulator that he had made and handed it to Luoli. Chen Daoxuan, is this the thing you said last time that you wanted me to experiment on? Half a year passed. The little grudge between him and Luoli had long disappeared with Chen Daoxuan's words. Now, his relationship with Luoli had resumed. No. To be precise, it was still a little different from before. For example, Luo Li never mentioned calling him master again. She called him by his name every time. Yes. Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. You just need to inject your true essence into it. Luo Li took the magical equipment that looked like the lotus of fate from him. She tilted her head and said, what speed should I use to inject my true essence into it? Yes. Forget it, come home with me. Chen Daoxuan thought for a while. Ah. Luo Li was caught off guard by Chen Daoxuan's words. However, Chen Daoxuan didn't care so much. He held her hand and rode the wind in the direction of Shuanghu Island. During this period, worried that the mortals in the clan would see it, Chen Daoxuan even placed an invisibility talisman on Luo Li's body. Not long after, Luo Li landed in the courtyard of Chen Daoxuan's spiritual residence. Luo Li's eyes lit up when she saw the spiritual pond in the courtyard. With a plop, she dove into the spiritual pond. Stop playing around. Help me test this magical artifact first. Chen Daoxuan was speechless as he watched Luo Li happily swimming around in the spirit pool. Crash! Luo Li came out of the spirit pool and said, all right, give me the ritual implement. Chen Daoxuan threw the ritual implement to her and instructed, follow my instructions and inject your vital essence. For the first time, use half of your speed to inject your vital essence into this magic tool. Don't stop until I tell you to. I know. Luo Li nodded. Then, she looked at the lotus-shaped magical equipment in her hand with a serious expression. Taking a deep breath, he poured the true essence in his body into the magic tool in front of him. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. About 2 hours later, Luo Li's pretty face was covered in fine beads of sweat. The lotus-shaped magical equipment in front of her eyes was also emitting a crimson color, as if it would melt at any moment. All right, stop! Chen Daoxuan shouted. Hearing this shout, Luo Li instantly stopped. How is it? How much true qi do you have left in your body? Luo Li carefully sensed the sea of qi in her danshan and replied, there's less than 30% of true essence left. Less than 30%. Chen Daoxuan muttered, including the fact that you're in the spirit pool and are constantly recovering your true essence, that means that the true essence you injected into this Dharma artifact is 90% of the true essence in your danshan. At this point, Chen Daoxuan's tone revealed a hint of excitement. He thought about it carefully. Why don't you stay at my place for the next few days, he continued. Ah! When Luo Li heard this request, her pretty face blushed and she was at a loss. It's like this. The following experiments might be a little dangerous, so I've decided to forge a life spirit armor for you first to ensure your safety. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan looked at Luo Li with a burning gaze. It was as if he had set his eyes on an excellent research subject. You. What do you want? Seeing Chen Daoxuan's burning gaze, Luo Li's cultivation was obviously one realm higher than his, but for some reason, she felt a little scared. Don't be afraid, I'm just a 9th Qi layer cultivator, are you worried that I'll harm a late foundation establishment stage cultivator like you? Who's afraid? Luo Li said, trying to be brave. It's good that you're not afraid. Chen Daoxuan's lips curled into a smile. 3 days later, Luo Li put on the natal spiritual armor that Chen Daoxuan had tailored for her. She looked at Chen Daoxuan and said, tell me, what do you plan to do today? Let's continue the experiment from last time today. We'll inject genuine qi into this magical artifact at the same speed as last time. Good. Luo Li, who was wearing her natal spiritual armor, took a deep breath and injected genuine qi into the lotus-shaped magical equipment. An hour later, the lotus-shaped magical treasure in front of him was already so bright that it was almost daytime, but it did not explode. Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt. This thing was truly worthy of being a second-tier low-grade magic tool. Even the true essence of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could not fill it up. If he could upgrade it to a high-grade level 2 or even a level 3 magic tool, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Thinking of this, let's continue. Chen Daoxuan continued, recover your true essence first. We'll continue later. Yes. Luo Li, who was wearing her spiritual armor, dived into the spiritual pond to recover her vital essence without saying a word. About 8 to 10 hours later, having recovered her vital essence, Luo Li continued to repeat the experiment. This was repeated 3 times. This lotus-shaped magical treasure had already stored 3 times the true essence of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Alright. Stop. Chen Daoxuan felt that there was no need to continue this experiment. A late-stage foundation building cultivator had 3 times the vital essence, even though Luo Li's cultivation was slightly different from that of a human cultivator. However, no matter how big the difference was, it was at least 3 times the true essence of a human cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. This time, Luo Li did not seem to have heard Chen Daoxuan's order. The speed at which she withdrew her vital essence was slightly slower. In the next moment, a colorless flame ignited on the lotus-shaped magic tool. Then, a beam of light shot into the sky. The shock wave brought by the light beam sent Luo Li, who was the closest to it, flying. Chen Daoxuan immediately summoned his natal spiritual armor. In addition, he was standing quite far away, so he did not suffer too much impact. The pillar of light that soared into the sky only stopped after 3 breaths. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Daoxuan crawled up from the ground in a sorry state. Compared to him, Luo Li was in an even more sorry state. Fortunately, Luo Li was protected by her natal spiritual armor. In addition, the beam of light just now was directed at the sky, so she did not suffer any harm. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. However, this courtyard was almost completely destroyed. Fortunately, all of Miss Chen's young maidservants in the spiritual residence had been sent home today. Otherwise, it would have probably caused quite a number of casualties. Are you all right? I'm fine. Luo Li quickly flew up, but the panic in her eyes could not be concealed. It's good that you're fine. Don't be afraid. Let's continue with the next experiment. After he finished speaking, ignoring Luo Li's frightened expression, Chen Daoxuan took out another lotus-shaped magical equipment from his storage bag. Chapter 121, Second Grade White Lotus of Fate. Shuanghu Island Port. Chen Daoxuan felt a little awkward as he watched Luo Li escape back into the sea without looking back. Looking at her like this, there was probably no way he could ask her to do similar experiments again. However, he had finally succeeded in refining the Danshan pressure protector. Chen Daoxuan looked at the lotus-shaped magic tool in his hand and suddenly became excited. According to this experiment, Chen Daoxuan's test result was that this second-tier low-grade magic tool could store at most 3 times the true essence of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, Luo Li had injected her vital essence into it at her fastest speed, but it did not affect it at all. In that case, as long as he could refine this lotus-shaped magical treasure into a life-preserving magical treasure, he would definitely be able to solve the problem of the expansion of the Danshan Sea of Qi during the foundation establishment stage. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't wait to fly back to his spiritual residence. Not long after, Chen Daoxuan, who was flying in the sky, took a look at the devastated courtyard of the spiritual residence. Shaking his head, he flew towards the refining room. Stepping into the refining room, Chen Daoxuan took out a Tier 2 high-grade lotus of creation. After taking a deep breath, he began to focus on refining his second life-bound magical treasure. Time passed little by little during the process of refining the magic tool. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On a white lotus, countless mysterious array patterns mixed with Chen Daoxuan's blood essence slowly fused into the lotus. After a while, both of them merged into the white lotus. Only the white lotus flower that was glowing with spiritual light was left spinning slowly in the air. Success! Looking at the white lotus floating in front of him, Chen Daoxuan was extremely excited. In all seriousness, this was the second magic tool he had created. To a certain extent, the significance of this magic tool was definitely not inferior to the harmonious spirit stove. If the harmonious spirit stove gave the Chen family cultivators a shortcut to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources, then this Danshan pressure-reducing magical treasure gave all the cultivators of the Chen family hope to build their foundation. One had to know. A cultivator's breakthrough in a major realm did not depend on their spirit root. This was also the only relatively fair aspect of a cultivator's cultivation. In other words, there was no essential difference between cultivators with low and high spiritual roots when they broke through to the foundation establishment realm. The spiritual root was only related to the speed of cultivation. In this way, a treasure that could increase the probability of a cultivator reaching the foundation establishment realm was very important. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the elite disciples of the large families had to be careful when they built their foundation. In addition to preparing foundation establishment pills for them, they would also prepare other treasures to assist in foundation establishment to ensure that the elite disciples of the clan would succeed in foundation establishment. However, this kind of treatment could not be popularized. One had to know that the price of a foundation establishment pill was already as high as 40,000 to 50,000 spirit stones. If they wanted to make up for the last 10 to 20% chance of reaching the foundation establishment realm, the price would be nearly 10 times higher, reaching hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Such a terrifying price would only be used by the most elite descendants of the clan like Zhou Mubai. As for the other ordinary clansmen, it would already be good if they could obtain a foundation establishment pill. However, no matter what, a big family was stronger than a small family. This was because not only could their foundation establishment pills be purchased at the internal price, but they could also borrow spirit stones from the clan to purchase them. His divine sense moved slightly. The white lotus-shaped magic tool turned into a ray of spiritual light and rushed straight to Chen Daoxuan's danshan. In the next moment, Chen Daoxuan sank his consciousness into his danshan. He discovered that in his danshan, a small ling armor and a white lotus flower were circling in the center of the sea of vital energy. Amongst them, the white lotus was located in the center of the sea of qi, and the ling armor was revolving around the white lotus. It seemed that the two of them were getting along very well. Within his qi sea, traces of true energy floated around the white lotus like white mist. However, the white lotus did not take the initiative to absorb genuine qi without Chen Daoxuan's order. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan was very satisfied. He had finally refined the lotus of fate into a qualified life-bound magical treasure. Absorbing and replenishing true qi required the master to give the order. It would not be like before, where the master would take the initiative to absorb true qi and true essence. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan immediately injected his genuine qi into the white lotus magical treasure. Due to the use of the second-tier superior grade lotus of creation, the white lotus-shaped magic tool that Chen Daoxuan refined actually reached the second-tier middle grade. It was even a skit level higher than the magical treasure he had experimented on. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was because his refining skills were not up to par, and the array patterns he had created for this life-bound magical treasure were not advanced enough. As a result, the grade of the magic tool did not reach level 2 high grade. But no matter what, a second-tier middle-grade life-bound magic artifact was the most valuable magic artifact in Chen Daoxuan's possession. Under Chen Daoxuan's orders, the white lotus absorbed the genuine qi in Chen Daoxuan's danshan. In less than 10 minutes, the genuine qi in Chen Daoxuan's danshan was almost completely absorbed by the white lotus. He looked at the empty danshan and sea of qi. Chen Daoxuan's slightly pale face immediately revealed an excited expression. Next, I'll try to get it to feed its true qi back to the danshan sea of qi. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan gave another order to the white lotus. In the next second, a large amount of true qi surged towards the danshan qi sea. In a moment, the danshan qi sea was filled up again. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan was so excited that he was somewhat speechless. This life-bound magical treasure, apart from acting as a pressure reliever for the danshan when breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, had another important function. That was to store true qi and increase the endurance of a cultivator's battle. Just think about it. If every cultivator of the Chen clan had such a magic tool. During the battle, the others thought that the Chen clan cultivator had exhausted all his genkai, but in the end, the Chen clan cultivator suddenly attacked his opponent ruthlessly. What kind of scene would it be? Looking at the white lotus that was constantly spinning in his danshan, Chen Daoxuan was more and more satisfied. For this magical treasure, he had spent more than a year in total. Furthermore, he had spent most of his epiphany opportunities on this magic tool. He even delayed his own cultivation of the sword and teaching Chen Daoku, Chen Daolan, and the others how to refine weapons and pills. However, everyone knew that Chen Daoxuan was busy with something very important. They all began to learn the knowledge of refining and alchemy based on Professor Chen Daoxuan's foundation. Especially Chen Daoku. After 2 years of blacksmithing, his blacksmithing skills were much higher than the young cultivators of the Dao generation. Hence, he decided to do it. He had actually become the artifact refinement teacher of these young cultivators, experiencing the feeling of being a teacher in advance. In the refining room, Chen Daoxuan stood up. He stretched his muscles and bones, and a bright smile appeared on his face. What name should I give you? Chen Dao looked at the white magical equipment in his dantian and pondered for a moment. The third layer of the lotus flower is the first grade, but you have 6 layers. That means you're the second grade. I'll call you the second grade White Lotus of Fate. Chapter 122, Changping's First Cultivation Primary School. Lai was filled with excitement. Chen Daoxuan walked out of the refining room. On the way, he saw a group of craftsmen repairing the courtyard that had been damaged by his experiment. After some thought, he walked towards the group of craftsmen. He had been in charge of the family all these years. Whether it was the mortals or cultivators in the clan, they all had a deep impression of him, the young clan leader of the Chen clan. He saw Chen Daoxuan. Everyone was prepared to kneel down and salute him. Greetings, young patriarch. There's no need to be so polite. As soon as he finished speaking, before everyone could kneel down, they were lifted up by a gentle breeze and involuntarily stood up straight. Everyone was both respectful and fearful of the clan leader, the immortal master. After bowing, they all stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. Let me ask you, where is your general, Chen Biwang? At this moment, a man in his 30s stood up and said boldly, Lord Chen has been busy building the clan school. He should be at the construction site. All right, you guys continue with your work. Yes, young clan leader. Seeing that everyone bowed and accepted the order, Chen Daoxuan flew in the direction of the clan school. The Chen clan school was Changping's first cultivation primary school. It had already taken more than 2 years to build it. The reason why it took so long? It was because the Chen family's craftsmen had been in charge of the construction of the school from the beginning to the end. No cultivators had participated in it. The cultivators of the Chen family were basically like radishes and pits. They could not spare any manpower to help Chen Biwang build the school. In addition to building the school, Chen Biwang also wanted to build 108 independent courtyards as the accommodation for the first batch of cultivators of the Fu generation. These 108 courtyards were basically built near the spirit vein and spirit eye. This was also to make it easier for cultivators of the Fu generation to cultivate. So much work. For the few craftsmen in the Chen family, it was already a huge workload. If not for the fact that everyone had more or less cultivated martial arts and had internal energy, they would not have been able to withstand such intense labor. Fortunately, after more than 2 years, the main campus of the school was finally completed. When Chen Daoxuan descended, when he saw the words Changping First Cultivation Primary School written on the stone tablet in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. This place would be the cradle of the Chen family's rise. After that, there would be more and more cradles like this. Sweeping with his divine sense, Chen Daoxuan noticed Chen Biwang and Chen Daoku, who were surrounded by the crowd. After a while, Chen Daoku seemed to have sensed something and looked at Chen Daoxuan's flying figure. Young clan leader, have you come out of seclusion? When Chen Daoku saw Chen Daoxuan, his face was filled with surprise. More than a year had passed. Chen Daoku had also grown taller, and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the aura refining realm, becoming a late-stage aura refining cultivator. Chen Daoxuan nodded his head when he saw the rapid improvement in his cultivation. Not bad, it seems that you haven't been slacking off during this period of time. Hehe. After finally being praised by Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoku scratched his head in embarrassment. Then, Chen Daoxuan looked at the white-haired Chen Biwang with a smile and said respectfully, General Chen, you've worked hard. It's not hard, it's not hard. It's just a pity that I feel that my days are running out. I'm afraid that after this school is built, I won't be able to do anything for the young clan leader and the clan. Chen Biwang's expression darkened. Don't say that. Chen Daoxuan consoled him, what you did was not a meager effort. Your contribution to my Chen family is not lower than anyone else's. If you hadn't built houses, paved roads, built schools, and built all kinds of buildings for the clansmen day and night, my Chen family members didn't have such a scene. Although you are not a cultivator, you have helped our Chen family to lay a solid foundation for development. Then, he cupped his hands and bowed to Chen Bei. Thank you on behalf of the family. Hearing this, Chen Baiwang's eyes were swollen, and he could not help but cover his face with his sleeve and cry. He looked at the white-haired old man. From now on, all members of the Chen clan who have made sufficient contributions to the clan can enter the Chen clan's ancestral hall and enjoy the clan's worship forever. Chen Daoxuan announced in front of everyone. All. Hearing this, Chen Baiwang could not believe his ears. It had always been the common understanding of the infinite star sea and even the entire immortal cultivation world that mortals and cultivators could not be placed side by side. In the eyes of cultivators, mortals were just tools for reproduction, the most useless of the lowest. Whether it was production or martial strength, mortals did not have any advantage. It could even be said that they were a burden. Although the Zhou clan had tens of millions of mortals, most of them had to rely on the Zhou clan cultivators to protect them and even feed them. How could such a mortal be respected by cultivators? But at this moment, Chen Bei looked at Chen Daoxuan and could feel the respect that the high and mighty immortal master had for him. He had never experienced such respect before. It made him tremble from the depths of his soul. This old man thanks young clan leader for your grace. The white-haired Chen Baiwang was about to kneel down when Chen Daoxuan pulled him back. General Chen, you don't have to do this. Chen Daoxuan said gently. Only Chen Bei was left standing there with tears of gratitude. After a long time, after calming down, Chen Bei looked at Chen Daoxuan and introduced, young clan leader, look, the area under our feet was built according to your requirements. Before Chen Daoxuan arrived, he had already flown around the campus. He had a rough idea of the school's appearance. After listening to Chen Baiwang's introduction, the impression of this school became even deeper. All in all, this was a primary school that was very similar to Chen Daoxuan's previous life. Even the class division was very similar to his previous life. He had no choice. The Chen family had a limited number of teachers, so it was impossible for them to do one-on-one teaching. They could only implement the method of teaching in large classes. Fortunately, everyone was a cultivator, so there was no problem that no one could see or hear, or that the teacher could not take care of everything. Moreover, there was another advantage to studying in a large class. It could stimulate the students to compete with each other. It made everyone put in more effort in their cultivation, learning all kinds of alchemy, and refining knowledge. Coupled with the Chen family's supporting resource supply system, it was believed that very few cultivators of the Fu generation would spend 3 days fishing and 2 days drying their nets. Of course, if such a lazy cultivator really appeared, Chen Daoxuan would not be polite to him. He could just give up on him. In the future, there would be more and more cultivators of the Fu generation. The first batch alone had more than 100 people. Chen Daoxuan couldn't expect every cultivator of the Fu generation to be successful. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, this was unrealistic. Accompanied by Chen Baiwang, Chen Daoxuan toured the entire school. Changping's first cultivation primary school was Chen Baiwang's masterpiece. The only unfortunate thing was, Chen Baiwang was a mortal and did not know anything about arrays. In this aspect, he still had to ask Chen Daoxuan, this array formation expert, to take action. General Chen, leave the rest of the array formation to me. You guys just need to build the student dormitory courtyard. Yes, young patriarch. Chen Baiwang cupped his hands. Chapter 123, Reign of Sword Intent. In the following days, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation became very regular. Other than teaching Chen Daoku, Chen Daolan, and the others about refining weapons and alchemy, he was also a teacher. All that was left was to comprehend spells and Dao patterns to improve his sword Dao realm. As time passed, Chen Daoxuan's progress in the wind sword Dao was getting bigger and bigger until he reached the point where he could not make any progress. On the surface of the sea not far from Shuanghu Island, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged in the air. In front of him, there were 2 flying swords revolving around them. They were Chen Daoxuan's flying swords, Flying Snow and Cheng Ying. Suddenly, with Chen Daoxuan as the center, drizzling rain began to fall within a radius of 1,000 feet. The curtain of rain connected with the seawater, making splashing sounds. This was the phenomenon of the sword chi of the wind and rain sword technique turning into rain. In the curtain of rain, white marks shuttled back and forth. This was the killing move of the wind overturning rain sword, formed by the shadow-bearing sword. Compared to a year ago, when he did not obtain Zhou Mubai's sword Dao Jade Slip. When Chen Daoxuan used the white mark formed by the Cheng Ying sword again, he felt that both his power and speed had reached a new level. Back then, when he killed the female cultivator from the Yun nation, if he had reached his current sword Dao realm, he definitely wouldn't have fought for so long. At most 3 swords. He would be able to break through the other party's true essence shield. Feeling the white mark that had reached its limit, Chen Daoxuan silently withdrew the flying snow Cheng Ying dual swords. After fusing with the wind Dao pattern, the power of the wind chasing sword technique has already increased to its limit. Now, the only thing left is the water Dao pattern. Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months, he had a total of 9 chances to gain enlightenment. It allowed Chen Daoxuan to cultivate 2 level 1 water element spells to perfection, and he also comprehended water element runes to a certain level. He could already try to fuse it with his sword Dao. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan controlled the 10 stardusts in his sea of consciousness to collide together. In the next second, his consciousness flew higher and higher, and his comprehension of the water element sword path became deeper and deeper. After the time for an incense stick to burn, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes. I see. No wonder Zhou Mubai said that everyone who cultivates the sword techniques of the Qian Yuan sword sect can eventually comprehend sword intent. It's just that the difficulty of comprehending sword intent varies. If I focused on the wind-chasing sword technique or overflow rain sword technique, it would be even more difficult for me to comprehend sword essence. Fortunately, the upper limit of the wind-chasing sword technique and the overflow rain sword technique is much higher than the wind-chasing sword technique and the overflow rain sword technique, which reduces the difficulty of my comprehension of sword essence. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan grinned. It had been more than 4 years since he obtained the primordial Dao Enlightenment Scripture's ability to store comprehension. Chen Daoxuan was now exactly 20 years old. 4 years. He had invested most of his epiphany opportunities into comprehending sword Dao. So it was. Only then did he comprehend the profoundness of the sword essence. From this, one could see how difficult it was to comprehend sword essence and become a sword cultivator. This was also the reason why sword immortal Guang'an, Zhou Mubai, was so famous that he was able to enter the Zifu disciple rankings. Chen Daoxuan leaped up. They flew towards the port of Shuanghu Island. About 100 miles away from Shuanghu Island, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea again. Flying snow and shadow-bearing flew out of his storage pouch. Looking at the 2 flying swords, Chen Daoxuan revealed a confident expression. He knew that he was only a hair's breadth away from comprehending sword essence. The so-called half-step into the threshold of sword intent back then seemed so ridiculous to him at this moment. Back then, he had only cultivated normal sword scriptures to the point where he could not advance any further. He did not think of using spells to comprehend Dao, nor did he know how to fuse Dao with the sword. At this moment, a curtain of rain appeared again. Compared to the previous rain curtain of sword Qi, the rain curtain surrounding Chen Daoxuan seemed to be more lively. Not only that. The next moment, a white mark appeared in the rain. The white mark continued to move through the rain. In the end, the rain of sword Qi suddenly disappeared. Between heaven and earth, all that was left was a new curtain of rain formed by white marks. The sword strikes like a breeze like a rain, and a rain of sword intent. I see. Chen Daoxuan smiled. More and more terrifying white marks surrounded Chen Daoxuan, as if they wanted to tear everything that entered this world into pieces. In the next moment, the white mark disappeared and turned into a rain of sword Qi. The 2 changed so freely that it was difficult to deal with them. In the past, the white mark formed by the Cheng Ying sword was the greatest killing move of Chen Daoxuan's wind and rain sword. And after comprehending the rain sword essence, this greatest killing move actually turned into an ordinary white rain curtain. The change in power produced by this was more than 10 times stronger. What was even more terrifying was that sword intent had the ability to temper a cultivator's true Qi, true essence, and magic power. Once Chen Daoxuan's genuine Qi was tempered by the sword intent of the Rain of Threads, the quality of his genuine Qi would definitely rise to a higher level. He wasn't sure if it was comparable to the true essence of a foundation establishment cultivator, but it was definitely several times more powerful than that of an ordinary qi condensation cultivator. Otherwise, Zhou Mubai wouldn't have respected this kind of swordsman so much. Comprehending sword intent, forging a second-grade White Lotus of Fate. Chen Daoxuan had already completed 2 preparations before foundation establishment. What was left was to rely on the accumulation of time and effort to polish his true qi until it was in a state of perfect integration. This was a painstaking effort. Cultivators were not even required to cultivate in seclusion all day long. They could polish their true qi bit by bit in their daily lives. In fact, after more than a year of polishing his true qi, he had been able to refine his true qi. Chen Daoxuan realized that the speed at which he polished his true qi was relatively fast. It would only take about a year at most. He should be able to reach the realm mentioned in the returning origin technique, where he could not advance and was completely integrated. However, before that, he still had to temper his Danshan's true qi with the silk rain sword intent. He had worked so hard to comprehend the sword essence at the meditational level precisely for this opportunity to temper his genuine qi. Chen Daoxuan would never miss this opportunity. He returned to the courtyard of the spiritual mansion. The courtyard that was almost destroyed during the last experiment was restored to its original appearance. Chen Daoxuan even made a little change according to his preferences. For example, he expanded the area of the spirit pond by 3 times. Of course, to expand the area of the spirit pond, one needed to have enough spirit qi. Fortunately, there were not many cultivators in the Chen family, so the spiritual energy consumed by the spiritual vein every day was not much. The spirit pond could store enough spirit liquid. When the cultivators of the Fu generation began to cultivate, it might not be the case. Looks like I have to continue upgrading my spirit meridians. Chen Daoxuan muttered to himself. In fact, neither he nor Chen Xianhe had expected the Chen family to develop so quickly. In just a few years, Level 1 spirit meridians were not enough. The reason for this was because Chen Daoxuan's family birth policy was too abnormal. Other than working, the male clansmen were always making babies. As a result, the family population had skyrocketed in recent years. It far exceeded the requirement that Chen Daoxuan had set for Changping County Magistrate Chen Zhi to increase the population by 10 times. In the courtyard, Chen Daoxuan threw away his distracting thoughts. He focused on using the Rain of Threads sword intent he had comprehended to temper his Danshan's true qi. The sword intent was ethereal, colorless, and formless. But it really existed. This was what Zhou Mubai had recorded in the Sword Dao Jade slip. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan finally understood the meaning of this sentence. He only felt that his true qi was transforming bit by bit under an inexplicable force. The transformation was slow but stable. He went into seclusion for 3 days. Chen Daoxuan had finally refined all the genuine qi in his Danshan into a brand new type of sword qi. That was what he called this new type of true energy. After a simple test, he discovered that the quality of this new type of Genkai was at least 3 times higher than that of ordinary Genkai. Although it was still not at the level where a foundation establishment cultivator's true essence was more than 10 times stronger than a qi refinement cultivator's. However, compared to ordinary aura refining cultivators, there was a fundamental difference. Moreover, compared to a foundation building cultivator, his Genkai was no longer so fragile. At the very least, if he were to fight that female cultivator from the Yun nation back then, Chen Daoxuan would be able to kill her with a single sword strike given the environment back then. Chapter 124, Buying Foundation Establishment Pills. Time flew by. A year passed quickly. Because he had comprehended the Rain Sword essence, he had crossed the symbolic threshold of Sword Dao. The obstruction on Chen Daoxuan's sword path also disappeared. In the past year, while Chen Daoxuan was polishing his genuine qi and teaching a few cultivators of the Dao generation, he spent the rest of his time comprehending the Tao of the sword. Moreover, as Chen Daoxuan's sword doctrine realm became more profound, he discovered that his sword doctrine realm actually improved a little with his comprehension even when he was not in a state of enlightenment. It seemed that as he comprehended sword intent, his talent in the way of the sword had also been strengthened to a certain extent. This discovery undoubtedly made Chen Daoxuan extremely happy. Even though Chen Daoxuan's sword Dao had improved rapidly, he was clear that he had not relied on his sword Dao talent to reach his current level. Although Chen Daoxuan's talent in the Tao of the Sword was not bad, he could barely be called a genius in the Qianyuan sword sect. However, compared to Zhou Mubai, who could comprehend sword essence at the foundation establishment stage, his talent in the way of the sword was still much weaker. However, Chen Daoxuan was no match for him in terms of sword Dao talent, but he had a cheat. With the support of the primordial enlightenment scripture's ability to store perception, any difficulty was easily solved. Comprehending sword Dao was naturally as easy as drinking water. The rain sword intent, including the wind chasing and rain sword technique that Chen Daoxuan had displayed earlier, focused on the word scatter. The sword chi transformed into rain, and the white marks formed a curtain. It reflected the word scatter in the sword path. This kind of sword intent was most suitable for one against many and was good at group attacks. But at the same time, compared to the other sword essences, the Rain of Threads sword essence inevitably had its shortcomings. That was the lack of explosive power. Of course, it wasn't that Chen Daoxuan's explosive power wasn't enough. It was just that his explosive power wasn't enough compared to sword Xiu of the same level. Therefore, the next cultivation direction of the Silk Rain sword essence was called Unity by Chen Daoxuan. The so-called merging was to fuse the white streaks of rain into one. It was extremely difficult to do this. At the very least, Chen Daoxuan had to have a deeper understanding of the Silk Rain sword essence to be confident in doing it. Chen Daoxuan cultivated for a year. Countless times of comprehension had only shrunk the white rain curtain to 100 feet. After that, he seemed to have encountered a new bottleneck. No matter how much he comprehended, his swordsmanship level would not advance. But Chen Daoxuan knew that this time, what he encountered was not a bottleneck in sword Dao, but a bottleneck in cultivation. To put it simply, his cultivation was too low and was no longer enough to support him in comprehending a higher realm of the sword. This kind of phenomenon where one's cultivation delayed one's realm was probably unique in the entire cultivation world. As a matter of fact, there was probably no sword cultivator who could comprehend sword essence in the refinement stage like him in the entire infinite star sea, let alone a cultivator whose cultivation would affect his sword realm. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan should have at least heard of it. Whether it was from the 3 lists given by the Qianyuan sword sect or the rumors in the outside world, he had never heard of the existence of such a sword cultivator. The reason was simple. Even if a cultivator with such a monstrous talent in the way of the sword could comprehend sword essence at the meditational level, he probably wouldn't dare to do so. Because doing so was no different from courting death. Although this kind of cultivator was invincible in the sword chi stage, he could even kill foundation establishment cultivators of a higher realm. Once he reached foundation establishment, what awaited him was death. Chen Daoxuan, who had seen Zhou Mubai's sword Dao Jade slip, knew this very well. Let's not talk about anything else. He was currently in such a state. Every time he thought about building his foundation, a strong sense of panic would surge from the bottom of his heart. A cultivator's sense of panic and impulse would not appear for no reason. Every time a cultivator had this feeling, they had to pay attention to it and see if there was any danger waiting for them. Of course, Chen Daoxuan had already made sufficient preparations to build his foundation. If he couldn't even build his foundation with such ample preparation, then it meant that it was basically a dead end for a meditational cultivator to comprehend sword essence. However, in order to ensure that nothing went wrong, Chen Daoxuan still planned to go to Guang'an Prefecture to buy another foundation establishment pill. Shuanghu Island. In the courtyard of Chen Daoxuan's spiritual residence. Are you saying that you want to buy a foundation establishment pill? Chen Xianhe took a few quick steps forward and grabbed Chen Daoxuan's shoulder firmly. He said excitedly, in just 2 years, you've actually polished your genuine qi to the realm of harmony. That's fast, too fast. Chen Xianhe's eyes were glistening with tears. He smiled and said, if you had taken the meridian unblocking pill back then and had the current cultivation environment, perhaps your foundation establishment age would have really broken Zhou Mu's record. Looking at the 21-year-old Chen Daoxuan, Chen Xianhe couldn't help but sigh. Whether you're 20 or 21, it doesn't make a difference to me. Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, there's no point in fighting over this. Right. There's no point in fighting over this. Ha ha ha. Chen Xianhe burst into laughter. This was probably the happiest laugh he had ever had since his family started cultivating the spirit vein. The Chen family would finally have their first foundation establishment cultivator. With the first, the second, and the third, it would not be far away. Chen Zianhe thought of Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan. They were both cultivators with superior spiritual roots like Chen Daoxuan, and they had already reached the 8th Qi layer, only a step away from the 9th Qi layer. Compared to Chen Daoxuan back then, Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan seemed to have enjoyed the best cultivation conditions at the beginning of their cultivation. All kinds of resources were endless. Even Zhou Mubai would not be as extravagant as the two of them when he was in the Qi condensation stage. Although the Zhou family was a big family, there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the family. Hence, the Zhou family couldn't possibly give Zhou Mubai so many resources when he was still in the Qi condensation stage, even if Zhou Mubai was a heaven spiritual root cultivator. Zhou Mubai's true rise was not because of his heavenly spirit root, but because he had comprehended sword essence at the foundation establishment stage and became a sword cultivator. This was why the Zhou family had placed all their bets on him, and all kinds of resources were continuously poured into him. As a result, Zhou Mubai had become a Zifu disciple at the age of less than 100. It must be known that it was much harder to advance from the foundation establishment stage to the refinement stage. There was no such thing as advancing several levels in a year. In fact, it was considered a decent speed for a foundation establishment cultivator to advance to the first layer in 10 years. The path of cultivation had always been more difficult the further one advanced. Otherwise, there would not be a cultivator who had hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan but did not have enough time to cultivate and break through. After 3 years. Once again, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zianhe embarked on their journey to Guang'an Prefecture. The journey was calm. A month later, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zianhe walked into the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop in the Wandering Cultivator Market. Daoxuan, you said that you're buying foundation establishment pills this time, not going to the Zhou Consortium auction house? Chen Zianhe was surprised by Chen Daoxuan's words. Yes, I want to find an acquaintance to buy it. Chen Daoxuan smiled. Acquaintance? Chen Zianhe's face was filled with confusion. In Guang'an Prefecture, the most powerful person the Chen family knew was none other than Zhou Muchen. Chen Zianhe guessed that Dao Xian wanted to find Zhou Muchen to buy it at the Zhou family's internal price. However, wasn't this forcing Zhou Muchen to make a mistake? The Zhou clan had strict clan rules. If their own people used foundation building pills, they could buy them at the internal price, but they were not allowed to sell foundation building pills and poach the members of the clan. Otherwise, if they were caught, the Zhou family's law enforcement team would not let them off easily. Chen Zianhe hesitated. Daoxuan, right now, my Chen family doesn't lack these 10 to 20,000 spirit stones. Why make things difficult for old brother Zhou? Seeing that 13th uncle was thinking wrongly, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, Don't worry, 13th uncle. The person I'm looking for isn't Uncle Zhou. Chapter 125, Life and Death. Spiritual Shell Island. In a fresh and elegant pavilion, a tall and handsome young cultivator in a white daoist robe sat on a stone bench and looked indifferently at the rain in the spirit pool outside the pavilion. A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhou clan stood behind him with cupped hands. Are you saying that Spirit Day City is about to be built? Zhou Mubai scattered a handful of ling grains, causing the spirit fish in the spirit pool to fight over them. Reporting to young clan leader, yes. The foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhou family lowered his head. How many wandering cultivators have left our market? A lot. The foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhou family said with a trembling voice, about 30% of the itinerant cultivators have been lost, and they are still disappearing. 30%. Zhou Mubai raised his head. Didn't the clan also build spirit veins for the rogue cultivators to cultivate? Hearing this, the foundation building cultivator behind him lowered his head, not knowing how to answer. As expected, that little fellow was right. Zhou Mubai said in his heart and continued, what about the core business district? The losses are disastrous. A large number of shops have withdrawn from the core business district, and the number of customers has decreased by 20%. 20%, this is just the beginning, sigh. Zhou Mubai didn't expect that the establishment of Spirit Day City would have such a huge impact on Guang'an Prefecture. He was about to say something. A beautiful maidservant walked in and bowed. Young clan leader, there is a young master outside requesting an audience. Young master. Zhou Mubai looked at the maidservant strangely. He said that you'll understand once you see this. As the maidservant spoke, she took out a white jade slip and handed it over. Zhou Mubai scanned the area with his divine sense and saw Chen Daoxuan waiting outside. He smiled and said, "Invite him in." "Yes, young clan leader." Seeing the servant girl leave, Zhou Mubai waved his hand and said, "You can leave too." "But, young clan leader, are we just going to do nothing and watch as Spirit Day City grows stronger?" The late-stage foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhou family said anxiously. "Who said we are not doing anything? Aren't we building a spirit vein?" Seeing that the other party wanted to continue speaking, Zhou Mubai waved his hand. "Young clan leader, this subordinate shall take his leave." Zhou Mubai felt a headache as he watched him leave. The continuous expansion of Spirit Day City caused more and more Zhou clan cultivators to feel dissatisfied. The elders in the clan meeting also kept making trouble, wanting to make a move against Spirit Day City. Even with Zhou Mubai's prestige, he could no longer suppress these hardline people. Chen Daoxuan followed behind the Zhou family's maidservant and came to the pavilion where Zhou Mubai was sitting. "Senior Zhou." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. However, the moment Zhou Mubai saw Chen Daoxuan, his eyes lit up. His figure instantly disappeared from the pavilion. In the next moment, Zhou Mubai appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. He pointed at Chen Daoxuan and said in a trembling voice, "You actually did it. Junior was lucky." Zhou Mubai took a deep breath and heaved a sigh of relief. "L really don't know if I'm helping you or harming you by giving you this jade slip." At this moment, Zhou Mubai couldn't help but feel regretful. This kind of emotion would only be felt when he saw a cultivator who was more talented than him about to die in front of him. "Senior, when Junior saw the path of sword cultivation recorded in Senior's jade slip, I wanted to follow it. If I die because of this, Junior will die without regrets." After saying that, Chen Daoxuan stared at the other party with a burning gaze. When he heard this, Zhou Mubai couldn't suppress the admiration in his eyes for Chen Daoxuan. He kept nodding and said, "Good. What a good way to die without regrets. We sword cultivators should be like this." "Senior." "Don't call me senior." Zhou Mubai raised his hand. "Just based on this sentence, you and I will be friends from now on. Big brother Zhou." "Ha ha ha ha. It's so fast." Zhou Mubai laughed loudly. "If you succeed, your name will definitely shake the infinite star sea. If you die..." Zhou Mubai lowered his voice. "As long as I'm alive, I'll protect your Chen family." Hearing this promise, Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhou Mubai in a daze and said sincerely, "Thank you, big brother Zhou." He paused for a moment and said seriously, "But before that, I have something to ask of brother Zhou." "Tell me." Zhou Mubai waved his hand. "It's about my uncle." As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan explained Chen Xianhe's situation in detail. Zhou Mubai shook his head and sighed. "He's almost 100 years old. It's too late. If he's not even 65 years old, according to what I know, there's another treasure that I can try. But at this age..." Zhou Mubai shook his head repeatedly. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart, which was originally filled with anticipation, gradually sank. As a cultivator, you have to get used to the people around you gradually leaving you. You have to know that not every family member has as good a talent as you. Zhou Mubai consoled, "Daoxian, life and death are impermanent. Even if we don't become immortals, this day will eventually come for you and me. It's just a matter of time." But when Chen Daoxuan heard this, he was still unwilling to give up. He raised his head and said, "Big brother Zhou, if there is a pill that can help older cultivators forcefully open their Danshan and Sea of Qi, can't it help them build their foundation?" Zhou Mubai shook his head. "It's not that simple. In your opinion, what is foundation establishment? Spiritual Qi tempering the body, expanding the Sea of Qi, and transforming the true Qi. What you said is just a facade." Zhou Mubai explained, "When a cultivator reaches foundation establishment, a deeper level of change occurs. It is the transformation of the soul. Do you know why we call Mahayana true immortals pure yang true immortals?" Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Pure yang, refers to a complete transformation of the soul. Foundation establishment is the first step to transformation. Your uncle, Chen Daoxuan is not lacking in qi and blood, nor is he lacking in genuine qi. It's his soul that is lacking. Then if the divine soul is insufficient, can't we use spirit herbs to remedy it? Of course it's not that simple. Zhou Mubai shook his head and said, if you compare a person to a candle, then before he turns 60, the candle will be burning brightly. After 60, the candle will gradually burn out. At this time, if you use spirit herbs to prolong life, it will only add a little more fire to the candle. It won't have any effect on the candle itself. Hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan's eyes dimmed completely. My condolences. Zhou Mubai patted his shoulder. After saying that, he handed over a foundation establishment pill and said, although it might not be of much use to you, it can still increase your chances of reaching the first-line foundation establishment realm. Thank you, Big Brother Zhou. Chen Daoxuan took the foundation building pill and smiled with a pale face. After watching Chen Daoxuan leave, Zhou Mubai sighed. Another sentimental person. What a pity. He returned to the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword shop. Chen Daoxuan adjusted his emotions and acted as if nothing had happened. You're back. Chen Daoxuan, he reprimanded, I told you, our Chen family doesn't lack the 10 or 20,000 spiritual stones now. Why should we owe others a favor? You know, favors are the hardest to repay. Yes, yes, yes. Daoxuan knows his mistake. Chen Daoxuan smiled as he looked at Chen Daoxuan, whose face was gradually aging. Chapter 126, Borrowing the Spirit Vein. Redwood Island. Sea overlooking pavilion. You want to borrow my clan's spirit vein? Luoli looked at Chen Daoxuan with a strange expression. Then, she felt the harmonious aura on his body and exclaimed, ah, you're going to build your foundation. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded with a smile. Of course there's no problem with using the spirit vein, but... But what? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Theoretically speaking, as a subsidiary race of the Chen family, the Merman race's spirit vein was his Chen family's spirit vein. However, Chen Daoxuan used the word borrowed to express his respect for the merfolk clan. No. It's nothing. Luoli saw Chen Daoxuan's slightly dissatisfied expression and finally swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. In the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea. Devil Ape Mountain. In the cave abode of Luo Xiaoyuan, the clan leader of the merfolk clan. A few late-stage foundation establishment realm elderly mermen were talking to Luo Xiaoyuan. Clan leader, recently, the Jade Water Ape clan, which is adjacent to our Devil Ape Mountain, has repeatedly invaded the border of our Devil Ape Mountain. They have already injured several of our clansmen. Do you think they could be? Looking at the old merman who was older than him, Luo Xiaoyuan sighed. The Jade Water Ape clan is testing us. Test? The old merman was stunned before he reacted, you mean, they know about your injuries? At this point, the old merman's eyes revealed a hint of fear. Once Luo Xiaoyuan's injuries were exposed, it would definitely be a disaster for the merfolk clan. The merman race was able to occupy the level 3 spirit vein of the Demon Ape Mountain because of the intimidation of Luo Xiaoyuan, a late-stage purple prefecture realm cultivator. If the outside world knew that Luo Xiaoyuan was seriously injured and could not be treated, the other races living near the demonic ape mountain would probably come knocking on their doors at any moment and tear the merfolk apart completely. Seemingly thinking of something, the old merman said hesitantly, Patriarch, do you think that behind the Jade Water Ape clan, the Wu clan is? Hearing this, Luo Xiaoyuan thought about it and shook his head. Guang'an Prefecture experienced the rebellion of God Extinction and the Battle of Genies Pass back then, which led to the decline of high-level cultivators in the major families. The Wu clan is one of the clans that has been affected the most. They don't even have a Zifu disciple now, and they might not be able to control the Jade Water Apes as freely as they did in the past. You mean? This is probably the thoughts of the Jade Water Ape clan. They want our Devil Ape Mountain. Compared to the Infinite Star Sea under the rule of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, the law of survival in the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea was more than 100 times cruder. Killing each other was a common occurrence. It was just like how the Merfolk clan occupied the Demon Ape Mountain after killing the Water Demon Ape clan. The Jade Water Ape clan could also kill the Merman clan and occupy the other party's spirit vein again. Here, there was no order at all. Although the sea-suppressing hall was famous in the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea, they didn't care about the slaughter between the races in the infinite star sea. In fact, the Sea Calming Temple was behind the slaughter of the major races in the underwater world of the infinite star sea. At least, they were guiding it intentionally or unintentionally. It was because the Sea Calming Temple could only control the underwater world of the infinite star sea better if the underwater races killed each other. Otherwise, if all the major races in the underwater world of the infinite star sea joined forces, wouldn't the Qian Yuan sword sect find trouble for themselves? Regarding this point, the various races in the underwater world of the infinite star sea might not be able to see it. However, the sea-suppressing hall was too powerful. In addition, the various races had fought for countless years and had long formed a blood feud. It was not something that could be stopped just because he wanted to. As they spoke, two figures flew towards Luo Xiaoyuan's cave abode. Sweeping with his divine sense, Luo Xiaoyuan noticed Chen Daoxuan's figure. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Luo Xiaoyuan struggled to stand up and bow to him. However, his injuries were too serious. At this moment, Luo Xiaoyuan couldn't even stand up, which was a simple action in the eyes of mortals. I'm sorry. Upon seeing Chen Daoxuan, Luo Xiaoyuan's pale face squeezed out a bitter smile. He cupped his hands and said, I'm not feeling well, so it's not convenient for me to bow to you. When the other mermen saw Chen Daoxuan, even though their expressions were strange, they still bowed to him and said, Greetings, Master. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Chen Daoxuan raised his hand. Seeing everyone get up, Chen Daoxuan looked at Luo Xiaoyuan and said, Senior Luo, I'm here to borrow your merman race's spirit vein. Although Luo Xiaoyuan was seriously injured, his divine sense was not damaged. As soon as Chen Daoxuan entered the cave abode, he felt the perfect aura on his body. Clearly, the other party wanted to borrow the merman race's Tier 3 spirit meridians to build their foundation. Regarding this request, the merman tribe leader naturally had no reason to reject it. But he seemed to have thought of something and said hesitantly, Master, it's not that I intentionally refuse, but my demon ape mountain has not been peaceful recently. As he spoke, he told Chen Daoxuan about the Jade Water Ape clan spying on the Devil Ape Mountain. Who knew that after Chen Daoxuan heard this, he muttered, It's fine. It won't take me a few days to build my foundation. It can't be such a coincidence that the Jade Water Ape clan came to attack me just as I built my foundation, right? At this point, Chen Daoxuan laughed. The two races fought each other, especially races like the Merman race and the Jade Water Ape race, which both had Sifu disciples guarding them. It was impossible for him to be brainless and go all out. Just like when the Merman race attacked the Water Demon Ape race, they also probed for a long time before deciding to launch an all-out attack. Even if Chen Daoxuan was unlucky, in the process of building his foundation, the Jade Water Ape clan attacked. However, the Merman could not possibly not even withstand the other party's probing attack, right? After all, the Merfolk clan had bought a large number of magic tools from the Chen family over the years. In terms of the strength of the refinement stage and the building foundation stage, no matter how one looked at it, it was much stronger than the bare-handed Jade Water Ape clan. Luo Xiaoyuan heard this. He nodded in agreement. In his opinion, even if the Jade Water Ape clan attacked the Devil Ape Mountain today, they would have no problem holding on for 10 days to half a month. During this period of time, it was enough for Chen Daoxuan to successfully build his foundation. Thinking of this, Luo Xiaoyuan looked at Luo Li, who had entered the cave abode with Chen Daoxuan, and said, Li Er, take Master to the main spiritual eye of the demonic ape mountain and give the order that our clansmen are not allowed to use spiritual energy to cultivate these days, so as not to affect Master's foundation establishment. Yes, Father. Luo Li bowed and said. He left the cave abode. Luo Li led Chen Daoxuan straight to the main spiritual eye of Devil Ape Mountain. A moment later, in the mountains of the Devil Ape Mountain, a huge lake of spiritual liquid appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Seeing a spiritual lake in the underwater world sounded a little strange. However, Chen Daoxuan could only describe this scene as a spiritual lake. Due to the influence of seawater, the spiritual lake here was different from the spiritual lake on the ground. Looking down from above, the spiritual lake of the Devil Ape Mountain was a huge ball of spiritual liquid floating above the main spiritual eye of the Devil Ape Mountain. It looked quite shocking. Chen Daoxuan stood in front of the spiritual lake, as tiny as an ant. Is this the main spiritual eye of a Tier 3 spiritual vein? Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but ask when he thought of the spiritual pond formed by the Chen family's first-grade spiritual vein. Yes, that's it. Luo Li nodded. With this, you won't have to worry about not having enough spiritual energy to temper your body when you build your foundation. How was this not enough? This was simply too much. No wonder a third-grade spirit meridian could support a foundation establishment cultivator in breaking through to the Zifu disciple level. Wasn't it very normal for such an enormous lake of spirit liquid to be able to support a foundation establishment cultivator in breaking through to the Zifu level? However, using this spiritual lake for him to build his foundation seemed a little extravagant. However, Chen Daoxuan's foundation was different from other qi condensation cultivators, so it was understandable that he was a little extravagant. Otherwise, if he used a second-grade spirit meridian to build his foundation and the lack of spirit qi caused his foundation to fail, then Chen Daoxuan would not even be able to find a place to cry. Wanna gift the story? Try 1. Chapter 127, Foundation Establishment. Second Tempering. In the Southwest Sea area of the Infinite Star Sea, a common Yang Consortium cargo ship was sailing through Guang'an Prefecture. On the deck of the cargo ship, 2 cultivators who had just reached the Foundation Establishment realm were currently conversing via voice transmission. Big brother, this battlefield in the Yun Nation is really a treasure land for us itinerant cultivators. If we can obtain the inheritance of the Shenzhou Immortal Mansion and return to the battlefield in the Yun Nation, then... The rough-looking man paused for a moment, and a hopeful look appeared in his eyes. Not to mention Zifu disciples and golden cores, even nascent souls aren't impossible for us brothers. Hearing this, the white-faced, beardless middle-aged cultivator he called Big Brother wore a green robe and looked like a scholar. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the sea and said, indifferently, the fortune of the God-ceasing immortal abode is uncertain. You and I have just reached the foundation establishment stage. We must be careful and not be careless. If Chen Daoxuan was here, he would definitely recognize that this middle-aged cultivator was the cultivator's surnamed son who had tricked him into buying the treasure map of the God-ceasing immortal abode. Yes, Big Brother. I will listen to you, hee. The rough-looking man said honestly. The pale-faced cultivator shook his head with a smile when he saw his younger brother's honest appearance. In the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea, Devil Ape Mountain Master's spiritual eye. Under Luo Li's gaze of blessing, Chen Daoxuan stepped into the spiritual lake. His entire body was soaked in the spiritual liquid of the spiritual lake. In his danshan, the genuine qi that had been tempered by the sword intent had long been polished into a perfect unity by him, and there was no way for it to enter. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan first took out a foundation establishment pill and consumed it. Then, he circulated the true qi in his danshan sea of qi according to the breakthrough method recorded in the returning origin technique. As the cultivation technique circulated, the genuine qi in his danshan exploded like sparks entering oil. The impact was so violent that it was more than 10 times or 100 times more violent than the true qi described by Chen Daoxuan from the foundation establishment experience he had obtained from various channels. But Chen Daoxuan knew that this was the price one had to pay for walking the path of the strongest sword cultivator. Fortunately, the foundation establishment pill that he had taken in advance was effective at this moment. The raging true energy was slightly calmed down by it. But soon, his true qi began to transform into true essence. This time, the terrifying true qi mixed with true essence was running amok in his danshan and qi sea. The foundation establishment pill was no longer able to pacify him. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan silently used the second-grade lotus flower of creation to absorb the violent primeval essence. In the spirit lake, countless spiritual energy surged towards Chen Daoxuan's body. A small portion of the spiritual qi was absorbed by Chen Daoxuan's body to temper his body, while the other half surged toward his danshan. Under the support of an endless stream of spiritual energy, true qi seemed to be endless as it was continuously converted into true essence. At this moment, the transformed true essence began to rapidly expand the danshan qi sea. If Chen Daoxuan's original sea of qi was only an inch, then in less than 3 breaths, his danshan sea of qi had doubled. Moreover, the speed at which his sea of qi expanded was getting faster and faster. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan's expression changed. No. If this continued, the rapidly increasing true essence would definitely burst his Danshan Sea of Qi. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan ordered the second great white lotus of fate in the center of his Danshan to absorb the true essence crazily. At this moment, a strange scene appeared in Chen Daoxuan's Danshan. On the other hand, the outside world was crazily infusing spiritual qi into his Danshan. After being refined into true qi, it was transformed into true essence. Moreover, the rapidly increasing true essence was still expanding his Danshan Sea of Qi. On the other side, in the center of the Danshan Sea of Qi, there was another lotus-shaped magical treasure that was constantly absorbing the soaring true essence to prevent it from expanding its Sea of Qi so violently. This time, with the help of the second great white lotus of fate, Chen Daoxuan's speed of expanding his Danshan and Sea of Qi quickly decreased by a large margin, and he recovered to a relatively stable state. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, what qi condensation cultivators feared the most when they built their foundation was when their true qi transformed into true essence and suddenly charged into their Danshan Sea of Qi, causing it to explode. After all, the true essence belonged to the foundation establishment stage. How could the qi vessel of the qi layer Danshan accept it? The effect of the foundation establishment pill was to pacify the transformed true essence and make it not so violent. But at this moment, for Chen Daoxuan, the foundation building pill had no effect other than pacifying his raging true energy at the beginning. The only thing that was useful to him now was the white lotus in his Danshan Sea of Qi. You must hold on, Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. In the spirit lake, the terrifying spiritual energy around Chen Daoxuan formed a huge spiritual energy vortex. Outside the whirlpool, a large amount of spiritual liquid turned into spiritual energy and was absorbed by Chen Daoxuan. At the same time, new spiritual liquid was constantly replenished, maintaining the consumption of Chen Daoxuan's foundation. It wasn't just the changes in his Danshan. Chen Daoxuan's physical body also began to strengthen bit by bit under the tempering of such a huge amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan had been practicing body tempering techniques all year round, so his body was far stronger than ordinary qi condensation cultivators. Even compared to most foundation building cultivators, Chen Daoxuan's physical body was far stronger than theirs. This way, the first hurdle of his foundation establishment, tempering his body with spiritual energy, was actually the easiest hurdle for him. Luo Li looked at the expression on Chen Daoxuan's face in the spirit lake. It was ferocious at first, but then it returned to its usual calm state. Her worried heart gradually relaxed. She knew that Chen Daoxuan must have passed the most difficult hurdle. Next, he only needed to choose to break through step by step. At the thought of this, Luo Li's pretty face broke into a smile. She lay quietly on a rock at the side and stood up to protect Chen Daoxuan. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. This time, fortunately, Chen Daoxuan had chosen to break through with a third-grade spirit meridian. If he had chosen a second-grade spirit meridian, he would definitely have encountered the problem of insufficient spiritual energy during this breakthrough. This was because the lake of spiritual energy outside him had already dried up by nearly half. So much spiritual energy had turned into food for Chen Daoxuan to temper his body and expand his sea of vital energy. Of course, more importantly, it was the transformation of the divine soul. However, Chen Daoxuan couldn't see or sense the transformation of the divine soul. He could only feel that his sea of consciousness was expanding and his divine sense was strengthening step by step. At this moment, he had not completely broken through to the foundation establishment stage, but he discovered that the range of his divine sense had already exceeded the radius of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Moreover, this range was still expanding. This also meant that the transformation of Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness was not inferior to his Danshan Sea of Qi. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness was guarded by the primordial enlightenment scripture. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan would definitely have failed in his foundation establishment this time. Because foundation establishment was definitely not the transformation of his sea of Qi that he had imagined. There were also changes in his sea of consciousness. The reason why the other qi condensation cultivators didn't encounter the difficulty of expanding their sea of consciousness was that their sea of consciousness wasn't as terrifying as Chen Daoxuan's. For an ordinary or a refining cultivator, the range of their divine sense could only expand from 1 mile to 10 miles. And at this moment, Chen Daoxuan. The range of his divine sense had already reached a radius of more than 30 miles. This was already the strength of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense. What was even more terrifying was that his divine sense was still continuing to strengthen. To cultivators, whether it was his Genkai or divine sense, they would not increase for no reason. They must have been consumed. For example, true Qi consumed spiritual energy to strengthen itself, but the things consumed to strengthen spiritual sense were more obscure. Many cultivators didn't even know. In reality, the strengthening of one's consciousness was closely related to one's soul. The stronger the divine soul, the larger the sea of consciousness, and the stronger the divine sense. The transformation of the divine soul was closely related to the cultivation of a cultivator. This was the reason why a cultivator's spiritual sense would be greatly enhanced after a breakthrough. Due to the influence of the rain sword intent and the primordial enlightenment scripture, the degree of transformation of Chen Daoxuan's soul was far more exaggerated than that of ordinary cultivators. In this way, not only did Chen Daoxuan's sea of Qi expand rapidly, the expansion of his sea of consciousness was not inferior to his sea of Qi. In fact, it was even more abnormal because of the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture. As the space in his sea of consciousness continued to expand, his formless spiritual sense was also growing stronger. Outside the spirit lake, during this 1 month, Luoli had been guarding Chen Daoxuan closely. Suddenly, Luoli, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. She frowned and looked at the female clansman who was flying towards her. She asked, "What is it?" "Princess, the Jade Water Ape clan has invaded the demonic ape mountain. They are currently shouting outside the main vein." The female mermaid rushed over and said hurriedly. Chapter 128, Transformation after Foundation. Establishment. Hearing this, Luoli looked at Chen Daoxuan in the spiritual lake. Her beautiful eyes gradually became determined. She shook her head at the mermaid who had rushed over and said, "Little Qing, you can go back first. Don't worry about me. However, the Jade Water Ape clan may send a small group of soldiers to attack from the rear at any time. At that time, they will definitely pass through this place. Your Highness, it will be very dangerous for you to stay here. Is it worth it for this human?" The female mermaid called Little Green said anxiously. Was it worth it? In the underwater world, killing, escaping, and killing had almost become the daily life of the merfolk. For a human, it was possible to lose his life here. Was it worth it? To any merman, of course it was not worth it. But to Luoli, she did not want to see this person who was very special to her die. It was just like when she saw her mother fall in front of her, but she was helpless. She never wanted to experience this feeling of powerlessness again. Thinking of this, Luoli drew out 2 crimson shadow swords and held them horizontally in her hands. The natal spiritual armor appeared on her delicate body. She looked at Qingzu with determination and replied with one word, "It's worth it." Who knew that after little Qing heard this, her tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed. She sighed and then raised her head. "Since the princess is not leaving, I will not leave either." "Little Qing, you..." Qingzu shook her head and smiled. "Your Highness, you don't have to say anything." Seeing her maidservant like this, Luoli smiled. "Good sisters, only death awaits." "Yes, only death." In the spirit lake, Chen Daoxuan's Danshan Sea of Qi seemed to have expanded to the limit. The speed of expansion gradually slowed down. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan decided to let go of the second-grade White Lotus of Fate's absorption of true essence. Instantly, the sea of Qi in his Danshan expanded once again. In the end, it stopped moving and could no longer expand. "I've reached my limit," Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. Not only his Danshan Qi sea, but his sea of consciousness was also at least 100 times larger than before. That didn't seem to be accurate. When a Qi condensation cultivator first came into contact with cultivation, it was equivalent to lighting up a faint light in his sea of consciousness. Other than the place that was illuminated by this faint light, his sea of consciousness was completely dark. And now, Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness was bright. The area that was lit up was at least 100 times wider than when he was in the refinement stage. This was undoubtedly an abnormal phenomenon. For a normal qi condensation cultivator to reach foundation establishment, it would be considered good if their sea of consciousness could expand by 10 times. Normally, the range of the divine sense would expand from 1 mile to 10 miles. And at this moment, the area Chen Daoxuan's divine sense covered. He immediately scanned the area with his divine sense. 100 miles. Chen Daoxuan sucked in a breath of cold air. Doesn't this mean that my current divine sense is comparable to a Zifu disciples? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but look at the golden scripture in the center of his sea of consciousness. It was it. Although comprehending sword intent would also increase a cultivator's divine sense to a certain extent, the main effect was to temper a cultivator's true qi and true yuan. The increase in divine sense was far from as terrifying. Only the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture. Perhaps there were still many functions of the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture that he did not understand. However, his current cultivation was too low. He had only just established his foundation, so he could not discover it at all. For now, Chen Daoxuan only discovered 3 functions. First, recover his consciousness. Secondly, and most importantly, he had to store his comprehension ability. Third, it could help him expand his sea of consciousness when his cultivation base broke through. However, at this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't care less about that. Because he realized that the rain sword essence he had comprehended was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as his cultivation broke through. It had entered a new realm. The realm of a swordsman's sword Dao was actually greatly restricted by one's cultivation. When a cultivator's cultivation was higher, it was much easier to comprehend sword intent than when their cultivation was lower. For example, Yang Gongwan, the pride of the Yang family, was like this. If she chose to break through to the Purple Mansion stage, she would immediately be able to comprehend sword intent. He would not be like now, stopping at the threshold of sword intent. But at the same time, the earlier a cultivator comprehended sword essence, the greater the benefits they would obtain. For example, when a foundation establishment cultivator comprehended sword essence, he could only temper his true essence once. As for cultivators like Chen Daoxuan, they had one more chance to temper their genkai than those who had comprehended sword essence in the foundation establishment stage. This opportunity was something that every swordsman in the world dreamed of. Zhou Mubai repeatedly mentioned Chen Daoxuan's current state in the Sword Dao Jade Slip. His eyes were filled with envy. Of course, comprehending different sword essences not only focused on different aspects, but the degree of comprehension of sword essence was also different. The increase in a cultivator's combat strength was also different. When a cultivator first comprehended sword intent, it was formless and intangible. They knew of its existence, but they could not sense it, let alone touch it. As for the second stage of sword intent, Zhou Mubai called it the visible stage. The transformation from formless to tangible was the second realm of sword intent. Zhou Mubai was currently in this realm. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan discovered that the rain sword essence he had comprehended had actually soared by a large margin along with the disappearance of the cultivation suppression. He could even see something that looked like starlight in his danshan. This is, the threads of rain sword essence that I comprehended. Chen Daoxuan muttered. The starlight flickered as if it could be extinguished at any time, but it was real. At least, Chen Daoxuan could sense it. It didn't seem like it was when he had just comprehended the rain of threads sword essence. He couldn't sense it at all. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan, who was immersed in the Tao of the sword, couldn't help but laugh. It was really. Once he broke through, the clouds were cleared and the sun was seen. At this moment, he felt as if the clouds had been lifted and the sun had appeared. Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath. He immediately used the invisible starlight in his danshan to refine his true essence for the second time. When he first tempered his genuine qi, the quality of his genuine qi had increased by about 3 times. After breaking through to foundation establishment, his true qi would transform into true essence, and its quality would increase tenfold. At this moment, the second time he refined his true qi. As the true essence in his danshan sea of qi was refined bit by bit, Chen Daoxuan discovered that after the true essence was transformed into sword origin, its quality actually increased by 3 times. In other words, the quality of his true essence had increased by 90 times compared to the true qi he had when he had not comprehended sword essence. This was a qualitative change. There was no change in quantity. Of course. The other Foundation establishment Qi condensation cultivators were not as terrifying as him. After an ordinary Qi condensation cultivator successfully reached Foundation establishment, their true Qi would be converted into true essence, and the increase in quality would be about 10 times. In other words, one portion of true essence was equivalent to 10 portions of true Qi. Even if he cultivated a Foundation establishment attributed cultivation method in the future, his true essence would only increase its power by about 30% to 70% to 80% with the attribute enhancement. He calculated. Ordinary cultivators could at most achieve a quality of true essence that was more than 10 times higher than true Qi. It was far from Chen Daoxuan's 90 times exaggerated level. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's current true essence was about 7 to 8 times that of a Foundation establishment cultivator who cultivated an attributed cultivation method. What kind of concept was this? In terms of quality, the magic power of a Zifu disciple was roughly 10 times that of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Chen Daoxuan's current true essence was 7 to 8 times the quality of an early Foundation establishment cultivator's true essence. That was 3 to 4 times the true essence of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. In other words, his current level of true essence was already comparable to 30 to 40% of the magic power of the most ordinary Zifu disciple. When he switched to an attribute cultivation method in the future, the power of his true essence could at most increase by 70 to 80%. At that time, his true essence was comparable to 70 to 80% of the magic power of the most ordinary Zifu disciple. By the time he reached the late Foundation establishment stage, his true essence would be even more powerful than the magic power of other Zifu disciples. This was also the reason why Zhou Mubai could not forget about this path of sword cultivation. This was because the basic strength of such a swordsman was too strong. Chapter 129, The Might of Swordsman. In the Spirit Lake, Chen Daoxuan was concentrating on refining his primeval essence. There were new changes in the outside world. It was just as the female mermaid called Little Green had expected. The Jade Water Ape clan had indeed sent an elite force to probe the Merman clan from the rear. Although the chief of the Jade Water Ape clan knew that the chief of the Merman clan, Luo Xiaoyuan, was seriously injured, he was still in a daze. However, it did not know how serious the other party's injuries were. It was even more unclear if the other party's injuries had healed. Therefore, he had no choice. During this period of time, he had not dared to act rashly. But after waiting and waiting, he did not see the Merman tribe leader. The chief of the Jade Water Ape clan, who originally did not dare to act rashly, began to stir in his heart. As long as they took down the Merfolk clan, they would be able to occupy the thousands of miles of Demon Ape Mountain. Such a huge territory! How many resources should he have and how many treasures could he exchange for from the human race? As long as they had the Devil Ape Mountain, their Jade Water Ape clan would be able to rise rapidly. At that time, with their stronger strength, they could completely abandon the Wu family and find a stronger human backer. For example, the Zhou family of Guang'an Prefecture. Other than that, there was another reason why the Jade Water Ape clan's patriarch chose to attack the Merman clan. That was that the Merfolk race was stronger than them. The Merman race's patriarch, Luo Xiaoyuan, was at the late-stage Purple Prefecture realm, while its cultivation was only at the early stage rank 3, equivalent to the early stage Purple Prefecture realm of the human race. If he did not kill the other party before the Merman clan leader recovered from his injuries. When the Merman race's patriarch recovered from his injuries, the unlucky one would be their neighbor, the Jade Water Ape race. After all, the Water Demon Ape clan was also considered their close relatives. They had all seen what happened to them. In front, an elite team of 20 Jade Water Apes flew towards the main spiritual eye from the back of the Devil Ape mountain range. The late-stage rank 2 Jade Water Ape, who was leading the group, noticed Luoli and Little Green in front of the spiritual lake. It waved its hand at the clansmen behind it and communicated with its divine sense, "Kill them. Don't let them send the news back." Demonic beasts had very high intelligence. This was especially true for the ape-type demonic beasts. Generally speaking, the intelligence of a Tier 1 demonic beast was only equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, while the intelligence of a Tier 2 demonic beast was not much different from that of a 16 or 17-year-old human youth. The intelligence of ape-type demon beasts was even more exaggerated. The intelligence of a Tier 2 Jade Water Ape was completely not inferior to an ordinary adult. Hearing the command of the leader of the Jade Water Apes, a group of 20 Jade Water Apes charged toward Luoli and Little Green in a mighty manner. "Your Highness, be careful." "Okay, you be careful too." Just as he finished speaking, the 20 Jade Water Monkeys had already arrived. The two sides did not waste any time and started fighting the moment they met. Facing this scene, Luoli was already used to it. Demonic beasts were more direct than humans. They feared the strong, but they were far crueler to the weak than humans. In the underwater world of the infinite star sea, the naked law of the jungle was followed. It was precisely because they followed this law that the sea-suppressing hall could rely on their crazy slaughter to establish an inviolable reputation among the demon beasts and the alien races. "Kill them!" Luoli drew out 2 crimson shadow swords and charged at the group of Jade Water Apes. Qingzu protected her from the side. The battle between the merfolk and demon beasts was very different from that of the human race. Because demon beasts were born with strong bodies, the merfolk clan also cultivated body-tempering cultivation methods, so they were more inclined to close combat. In other words, with the combination of true essence and physical strength, the strength displayed in close combat was stronger than the strength displayed by long-range magic tools. Of course, the Jade Water Ape clan did not have any magic tools at all. They were holding a strange iron rod that they had obtained from somewhere. As the wind whistled, the group of Jade Water Apes charged toward Luoli and Little Green. Swoosh! 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 Luoli's figure turned into countless after-images amidst the Jade Water Apes. However, as a Jade Water Ape of the same rank, it would not be confused by Luoli's movement technique at all. The only thing he had to pay attention to was the magic tool in her hand. With Luoli's vital essence infused into the red shadow sword, the power it unleashed was completely different from that of a refinement stage cultivator. Unfortunately, the grade of the Scarlet Shadow Flying Sword was too low. It was only a mere low-grade level 1. Luoli did not dare to pour all her vital essence into the flying sword. This was because a foundation establishment stage cultivator had done this before. In the end, the formation patterns on the Scarlet Shadow Sword were directly destroyed by the violent true essence. The flying sword formation patterns were destroyed, and the spiritual aura of the magic tool also dissipated, becoming no different from ordinary iron. Therefore, he had no choice. When Luoli used the Crimson Shadow Sword, she would be very careful, for fear of destroying it. In this way, it was also very difficult for her to display her strength. But no matter what, it was still better than fighting barehanded. Under her and Little Green's cooperation, the 20 Jade Water Apes were continuously injured. However, their injuries were not serious. It was just that the Scarlet Shadow Sword had left a few bloody marks, which was completely harmless. The leader of the Jade Water Apes opened his emerald green eyes and looked at Little Green, who was behind Luoli. He ordered, "Kill her first." After the short battle just now, it had already discovered a problem. Wanting to kill this spirit-armored merman in front of him in a short period of time was unrealistic. This was because when its iron staff struck the other party's Ling armor, not only did it not hurt the other party in the slightest, it would instead hurt its arm. The only way was: first, they would kill Little Green, who was beside Luoli. Then, they would take advantage of their numbers to surround Luoli in the middle and slowly exhaust her vital essence by taking turns fighting. When the other party's primeval essence was exhausted, it would be up to them to decide whether it was round or flat. This was obvious. The intelligence of this group of Jade Water Apes was not any lower than that of ordinary people. They even knew how to use strategies. As expected, the Jade Water Ape changed its tactics. The pressure that Little Green was under instantly increased. Luoli had her natal spiritual armor to protect herself, but she did not. In an instant, the 20 Jade Water Apes all brandished their iron rods and attacked her. Little Green could not withstand it at all. Seeing this scene, Luoli was angry and anxious. She even used her body to block the other party's attack for Little Green, but it was useless. The staff techniques of this group of Jade Water Apes were quite exquisite. She easily avoided Luoli's slender figure. "Your Highness!" Qingzu closed her eyes in despair as she watched the countless stick shadows coming at her. Seeing this, Luoli hardened her heart and immediately used a forbidden technique. With the support of this forbidden technique, her movement technique instantly increased by several times. The attacks that she could not block were also blocked by her natal spiritual armor. He used the Ling armor to take the damage. If a human cultivator saw this, their eyes would probably pop out. In the eyes of human cultivators, Ling armor was a life-saving magic tool. Who would take the initiative to use Ling armor to collide with others' attacks? But at this moment, in order to save Little Green, Luo Li had no other choice. Under the enhancement of the forbidden technique, Luo Li's figure turned into countless after-images, covering all the Jade Water Apes. Unfortunately, the flying sword in her hand was too weak. He could only cut open the flesh on the surface of the Jade Water Ape. However, with the recovery ability of a second-order demonic beast, the speed at which Luo Li injured the other party was not as fast as their recovery. Gradually, the time limit of the forbidden technique passed. Luo Li was in despair when she saw the countless shadows of the staff fall on Little Green again. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. She could even vaguely see a trace of tears in the corner of Xiao Qing's eyes. "What are you daydreaming about?" Just as she was in despair, a familiar voice entered Luo Li's ears. Before he finished speaking, starlight bloomed from the body of a Jade Water Ape. Soon after, more and more starlight appeared, and in the end, they all connected into one. In just an instant, the bodies of the 20 Jade Water Apes were completely torn into pieces by the starlight, not even leaving behind a residue. He looked at the familiar figure in front of him. Luo Li was stunned speechless. After a while, "Chen Daoxuan, you succeeded," she asked in surprise. Chapter 130, Intimidation. Oh! Beside her, Little Green's moans pulled Luo Li back to reality. "All! Xiao Qing, are you okay?" Luo Li immediately ignored Chen Daoxuan. She dropped the crimson shadow sword in her hand and flew toward Little Green. He checked it carefully. Luo Li heaved a sigh of relief. "It's all right. It's just a blunt weapon that pierced through his internal organs." An ordinary person's internal organs would definitely be life-threatening. But on the Foundation establishment stage Merman race, it was at most a light injury. He would recover in a day or two. Qingzu glanced at Luo Li and then at Chen Daoxuan beside her. Her eyes lit up slightly and she said, "Don't worry about me for now. The Jade Water Ape clan is calling out in front of the main vein. Go back and help." She asked Luo Li to go and rescue him, but her eyes were actually looking at Chen Daoxuan. What she meant? How could Chen Daoxuan not understand? They had seen him easily kill 20 Foundation establishment Jade Water Apes and thought that his power was comparable to that of Zifu disciples. They wanted him to save the Merman race. However, Chen Daoxuan did not know the true strength of this Jade Water Ape clan, so how could he be willing to take the risk? "Miss Xiao Qing, right? My lord." Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Little Qing struggled to stand up and bowed to him. "I wonder how strong the Jade Water Ape clan is." Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly. Hearing this, Little Qing hurriedly explained, "The Jade Water Ape clan is an ape-type demonic beast clan that is close to my demonic ape mountain. Their clan leader is only at the early stage of the 3rd rank, equivalent to an early-stage Zifu disciple of the human race." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. If it was in the past, he would still use his cultivation base to judge a cultivator's strength. However, after discovering that there were cultivators like him and Zhou Mubai who did not use common sense in this world, Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to simply judge a cultivator's true strength with his cultivation. The other party did indeed seem to be at the early Zifu disciple level, but the difference in strength between different early Zifu disciples was enormous. Just look at Zhou Mubai and Luo Xiaoyuan, the clan leader of the Merfolk clan. Back then, Zhou Mubai probably didn't even use his full strength before he managed to severely injure Luo Xiaoyuan and forced him to flee. If he had used his full strength, Luo Xiaoyuan would have definitely died in Guang'an Prefecture that day. Chen Daoxuan truly was confident that he would be able to exchange a few blows with the most ordinary Zifu disciple. However, if the chief of the Jade Water Ape clan was like Zhou Mubai, no, even if he was only half as strong as Zhou Mubai, he would still be able to defeat the Jade Water Ape clan. Chen Daoxuan going to support was no different from courting death. Seeing Chen Daoxuan remain silent, Little Qing immediately guessed his concerns. "Don't worry, master. If the chief of the Jade Water Ape clan is really powerful, why would he not dare to attack us directly and choose to send his clansmen to test us?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked up at the sky and remained silent. Seeing him like this, little Qing, who was at the side, was anxious, but she did not dare to rush him. Beside him, Luo Li's heart was also wavering. On the one hand, she hoped that Chen Daoxuan could save her clansmen. On the other hand, she didn't want Chen Daoxuan to put himself in danger. For a moment, he felt conflicted. After a while, she looked at Chen Daoxuan and said, "You should leave. There's no need to die with us." "What are you thinking about?" Chen Daoxuan smiled. "I'm thinking of a way to retreat." "Do you think I'm thinking about how to escape?" Seeing that she had misunderstood Chen Daoxuan, Luo Li blushed. "Then, have you thought of a way? We've got a lead." After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan looked at Luo Li. "Do you think the Sea Calming Hall is a great deterrent to the Jade Water Ape clan?" Hearing this, Luo Li was shocked by Chen Daoxuan's audacity. "Of course it's big." Luo Li hesitated and said, "It's just impersonating the Sea Calming Temple's High Ambassador. Even if you're a human, it's still a serious crime." Why would I pretend to be one?" Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "Then why did you?" Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "You'll know when the time comes. Come, I'll take you home." At this moment, the starlight shone on Chen Daoxuan's side profile. Luo Li looked at the tall and handsome man in front of her and nodded vigorously. "All right, let's go home together." Under the main mountain range of Devil Ape Mountain, the leader of the Jade Water Ape clan led tens of thousands of clansmen and stared at the Merman clansmen on the main vein like a tiger eyeing its prey. They confronted each other. The chief of the Jade Water Ape clan even spoke in human language and shouted. "Didn't know that the Merman race had migrated here. I'm really rude. Today, I've specially chosen a good day to visit the Merman race's patriarch. Please pass on the message." A giant ape that was dozens of feet tall and carried an iron rod that was as thick as a tree stump on its shoulder walked in front of the two armies and jumped. "Humph! Is there a need for such a big formation to pay a visit to my clan leader? Why don't you come alone?" Hearing this, the chief of the Jade Water Ape clan rolled his eyes, and a trace of fear faintly appeared in his eyes. However, he said, "I brought a lot of people with me this time. It's not convenient for me to go to your clan. Please invite your clan leader out." After a pause, it continued, "Could it be that your clan leader is really like what the rumors say? He was seriously injured by Zhou Mubai and could not be treated. If that's the case, I have a spirit pill that I asked for from the human race. Perhaps it can save your clan leader's life." "Cut the crap! If you want to fight, then fight." The leading Merman elder blew his beard and glared. Hearing this sentence, the chief of the Jade Water Ape clan did not dare to act rashly. It looked at a clansman beside it and lowered its head. "What happened? Where are the clansmen I sent to probe the Merfolk clan?" "I don't know. After they went around to the back mountain of the demonic Ape Mountain, there was no news from them until now. Perhaps he has encountered some trouble." The clansmen at the side transmitted their voices in trepidation. "What a bunch of trash!" the chief of the Jade Water Apes cursed. At this moment, a white figure flew out from the Merfolk camp. He threw the head of a Jade Water Ape in front of the two armies and said, "Are you looking for this?" Humans. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, the Jade Water Ape chief's imposing manner immediately weakened by a notch. In the underwater world of the Infinite Star Sea, the non-humankind had a natural fear of humans. This fear came from their fear of the sea-suppressing hall. The chief of the Jade Water Apes looked at it. That ape head seemed to be one of the clansmen he had sent out. "Fellow deist, what do you mean by this?" Even though his heart was filled with anger, the chief of the Jade Water Ape clan still spoke cautiously. Seeing its cautious appearance, Chen Daoxuan felt relieved. "I mean to immediately get out of Devil Ape Mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of starlight pierced through the seawater and instantly charged towards the chief of the Jade Water Ape clan. Seeing this sword, suddenly, the threat of death enveloped it. Boom! At the crucial moment, it raised the strange iron staff in its hand and blocked this fatal blow. However, its arm was trembling slightly. Clearly, the power of this sword was far from what an ordinary foundation-building cultivator could display. Swordsman. He was definitely a swordsman. At this moment, it seemed to have mistaken the person in front of it for the Guang'an sword immortal Zhou Mubai. However, it was obvious that the other party was not. Because it knew Zhou Mubai. Not only was he not Zhou Mubai, but he was also so young and a swordsman. There was no such person in Guang'an Prefecture. The only possibility was, who exactly are you? Even though it had a vague guess in its heart, it still could not believe it. Idiot, who do you think I am? You're the town. Suppress. At this moment, the chief of the Jade Water Apes, who had finally confirmed the other party's identity, was so frightened that he could not even speak properly. Immediately after, it immediately threw away the iron rod in its hand and knelt on the ground with a thud. It shouted loudly, this subordinate offended the Sea Calming Hall High Envoy's spiritual carriage. Damn it! As he spoke, he kowtowed like pounding garlic. It was hard to imagine that the chief of the Jade Water Ape clan, who was arrogant and despotic just a moment ago and wanted to destroy the Merman race, was now kneeling on the ground like a clown and kowtowing continuously. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan was even more curious about the Sea Calming Hall. What kind of existence could suppress the outsiders to such an extent? Not only the Jade Water Ape clan. He carefully recalled the first time he met the Merman clan leader. When he mentioned the Qian Yuan sword sect, the fear in the other party's eyes could not be suppressed. Qian Yuan sword sect. Even though Chen Daoxuan had heard of this name before he stepped onto the path of cultivation. But there had never been a time like this. As if a disciple was kneeling in front of an early foundation establishment cultivator, kowtowing repeatedly. Just based on the name of the sea suppressing hall under the Qian Yuan sword sect. Chapter 131, The Death of the Flying Snow. Devil Ape Mountain. Merman Tribe Leader Cave Abode. It's done. Chen Daoxuan pulled his right hand away from Luo Xiaoyuan's chest. You're quite lucky. It just so happens that my cultivation has broken through and my sword Dao has improved greatly. Otherwise, with your injuries, you wouldn't have lived for more than 3 years. Luo Xiaoyuan felt the sword qi in the wound on his chest being dissolved by Chen Daoxuan's sword intent. He felt his entire body relax, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. At this moment, even though his face was still pale, the unparalleled power returned to his majestic body. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Luo Xiaoyuan stood up and bowed his head in front of Chen Daoxuan. Get up. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. Thank you, Master. He seemed to have thought of something. Then, Chen Daoxuan looked at everyone strangely and said, is the Jade Water Ape clan that afraid of the sea suppressing hall? This sentence. Instantly, the entire cave abode fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a while, Luo Xiaoyuan cupped his hands and said, Master, you may not live in the underwater world of the infinite star sea, so you don't know much about the situation here. It shouldn't be said that the Jade Water Apes are afraid of the Sea Calming Temple. In fact, there is no race in the underwater world of the infinite star sea that is not afraid of the sea suppressing hall. Not a single one. Chen Daoxuan was rather surprised. I did. Luo Xiaoyuan paused. But, they were all exterminated. At this point, his voice suddenly lowered. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan fell silent. He originally only wanted to borrow the reputation of the sea suppressing hall to make the Jade Water Ape clan refrain from attacking the rat and retreat in the face of difficulties. He did not expect the effect to be so good that it far exceeded his expectations. The chief of the Jade Water Ape clan practically scrambled to escape from the Devil Ape Mountain. It could be seen. The name of the sea suppressing hall had left a shadow on it. He left the cave abode. Chen Daoxuan looked at the starry sky of the underwater world. This time, because his cultivation had broken through to the foundation establishment realm, he seemed to vaguely feel that the sea of stars above his head had become somewhat different. But what was different? Chen Daoxuan couldn't say. Let's go. He glanced at Luoli beside him. Yes. Luoli nodded. She grabbed Chen Daoxuan's hand and headed toward the sea. In reality, with Chen Daoxuan breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he could already learn the art of water escape. There was no need for Luoli to hold his hand anymore. But at this moment, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding and did not mention this. They came out of the sea. Returning to the human world once again, Chen Daoxuan felt greatly relieved. He glanced at Luoli beside him and asked, "Why do I feel that you were so calm when dealing with the invasion of the Jade Water Ape clan? Did I sense wrongly?" After hearing this, Luoli was stunned at first, but then she shook her head. A hint of bitterness appeared on her pretty face. "This is life in the underwater world of the infinite star sea. I've been used to it for so many years." He was already used to it. It revealed too much bitterness that Chen Daoxuan did not understand. At this moment, he didn't know how to comfort the girl in front of him. Perhaps all comfort was useless to her. "I'm leaving." He waved at Luoli, then turned around and flew into the sky. Luoli was left alone, staring at his back in a daze. He identified the direction. Chen Daoxuan flew towards Shuanghu Island. Compared to the refinement stage, the speed of a foundation establishment cultivator was more than 10 times faster. As a sword cultivator, Chen Daoxuan's speed should be faster than that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. But what was uncomfortable was that his current flying speed was really not comparable to ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Because he had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he did not have the time to cultivate all kinds of sword kinesis flying techniques and light beam transformation techniques. In addition, his 2 flying swords were now useless. Even if he learned how to ride a flying sword, there was no sword for him to ride. After all, the chief of the Jade Water Apes was equivalent to the early-stage Zifu disciple of the human race. Chen Daoxuan was an entire major realm away from him. To be able to fight head-on with the other party. This was already the reason why his foundation was extremely solid and his sword Dao realm far exceeded that of sword cultivators of the same level. If it was an ordinary swordsman, he could at most be invincible among his peers. It was impossible for him to cross a major realm and fight with others. Even so, Chen Daoxuan and the Jade Water Ape clan's chief exchanged a move head-on, but it was not without a price. The price he paid was that the Flying Snow Sword and the Cheng Ying Sword were almost completely shattered. Thinking of this, he took out 2 flying swords from his storage pouch. Especially this Flying Snow Sword, it could be said that it had accompanied Chen Daoxuan for almost his entire cultivation life. Even if it was not bad. With the lifespan of a level 1 magic tool, the Flying Snow Sword would not last for more than a few years before its spirituality gradually dissipated. He looked at the cracked Flying Snow Sword in his hand. A hint of sadness flashed through Chen Daoxuan's heart. For swordsmen, having their beloved flying swords damaged was always one of the saddest things for sword cultivators. Chen Daoxuan was no exception. As if sensing its master's intentions, the Flying Snow Sword let out a soft hum. However, the spiritual light on the sword body flickered, as if it would dissipate at any moment. "Old friend, you can rest now," he said silently. Chen Daoxuan put the Flying Snow Sword back into his storage bag and sped up towards Shuanghu Island. Shuanghu Island Port. Chen Daoxuan let Chen Ji expand the town. As the port continued to transport supplies, the town seemed to be blowing air as it expanded outward in circles. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan had greeted Chen Ji and Chen Buwang. He had them plan the town's various constructions in advance. Therefore, he had no choice. Chen Daoxuan looked over. The entire town was chaotic but not chaotic. Compared to Changping County, which had the largest number of Chen family members, it exuded more vitality. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was the economic leap brought about by trade. The material foundation determined the superstructures. This principle was also common in the cultivation world. Only when the economy developed well would the Chen family become stronger. Although this world was dominated by cultivators, the majority of them were still ordinary people. For example, the Zhou family had tens of millions of people. It was almost equivalent to a medium-sized country in his previous life. So many people. The amount of resources consumed and produced every day was massive. Even though these resources were useless to cultivators and looked down on, they were necessities for ordinary people to survive. In the Chen family, this part of the work had always been managed by Changping County Magistrate Chen Ji. In the future, Chen Daoxuan would transfer this part of the work to the newly established Ministry of People's Lives of the Chen family to manage it. He looked at the busy ordinary clansmen for a while. Chen Daoxuan's mood improved slightly. He used the wind manipulation technique and flew towards the Chen family's spirit vein. They had yet to reach the Chen family's spirit vein. Chen Daoxuan scanned the area with his divine sense. He actually found out that 13th uncle was already teaching at the clan school. In the class of Changping First Cultivation Primary School. Chen Zianhe stood in front of the blackboard. He explained to everyone the various obstacles of the returning origin technique. However, this group of people from the Fu generation was only 5 years old, and many of them could not even read. Chen Zianhe felt a headache learning the art of returning origin. Only now did he know how talented Chen Daoxuan was back then. No matter what it was, he would be able to understand it as soon as he learned it. In addition, he studied hard and cultivated hard. He was a natural talent for cultivation. Thinking of Chen Daoxuan, Chen Zianhe was a little distracted. This kid. He should have succeeded in building his foundation. Although he was sure that Chen Daoxuan would succeed in building his foundation, he had not returned for more than a month. It was impossible for Chen Zianhe not to be worried. At this moment, 13th uncle. Chen Zianhe heard a familiar voice. Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Zianhe turned to look out the window. A familiar figure appeared in front of him, smiling brightly. Chapter 132, The Concept of Industry. Shuanghu Island. Changping First Cultivation Primary School. In the classroom of first grade Class 1. Chen Daoxuan stood on the podium and looked at the black mass of people from the Fu generation. He smiled and said, "Have you all learned some of the most basic knowledge of artifact refinement from teacher Daoku?" "I have." In the classroom. The Chen family student shouted. "In your opinion, what is the purpose of refining weapons?" Hearing this question, the students in the class whispered, not knowing how to answer. After a while, a little boy who was about 1.2 meters tall raised his hand. "Fu Lai, tell me." Chen Daoxuan pointed at the little boy who raised his hand. "Teacher, I think the purpose of refining artifacts is to increase the strength of cultivators and help them overcome the tribulations in their cultivation." "Very good, sit down." Chen Daoxuan looked around. "Does anyone else have a different idea?" At this moment, a little girl stood up and said crisply, "Teacher, I think refining is for making money." Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the classroom burst into laughter. Stop laughing, what's so funny?" When the little girl saw everyone laughing at her, she was so anxious that she was about to cry. "All right, everyone, stop laughing." Chen Daoxuan made a stop gesture, and everyone's laughter gradually stopped. After all, apart from being their teacher, the person in front of them was also the young clan leader of the Chen clan. "Fuyuan, your answer is not bad. Sit down." The little girl sat down angrily. Chen Daoxuan looked at everyone and smiled. Actually, what Fu Lai and Fu Yuan said just now was right. We artifact masters refine artifacts to earn spirit stones and buy cultivation resources. Ordinary cultivators bought magic tools to increase their strength and resist the risks in their cultivation. There is no contradiction between the two. Chen Daoxuan paused for a moment. But there is a problem. In the Infinite Star Sea, ordinary itinerant cultivators often carry spiritual stones, but they can't buy satisfactory spiritual artifacts. Why? Teacher, I know this because armament masters are too few. I know. It's because magic tools are too expensive. Ordinary itinerant cultivators can't afford them. This time, everyone started to talk about all kinds of reasons. But in conclusion, it was said that there were few blacksmiths and expensive magic tools. Then do you know why there are so few armament masters? It's because the cost of training an armament master is too high. Small families can't afford to train them. Chen Fulei replied. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Small clans can't afford to train blacksmiths because the profit from blacksmithing is too low. Itinerant cultivators can't afford magic tools because they are too expensive. One party disliked the low profit, but the other party couldn't afford it. In fact, neither side was wrong. What was wrong? The mistake is that our efficiency in refining magic tools is too low, and our productivity in producing magic tools is too low. Chen Daoxuan looked at everyone. Therefore, the lesson I'm going to give you today is to explain how to increase the efficiency of refining magic tools. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan wrote a few words on the blackboard. H. The idea of industrial refining. The students below the stage read out word by word. In the industrial area. Rainbow Sound Flying Sword Factory. As summer approached, the weather became hotter and hotter. Even with Chen Lianjiao's Xiantian cultivation, he felt that he could not withstand the high temperature in the factory. Factory manager Chen. Chen Lianjiao was wiping his sweat when a familiar voice made him raise his head. Young clan leader. When Chen Lianjiao saw Chen Daoxuan, his face lit up with joy before he bowed to Chen Daoxuan. After the ceremony. Young clan leader, are you here to inspect the situation in the factory? Chen Lianjiao stood up straight and asked with a smile. Yes. Speaking of which. It had been a long time since Chen Daoxuan had come to the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Factory. In the past 2 years. He was basically busy with his foundation establishment and the Chen family's education. Now, he had successfully built his foundation. The Chen family's education problem was also temporarily solved. He finally found time to inspect the factory. Young clan leader, please come in. Chen Lianjiao immediately made an inviting gesture. Chen Daoxuan followed Chen Lianjiao into the factory. The Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Factory now had 9 harmonious spirit stoves compared to the one when it was first built. Of course. This did not mean that the production of the Rainbow Sonar Flying Swords had increased by 9 times. The reason was that Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan couldn't spend all their time refining weapons in the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Factory. Chen Daoquan didn't need to say much. He had been following Chen Zianhe to learn how to manage the Chen family's magical equipment store. Now, he was able to manage the magic tool shops in Guang'an Prefecture's wandering cultivator market alone. Chen Zianhe returned to teach. It was proof that Chen Daoquan had the ability to take charge of his own affairs. What made Chen Daoxuan even happier was Chen Daoquan didn't slow down his cultivation just because he had to manage the magical treasure shop. Although Chen Daoquan's spirit root was not as good as Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan's, he was still a cultivator with a medium spirit root. Therefore, he had no choice. Over the past few years, Chen Daoquan's cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the aura refining realm, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the advanced stage of the aura refining realm. Looking closely, the Chen family had changed too much in the past few years. Not only did Chen Daoxuan succeed in building his foundation, but he also became a foundation-building cultivator. The other cultivators of the Dao generation had also grown. Chen Daoku and Chen Daolan were cultivators with superior spiritual roots like Chen Daoxuan. In addition, they cultivated hard and had sufficient resources, so their cultivation progress was not slower than Chen Daoxuan's. In fact, because they had sufficient cultivation resources from the beginning, their overall cultivation speed was faster than Chen Daoxuan's. Both of them were now at the 9th Qi layer. He was in a state of polishing his true Qi. Once his Genkai was polished to a perfect state, he could attempt to build his foundation. Apart from these 3, the other 6 cultivators of the Dao generation only had low spiritual roots, and only 3 of them had just reached the 4th Qi layer. The rest were all at the 3rd Qi layer. But no matter what. Compared to 5 years ago, the Chen family only had Chen Zianhe and Chen Daoxuan. It was already much stronger. Especially after the first batch of cultivators with the word Fu entered the clan school. According to Chen Daoxuan's decision. After a year of basic education, the people of the Fu generation were all shocked. They would be allowed to take the meridian unblocking pill to help them open up the meridians in their entire body, saving them a lot of cultivation time. However, there were 108 cultivators in the first batch, and if they all took the unblocking meridian pill, it would cost more than 50,000 spirit stones. This was not counting the increasing number of cultivators of the Fu generation each year. Once these cultivators stepped onto the path of cultivation, the consumption of spiritual energy and various cultivation resources would be massive. It was simply unrealistic to rely on the Chen family's flying sword factory to support so many cultivators of the Fu generation. Every time he thought of this, Chen Daoxuan felt a headache coming on. When I was young, I had a small business. He could make all the cultivators of the Dao generation live a comfortable life by working alone in the factory. However, as the clan grew stronger and stronger, even if all the 8-year-old Dao cultivators were sent to the factory, the money they earned would still be far from enough to cover the expenses of the new generation of cultivators in the family, let alone Chen Daoxuan working alone in the flying sword factory. Chapter 133, The Problem of Power. Actually, this was a very easy score to settle. There were a total of 108 cultivators from the Chen family who had just reached school age. By next year, this batch of cultivators would become true cultivators and step onto the path of immortality. At that time, they needed to consume spiritual energy and various cultivation resources. Let's not talk about the issue of spiritual energy first. In terms of cultivation resources alone, next year, the Chen family would have a total of 118 cultivators of the Dao generation and the Fu generation. Among them, there was one foundation establishment cultivator and 117 qi condensation cultivators. So many people. Even if each qi condensation cultivator consumed an average of 1,000 spirit stones per year, the cost of cultivation resources was still very high. In a year, he would need close to 120,000 spirit stones. One had to know. This was only the first batch of cultivators of the Fu generation. The Chen family would have more and more cultivators of the Fu generation. In other words, the cultivation resources consumed by the Chen family would increase by hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones every year. This was only the consumption of cultivation resources. In the cultivation of cultivators, other than all kinds of cultivation resources, the most basic requirement was naturally spiritual energy, which was the need for spiritual veins. The Chen family only had one level 1 spirit meridian at the moment. To be honest, the problem of the spirit vein was the biggest problem that the Chen family needed to solve. Because Chen Daoxuan was already a foundation establishment cultivator. If this grade 1 spirit meridian was only for him to use, it was barely enough. If the 100 qi condensation cultivators of the Chen clan were to use it together with a foundation establishment cultivator like him, that was far from enough. Not to mention a few years later, the cultivators of the Dao generation were about to start building their foundation, and there were more and more cultivators of the Fu generation. Level 1 spirit meridians definitely wouldn't work. There were only two paths left. First, increase the number of grade 1 spirit meridians. Second, upgrade the grade 1 spiritual heritage to grade 2. The first method required less spirit stones. After all, a grade 1 spirit vein only cost 100,000 spirit stones. To the current Chen family, it was just a drizzle. However, it wasn't a problem for a qi condensation cultivator to cultivate a grade 1 spirit meridian. However, it was not possible for a qi condensation cultivator to reach foundation establishment. The Chen family wouldn't have to borrow spirit veins from other families every time a cultivator reached foundation establishment, right? It was impossible for others to lend it to you every time. After all, after a second-grade spirit meridian helped a cultivator to reach foundation establishment, it would basically be impossible for the next qi condensation cultivator to reach foundation establishment within 10 years. This was a huge loss for a family with a grade 2 spiritual heritage. Unless it was a grade 3 spirit meridian, it could be used to build the foundation of qi condensation cultivators. However, if he wanted to cultivate a grade 1 spirit meridian into a grade 3 spirit meridian, he would have to rely on it. It would cost 11 million spirit stones. Not to mention the Chen family, even for the Yang family and the Wu family, this amount of spirit stones was a huge sum. Within a short period of time. Of course, the Chen family could not afford such a huge sum of spirit stones. Therefore, he had no choice. He could only spend 1 million spirit stones to temporarily nurture the clan's spirit vein to grade 2. Chen Daoxuan followed behind Chen Lianjiu. Walking in the factory. Compared to 2 years ago, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Factory didn't change much internally. The only change was that the number of apprentices in the factory had increased. Seeing this scene, it seems that you've done a good job with the apprenticeship system these 2 years. Chen Daoxuan nodded. It's all thanks to young patriarch's guidance. Lianjiu doesn't dare to claim credit. Chen Lianjiu cupped his hands with a smile on his face as he humbly said. In the next moment, Chen Daoxuan saw a furnace operator skillfully removing a spirit stone that had used up all of its spiritual energy from the melting spirit furnace in a production room. He pointed at the production room and asked, Manager Chen, how many spirit stones does our flying sword factory consume every year? Chen Lianjiao knew. The consumption of spirit stones that Chen Daoxuan mentioned referred to the consumption of the formation power provided by each harmonious spirit stove to refine the spirit ores. It was the spirit stone that the furnace operator had just taken out from the bottom of the thawing spirit furnace. Hearing this question, Chen Lianjiao's face was filled with bitterness as he complained, "Young patriarch, this harmonious spirit stove is good in every aspect. The only flaw is that it consumes a lot of spirit stones every year. According to the factory's statistics, if each harmonious spirit stove is working at full speed, it will consume one spirit stone in less than 3 days. Ti. So many?" Chen Daoxuan asked in surprise. Previously, when he was working in the factory, Chen Lianjiao had always been in charge of logistics, including the spirit stones consumed by the harmonious spirit stove. After all, there was only one harmonious spirit stove at that time. Even if one spirit stone was consumed every 3 days, it would only consume 100 spirit stones in a year. With Chen Daoxuan's ability to earn money back then, he really didn't pay much attention to the consumption in this aspect. But now, the consumption of the 9 harmonious spirit stoves was much higher. In just 1 year, the consumption of spirit stones alone had reached 1,000. In the future, all kinds of magical equipment factories would be built in the industrial zone, and a large number of cultivators of the Fu generation would enter the factory. The number of harmonious spirit stoves of the Chen family would increase explosively. Suppose there were 1,000 harmonious spirit stoves. The annual consumption of spirit stones alone would reach more than 100,000 spirit stones. It was equivalent to devouring a spirit vein in a year. Not to mention that the Chen family's industrial process would be further advanced in the future. Chen Daoxuan, who had studied engineering in his previous life, knew that the foundation of industrialization was motivation. Whether it was the steam era or the electric era, the change in power would always sound the horn of the Industrial Revolution. In this life, the driving force Chen Daoxuan chose for the refining industry was spiritual energy. This was because spiritual energy was a clean and almost unlimited energy source. However, a few years ago, due to the limited conditions, Chen Daoxuan was in a hurry to get the harmonious spirit stove out, so he didn't care about its power. He directly used spirit stones to replace the power source of the harmonious spirit furnace. In reality, whether it was cultivation or using spirit stones as the power source of the harmonious spirit furnace, it was an extremely wasteful act. Although the spirit stone was called a spirit stone, it was not because of the little spiritual energy it stored. To be honest, the spiritual energy stored in the spirit stones was like a firefly compared to the spiritual energy produced by the spirit vein. The place where spirit stones were truly precious. It was because of the trace of power of creation that was wrapped in spiritual energy inside it. It was precisely because of this trace of power of creation that spirit stones could nurture and upgrade spirit meridians. He used the spirit stones as a power source. Chen Daoxuan had basically thrown away the most precious trace of the power of creation in the spirit stones. It was because of the harmonious spirit stove that the production efficiency was greatly increased, increasing the profit by dozens of times. Otherwise, he simply couldn't stand Chen Daoxuan's prodigal behavior. In the factory, Chen Lianjiao saw Chen Daoxuan frowning and stopped. He was a little nervous. Naturally, he didn't know that Chen Daoxuan was thinking so far ahead. In fact, he didn't even know what was called industrialization. He only knew how to record the finances of the factory and deal with all kinds of logistics problems in the factory. Young clan leader. After a while, Chen Lianjiao called out cautiously. "Oh, it's fine. Let's continue." Chen Daoxuan returned to his senses and smiled. But in his heart, he had already secretly memorized the problem of power and was thinking about how to solve it. Chapter 134, Spirit Chi Network Imagination. After inspecting the flying sword factory, Chen Daoxuan had a rough idea of the clan's current flying sword production. All in all, as Chen Daoxuan and the other 2 left the factory, a few more cultivators of the Dao generation entered the factory. The factory's output did not increase much. In the past, the Rainbow Sonar Flying Sword Factory could produce 900 flying swords per month, but now, it could only produce 1,000 or so. The increase was only a little more than 10%. the profit generated from this output. Of course, it could not satisfy the consumption of resources brought about by the increasing number of cultivators in the Chen family. Therefore, the expansion of the factory was urgent. However, before that, Chen Daoxuan needed to solve the power problem of the factory. The first thing that came to his mind was the electricity network in his previous life. On Earth, all countries used electric wires to transport electricity. Although spiritual energy was completely different from electricity, as a special type of energy, there must be a carrier that could carry and transport it. As long as he could find such a carrier, he would be able to solve the problem of spiritual energy transportation. Spiritual stones that had exhausted their spiritual energy were special materials that could store spiritual energy. It should be one of these special carriers. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan picked up a spirit stone that had used up all its spiritual energy. Who knows? As Chen Daoxuan exerted a slight force, the spirit stone that had exhausted its spiritual energy turned into a ball of powder and scattered on the ground like a stone that had turned into sand. Powder. Chen Daoxuan picked up the pile of grayish-white powder from the ground with his fingers. He zoomed in. The white powder was made up of small grains of sand crystals, similar to the sand on Earth. Each of these small particles was the size of sand. With a light blow, it floated everywhere. Chen Daoxuan frowned and rubbed his chin. In the next second, he used the fire control technique. A ball of white flame shot out from his palm. Since his cultivation had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, this fire control technique, which was almost harmless to qi condensation cultivators, could now pose a fatal threat to qi condensation cultivators. This was the terrifying aspect of a cultivator's high cultivation. It was clearly the same spell, but when a high-level cultivator used it, it could pose a fatal threat to a low-level cultivator. He controlled the flames while roasting the grayish-white powder under the flames. Very quickly, the grayish-white powder turned into a ball of white liquid. Chen Daoxuan knew. This was the result of the grayish-white powder being melted at high temperatures. Then, he controlled his true essence and pulled the grayish-white liquid into a long line as thick as a pinky finger. It was said to be a long line. In fact, this line was less than 20 centimeters long. There was no other way. A fist-sized spirit stone turned into powder could only make such a long line at most. But for Chen Daoxuan's experiment, it was enough. After the long line cooled down and solidified, he used his true essence to control the spiritual qi in the spiritual pool and injected it towards the end of the long line. Under the pressure of Chen Daoxuan's true essence, the spiritual energy easily rushed from one end of the long line to the other. Moreover, under Chen Daoxuan's perception, there was almost no consumption. Sure enough, it works. Chen Daoxuan was delighted. He pinched the long grey wire in his hand. It was soft and not as hard as the metal wires in his previous life. Instead, it looked like rubber wrapped around the wires. I didn't expect that the powder formed after the spirit stone exhausted its spiritual energy would turn into a rubber-like substance after melting and solidifying at high temperatures. Chen Daoxuan's eyes were filled with surprise. In this way, the problem of spiritual energy transportation is half solved. The reason why it was half. It was because Chen Daoxuan knew that if spiritual energy wanted to flow, in addition to a carrier that could transport it, it also needed a driving force that could push it. On Earth, this power was called voltage. And here, Chen Daoxuan temporarily called it spirit pressure. The spiritual pressure here was not the same as the spiritual pressure from the feedback system of the melting spirit stove. It referred to the pressure that could cause Reiki to move in the network of spiritual threads. It was a pity. Chen Daoxuan experimented for a long time, but to no avail. However, this experiment was probably the fastest progress he had ever made. It was nothing like the past. Regardless of whether it was the melting spirit stove or the Danjin pressure stabilizer. It took him several years. Furthermore, it was with the help of the state of enlightenment. If he didn't have the cheat of epiphany, he might not even be able to achieve anything in his life. But this time, in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, in just a short while, he had already completed the construction of the spiritual energy network. It had to be said. Sometimes, luck was far more important than strength in research. Chen Daoxuan was a classic example. In the underwater world of the infinite star sea, The Sun brothers had gone through many hardships and finally found the location of the Black Jade Tablet in a corner of the underwater world in Guang'an Prefecture. "Big brother, are we here yet?" "We're here." The pale-faced cultivator, Sun Fu, looked around and said solemnly, "This God Extinction Immortal Abode is just like the rumors say, it's in an independent secret realm. Protect me and don't disturb me." "Don't worry, big brother." The boorish man also knew that this was the most crucial moment of this trip. If this matter succeeded, perhaps the two of them could also soar to the sky like Daoist Master Shenja 400 years ago. In the future, they would dominate the battlefield of the Yun nation and become Jindan and Yuanying realm cultivators. If he failed. No, it won't fail. The rough man's expression became firm. In order to find this place and set foot here, the brothers had paid too much over the years. Ever since he was lucky enough to obtain this Black Jade token, the two brothers had been plotting for nearly 20 years. Only then did he finally find this place. As his thoughts spun, the pale-faced cultivator seemed to have changed. The pale-faced cultivator called Sun Fu cried out in surprise and said happily, "Hurry up! The immortal estate has opened." At this moment, the middle-aged cultivator saw a spatial rift suddenly open in front of his big brother. A large amount of extremely pure spiritual energy surged out of the crack. Such pure spiritual energy! Not to mention Guang'an Prefecture, they had not even felt it in the Guanzhen Immortal City on the battlefield of the Yun nation. One had to know. The 7 immortal cities built by the Qian Yuan sword sect in the battlefield of the Yun nation were all equipped with spiritual veins above the 5th level. In other words, in this immortal abode mystic realm, there was a spirit meridian that was even higher than a tier 5 spirit meridian. "I'm rich. We're rich." Faced with such a shocking amount of wealth, even with the shrewdness of the white-faced cultivator, he couldn't remain calm. Immediately, the two of them did not dare to delay and directly flew into the spatial rift. In the next second, the spatial rift suddenly closed as if nothing had happened. After the Sun brothers entered the immortal estate, after strolling in the immortal mansion's mystic realm for several hours, only then did he realize that it was a little different from what he had imagined. "Brother, where's the spirit vein?" The pale-faced cultivator also felt that something was wrong. The large amount of pure spiritual energy they had sensed just now was not produced by the spirit vein. Instead, it was the rootless duckweed stored in this secret realm of the immortal estate. He discovered this fact. The two of them were instantly disappointed. "Forget it. Anyway, we're not here for the spirit vein this time. Let's find the immortal inheritance first," the pale-faced cultivator said in a deep voice. The area of this secret manual was extremely large. The two of them wandered around for a few days before they found a palace that seemed to be inhabited by immortals. This palace was extremely majestic, and it was hundreds of meters tall. The Sun brothers stood in front of the palace like ants. The two of them tiptoed and pushed open the palace door. He slowly stepped into it. They entered the palace. The two of them found a corpse sitting upright in the palace. What kind of corpse was this? Silver hair, golden eyes, jade-like bones, and a corpse that would last for billions of years. Even though the Sun brothers didn't know how old this corpse was, the moment they saw it, the two of them knelt on the ground unconsciously. That was the respect that came from the heart of the seeker after seeing the person who had attained the Dao. This kneeling was involuntary, but it came from the bottom of his heart. However, the two of them did not notice at all. Not far from the corpse was a silver coffin. At this moment, the lid of the coffin moved slightly. However, the two of them were completely attracted by the corpse of the immortal in front of them and did not notice the changes in the coffin. After a long time, only then did the two of them recover from their shock. "Big brother, the corpse of the immortal is here. It's indeed an immortal's mansion. It's indeed an immortal's mansion. Quickly find the inheritance." The pale-faced cultivator could no longer be indifferent as he hurriedly said. At this moment, a cold and terrifying voice that seemed to be able to freeze people's souls sounded behind the two of them. "Keek, what are you looking for? Who is it?" The pale-faced cultivator Sun Fu suddenly turned his head, but the scene before him almost scared him out of his wits. Only to see a 10,000-year-old corpse king with a black baleful aura and blood aura was staring at the two of them with its green eyes. You are..." perfected Shenju. To the famous Daoist master Shenju. Even after 400 years, Sun Fu could still recognize him from his appearance. However, the other party had now turned into a zombie. Tisk tisk, you haven't told me what you're looking for. Chapter 135, The Yang Family's Invitation. Shuanghu Island. Rainbow Sound Flying Sword Factory. Chen Daoxuan stood in front of a harmonious spirit stove. At this moment, this harmonious spirit stove had already been working for more than 10 hours. Chen Daoxuan scanned the area with his divine sense. He immediately took it out of the furnace after he knew that the refining of the few second-grade water attribute spirit ores in the spirit melting furnace had been completed. Next. Shaping, fusing. Chen Daoxuan was already familiar with the place. Thanks to the transformation of his true essence and divine sense, it was now extremely easy for Chen Daoxuan to refine a second-tier superior grade magic tool. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have a level 3 magic tool inheritance, he would have been able to use it. Given his current level of true essence, which far surpassed that of late Foundation establishment cultivators, and his divine sense, which was comparable to that of Zifu disciples, he was already capable of attempting to forge a third-ranked flying sword. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the sword embryo of the water-attributed flying sword that was engraved with 18 layers of formation patterns. In the next second, the blood essence and formation patterns slowly fused into the sword embryo. The flying sword was successfully refined. Like a bird returning to its nest, it started to revolve around Chen Daoxuan. He looked at the high-grade second-tier flying sword in front of him that was abnormally happy. Chen Daoxuan took out the broken flying snow sword from his storage bag and looked at it. From now on, I'll call you Flying Snow. After saying that, then, he put the broken flying snow sword into his storage bag. In the next few days, Chen Daoxuan did the same thing and also refined a tier 2 high-grade wind attribute flying sword. This wind attribute flying sword was also named Cheng Ying sword by him. After refining the 2 intrinsic flying swords, Chen Daoxuan immediately started to practice sword kinesis flight. As for sword kinesis flight, Chen Daoxuan had been coveting it for a long time. He had even bought a suitable sword kinesis flying technique from Guang'an Prefecture before he built his foundation. The name of this technique was called Rainbow Sword Light Transformation. It was a very ordinary sword kinesis flying technique. But for Chen Daoxuan, who was riding a flying sword for the first time, the feeling was definitely different. Because before this, he had been using the wind manipulation technique to fly. Even though Chen Daoxuan was able to barely fly on a sword after his first tempering of his true qi, he was still able to do so. At that time, his Genkai was at least 3 times stronger than that of an ordinary late-stage aura refining cultivator. But at that time, he was busy building his foundation. How could he have the time to study sword kinesis flight? It was precisely because the speed of flying on a sword was extremely fast that it far surpassed the wind control technique of a qi condensation cultivator. Therefore, even if there were foundation building cultivators who couldn't defeat qi condensation cultivators couldn't do anything to foundation building cultivators. After all, when others flashed with sword light, they would immediately transform into a streak of light and fly away. If a qi condensation cultivator relied on the wind manipulation technique, they wouldn't even be able to eat dust from behind. In the following days, Chen Daoxuan's life had returned to peace. As he had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, Chen Daoxuan was not in a hurry to cultivate the foundation establishment stage cultivation method. Instead, he chose to polish the true essence that had just broken through. This point, it was especially important for swordsmen. Zhou Mubai's sword path inheritance Jade Slip had also mentioned this point. After Sword Shiu tempered their true essence, remember not to be in a hurry to cultivate attributed cultivation methods. Instead, he had to polish his sword origin to the point where it could be used as easily as an arm and fingers with his normal true essence before he would choose to cultivate a foundation establishment stage cultivation technique. Only in this way would it not affect the subsequent cultivation speed. While sword intent tempered true essence to become stronger, it also increased the difficulty of cultivation. In fact, this principle was basically universal. The power of a top-notch cultivation technique meant that the true essence cultivated was stronger than cultivators of the same level. But at the same time, The difficulty of cultivating a top-notch cultivation technique was also the greatest. A cultivation technique that was easy to cultivate and powerful could only be found in his dreams. Therefore, he had no choice. After a cultivator reached foundation establishment, they had to be very careful when choosing a cultivation technique. This was because it would affect a cultivator's future path. For cultivators, it wasn't that the stronger the cultivation technique, the better. Some people's aptitude was not good to begin with. Being able to build his foundation was already a fluke. At this time, choosing those powerful cultivation techniques would often cause difficulties in cultivation after the foundation establishment stage. It would even be a tragic situation of being stuck in the early foundation establishment stage and not being able to advance an inch. At this moment, if others chose to cultivate a cultivation technique that was easy to cultivate but had mediocre power, they might have already entered the middle or late stage of the foundation establishment realm. Even when they were at the same level. Others who cultivated weaker cultivation techniques might not be your match, but it was easy for others to fight you in the early stage. More importantly, others will have a higher chance of breaking through to the Zifu disciple level than you. This was the most important thing. After all, the primary goal of cultivators was basically to achieve immortality. If not for the heavenly tribulation, perhaps no one would choose to cultivate a powerful but difficult cultivation technique. Redwood Island. A streak of light instantly tore through the sky. They landed on the sea overlooking pavilion. Looking at the boundless sea, Chen Daoxuan felt extremely carefree. During these 2 months, apart from being busy with family matters, he was also very busy. Basically, he used all of his energy to cultivate the Rainbow Sword Light Evasion technique. After a total of 6 epiphanies, he had finally cultivated this escape technique to perfection. At this moment, in the eyes of others, he was as fast as a rainbow when he used this escape technique. It was almost as fast as a Zifu disciple. The reason why he made such a judgment. This was because Chen Daoxuan had ridden on the Zhou clan's Spirit Void battleship before, and he knew how fast Zifu disciples were. He felt that his current speed was not inferior to the fastest speed of the Spirit Void battleship. He looked at the scenery on the sea. Chen Daoxuan's sword light swept out. He flew back to Shuanghu Island. In less than a few hundred breaths, Chen Daoxuan's flying light crossed a distance of 400 miles and landed in the spirit vein of Shuanghu Island. Compared to before, his speed was more than 10 times faster. Just as he was extremely excited and enjoying himself, Chen Xianhe found him. Spirit Day City has been built. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Xianhe in surprise. He thought about it carefully. The Yang family had proposed to build the Spirit Day City only 2 to 3 years ago. It was actually so fast. In just 2 to 3 years, an immortal city was built. He just didn't know. In order to build the Lingzhou Immortal City, the Guang'an Immortal Alliance, led by the Yang family, had to pay a huge price. Since it's built, let's go and watch the show, Chen Daoxuan said with a smile. Compared to before foundation establishment, after successfully building his foundation, Chen Daoxuan became much calmer. He knew. All of this stemmed from his own strength. At the refinement stage, even though he could be invincible in the Lianqi stage, he was still able to do so. But in Guang'an Prefecture, being invincible in the Qi condensation was far from enough. The Zhou family alone had thousands of foundation establishment cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture. Including the itinerant cultivators, there were tens of thousands of foundation establishment cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture. This was it. This did not include the freelance foundation building cultivators on the Yun nation's front lines. With so many foundation building cultivators, Chen Daoxuan was basically no match for any of them. And now, as he established the foundation of the strongest swordsman, his sword Dao realm skyrocketed. Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to say that he was a match for a Zifu disciple, but he basically couldn't find a match for a foundation establishment cultivator. Looking at it this way, in the vast Guang'an Prefecture, only the Zhou, Yang, Wu, and Zhao clans were worthy of Chen Daoxuan's attention. In fact, apart from the Zifu disciples of the Zhou and Yang clans, the Zhou clan and the Yang clan had no other choice. The Wu and Zhao families only had slightly more foundation establishment cultivators. In front of the current Chen Daoxuan, foundation establishment cultivators were nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs, not worth mentioning. Chapter 136, Guang'an Prefecture. Several months later. A streak of light streaked across the sky. That's the Golden Crow Island. In the sky. Chen Daoxuan, who was dressed in white, pointed at the circular island that looked like a sun falling on the sea and introduced it. The Yang family's Golden Crow Island. Chen Xianhe nodded. I've only heard of his name. This is the first time I'm here personally. At this point, Chen Xianhe sighed. Guang'an Prefecture is too big. If a qi condensation cultivator wants to travel through the entire Guang'an Prefecture, he might not be able to do so even after several years of sailing. They're not like foundation establishment cultivators, who can use light to fly. As he spoke, he looked at Chen Daoxuan and the sword light under his feet with envy. The second-tier superior grade Cheng Ying sword, the sword light that burst out could reach more than 90 feet in length. At this moment, this second-grade flying sword released a sword light that was several dozen feet long, wrapping around the two of them as they tore through the sky. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded and said, Foundation establishment cultivators are indeed much faster than qi condensation cultivators. The last time I came here, I had to come nearly a month in advance. Unlike today, where he arrived in less than a few hours. As they spoke, Golden Crow Island was getting closer and closer. Chen Daoxuan immediately descended and flew towards the newly built Lingzhou Immortal City on Golden Crow Island. On the vast plain not far from the harbor of Golden Crow Island, a huge immortal city stood there. Even though this city was slightly inferior to Guang'an Prefecture City in terms of scale, it was still a small city. However, the concentration of Reiki inside was no less than that of Guang'an Prefecture. In fact, because Guang'an Immortal Alliance had released most of the restrictions on spiritual energy, the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Spirit Day City was even higher than that in Guang'an Prefecture. Although the scale of Spirit Day City was slightly smaller than Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City, its popularity was not low at all. It was probably because he knew in advance that the Spirit Day City would be completed today. Almost all the itinerant cultivators who had settled in Guang'an Immortal Alliance's spirit vein within a radius of 10,000 miles had rushed over to support them. In the past 2 to 3 years, how many itinerant cultivators had chosen to live in the spirit vein built by Guang'an Immortal Alliance? According to the Zhou family's rough estimation, at least 30% of the itinerant cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture had come to the spirit vein of the Guang'an Immortal Alliance to settle down. Judging from the total number of millions of itinerant cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture, the itinerant cultivators who were heading to Lingzhou City today were all very powerful. There were at least 1 million of them. It even surpassed the flow of people in Guang'an City. Close to Spirit Day City, the amount of light in the sky instantly increased. In the past, when he was in the Lianqi stage, he would always be envious of these flying lights that whistled through the air. Today, he became one of them. Chen Daoxuan had a wonderful feeling. The light descended. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Xianhe landed at the city gate of Spirit Day City. It was the same as Guang'an City. Spirit Day City also adopted the method of inner and outer cities. The outer area was an open city where mortals lived and could expand outwards. The inner city was where the immortal city was located and was built on a grade 3 spirit vein. The reason why the city wall was built was because of the fact that the city wall was built. Of course, it was not to defend against external enemies, but to separate mortals from cultivators. To a certain extent, it was also a form of protection for mortals. Because cultivators were too powerful, mortals were no different from ants in front of them. If they did not separate the two and lived together, mortals would easily be bullied by cultivators. They might even be slaughtered by some cultivators with bad temperaments. In this way, even if the major cultivation forces punished the cultivators who committed the crime, the losses that had been caused could not be recovered. Therefore, he had no choice. When the major cultivation forces built immortal cities, they would not mix cultivators and mortals together. Even if it was his own clansmen. At the city gate of Spirit Day City, compared to the endless city walls, the city gates of Spirit Day City were equally wide. Eyeballing. It was at least 100 feet wide and nearly 1,000 feet tall, not even slightly smaller than the city gate of Guang'an Prefecture. Moreover, there were a total of 9 such gates in the entire Spirit Day City. These giant city walls and gates, only the power of cultivators could build it. If it was an ordinary mortal, even a Xiantian mortal would not be able to build it. Chen Daoxuan looked at the long line of qi condensation cultivators waiting at the city gate. He and Chen Zianhe stood at the city gate reserved for foundation establishment cultivators and looked away. "Senior, please come in." At the city gate, a Yang family cultivator at the late qi refining stage cupped his hands respectfully towards Chen Daoxuan. "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded and walked into Spirit Day City with Chen Zianhe. They entered Spirit Day City. The two of them walked for a few hours. Only then did he feel the prosperity of Spirit Day City. Although the Spirit Day City had just been built, the various families of the Guang and Immortal Alliance spared no effort in order to make the city popular. They took out all the resources that the various families had stored and sold them. For a moment, in the various shops of Spirit Day City, all kinds of goods were dazzling. It was no different from the auction held in Guang'an City. On the street, pedestrians and cultivators crowded together. Chen Daoxuan felt like he was rushing to the train station during the Spring Festival in his previous life. However, after sensing his cultivation, none of the cultivators dared to squeeze on him. A vacuum formed around him. Chen Daoxuan knew. This was the respect that low-level cultivators had for high-level cultivators. This kind of reverence stemmed from the power of a high-level cultivator to completely crush a low-level cultivator. As the two of them strolled, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zianhe started chatting. "It seems like Spirit Day City has really become something," sighed Chen Zianhe. "Yet." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Even though he had expected the success of Spirit Day City, he still didn't expect it to come so quickly and so fiercely. The establishment of Spirit Day City had a greater impact on Guang'an City than expected. "Now, I wonder how the Zhou family will deal with this." Hearing this, Chen Zianhe frowned. As a newly risen foundation-building clan, the Chen clan was undoubtedly the last to see the conflict between the Zhou clan and the Guang'an Immortal Alliance. If the two tigers really wanted to fight, it would be beneficial to the Chen family. That would depend on the ability of the person at the helm of the Chen family to jump left and right. This point. In his previous life, Chen Daoxuan had also seen how small countries struggled to survive in the cracks of big countries. He wasn't completely inexperienced. Of course, the current Chen family, with just Chen Daoxuan alone, was not considered weak among all the foundation-building families in Guang'an Prefecture. He was a sword cultivator who could be said to be invincible in the foundational level. Even a new Zifu disciple clan like the Yang clan had to pay attention to it. Currently, in Guang'an Prefecture, in terms of family heritage, Chen Daoxuan roughly divided them into 5 grades. The first tier was naturally the Zhou family. Even if all the clans in Guang'an Prefecture were to be added together, they would still not be able to compete with the Zhou clan. The second tier were the Yang clan, the Wu clan, and the Zhao clan, the newly risen Zifu disciples and foundation establishment clans with deep foundations. The third tier was the ordinary foundation establishment clans. These foundation establishment clans had dozens to hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators, and the entire clan had tens of thousands of cultivators. The fourth tier clans were those small clans that were lucky enough to become foundation establishment clans. For example, in some qi condensation families, 1 or 2 people had broken through to the foundation establishment realm, or in some small families with only tens or hundreds of qi condensation cultivators, they had broken through to the foundation establishment realm on the battlefield in the Yun nation. Back then, if the clan leader of the Mo clan had entered the foundation establishment stage, he would probably have been classified into this level. The last tier, the 5th tier, was for all the aura refining clans. Of course, there were also strong and weak qi refinement clans. The stronger ones were the Mo clan, which had nearly 100 qi condensation cultivators and even a clan leader who was close to the foundation establishment stage. The weaker ones were like the Chen family 5 years ago, which only had 1 or 2 qi condensation cultivators. If the current Chen family was to be classified, it could probably be classified as the 3rd tier. It was an ordinary foundation establishment clan with nearly 100 foundation establishment cultivators. Because in terms of strength, just Chen Daoxuan alone was enough to match up to hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators. In terms of foundation, the cultivators of the Chen family's Fu generation were growing like bamboo shoots after the rain. The clan's annual profits from the magical equipment market also constantly hit new records. From this perspective, it could even rank the Chen family at the top of the third-tier families. Of course, although the Chen family had this strength, their current reputation was far from matching its strength. The reason behind this was very complicated. It was because the Chen family kept a low profile and focused on their development. There was also the fact that Chen Daoxuan had succeeded in building his foundation and became the second sword cultivator in Guang'an Prefecture after Zhou Mubai, but no one knew about it. Chapter 137, Discord. It's useless to think too much. Let's go. Chen Xianhe shook his head. Good. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Then, with a flash of his sword, he flew up into the sky with Chen Xianhe. There was a huge difference between Spirit Day City and Guang'an City. The anti-flight formation only worked on Qi condensation cultivators and was useless against Foundation establishment cultivators. Therefore, he had no choice. In Spirit Day City, one could often see streaks of light flying over everyone's heads. Meanwhile, in Guang'an City, let alone a Foundation establishment cultivator, even a Zifu disciple would have to walk obediently. But of course, aside from the Zhou clan, no other clan in the Guang'an Prefecture had any Zifu disciples. Thus, there was no need to restrict Zifu disciples from flying. Spirit Day City did this. Without a doubt, the Foundation establishment cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture had a good impression of him. Foundation establishment cultivators were used to flying, so it was difficult for them to walk. However, due to the rules of the Zhou family, the cultivators were also suffering. Furthermore, the Qi condensation cultivators did not object to the Spirit Day City's actions. After all, in the cultivation world, the concept of cultivation determining status was deeply rooted in people's hearts. The seniority of two cultivators who did not know each other depended on their cultivation. Even though Chen Daoxuan was only 21 years old, the 100-year-old Qi condensation cultivators who didn't know him had to call him senior when they saw him. This title of senior had nothing to do with age, but was a respectful title for the pioneers on the path of cultivation. The core hail of Guang'an Immortal Alliance was located in the sky above Spirit Day City. It was the same as the floating Immortal Palace that Chen Daoku had envisioned. The Guang'an Immortal Alliance used a floating array to float a spiritual mountain in the air. Clouds and mist floated above the spiritual mountain, and a palace could be seen vaguely inside, as if it was a blessed land of immortals. Not to mention how much effort Guang'an Immortal Alliance had put into building a spiritual mountain into the sky. Just based on its appearance, Chen Daoxuan had to give it full marks. At the very least, he was indeed shocked when he saw this floating spiritual mountain. Swoosh! Chen Daoxuan and Chen Xianhe landed at the foot of Mount Numinous. At the foot of the mountain, a flight of stairs rose up, as if it was a ladder to heaven. At the end of the stairs was a group of palaces. It was truly like a blessed land. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Xianhe looked at each other and walked to the Guang'an Immortal Alliance cultivator who was responsible for receiving them at the foot of the mountain. They cupped their hands and said, "I am a member of the Chen family of Shuanghu Island. I have been invited by the Yang family to participate in the completion celebration of Spirit Day City." As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan handed the invitation over. Twin Lake Island. The attendant in charge of receiving them was a foundation building cultivator. He sized up Chen Daoxuan with a surprised expression and immediately opened the invitation card that Chen Daoxuan had handed over. He nodded and said, "Fellow Daoist, please go up the mountain." "Thank you so much." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Wait." Chen Daoxuan had just raised his foot when he was stopped by the other party. "Fellow Daoist, please forgive me. This celebration is a banquet that the Guang'an Immortal Alliance has invited all the major Foundation establishment families. Please wait a moment." He stood in front of Chen Xianhe and shook his head. When Chen Daoxuan heard this, his face turned cold. "Fellow Daoist, what do you mean? Could it be that you're deliberately making things difficult for us?" "Fellow Daoist, please forgive me." The other party only said this and did not explain further. However, she was very determined not to let Chen Xianhe go over. Just as Chen Daoxuan was about to turn hostile, a coquettish voice sounded from the front, "Isn't this fellow Daoist Chen?" Hearing that, Chen Daoxuan turned his head and saw Yang Gongwan on the left. His expression was still cold. He had been invited by the Yang family to attend the celebration of Spirit Day City, but he had been made difficult by the cultivators in charge of welcoming him. Anyone would be unhappy. Fairy Yang, long time no see. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands with a stiff expression. Sorry. Yang Gongwan smiled and said, I was too busy with the celebration this time. I forgot to greet fellow Daoist Wu. Immediately, Yang Gongwan changed the topic and said, it's been a few years since we last met. Not only is fellow Daoist Chen in high spirits, but you've also successfully reached foundation establishment. Congratulations. As he spoke. This is fellow Daoist Wu from Phoenix Parasol Island, and this is fellow Daoist Chen from Shuanghu Island. Gongwan has apologized to the two of you again. It's all my fault for being careless and almost making the two of you unhappy. As she spoke, Yang Gongwan bowed to Chen Daoxuan and the Wu clan cultivators. He had already said that if Chen Daoxuan continued to pursue the matter, it would seem like he was being unreasonable. The Wu family cultivator seemed to be quite fascinated by Yang Gongwan, and there was a hint of greed hidden in the depths of his eyes. Then, he apologized to Chen Daoxuan. So you were invited by the Yang family. I was rude just now. After saying that, he pretended to be a gorilla and cupped his hands at Chen Daoxuan. It's fine. Chen Daoxuan replied coldly. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Xianhe walked up the mountain. Fellow Daoist Chen, why don't we travel together? Yang Gongwan said as she chased after Chen Daoxuan. On the stairs. The few of them remained silent. After a long time. Fairy Yang, you have good methods, Chen Daoxuan said faintly. Hearing this, Yang Gongwan's pretty face was filled with confusion. Fellow Daoist Chen, what do you mean? It's nothing, I misspoke. After saying that. Along the way, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Xianhe didn't say a word. They covered their heads and walked toward the palace on the Spirit Mountain. Yang Gongwan also lowered her head silently, thinking about something. In the palaces of Spirited Mountain, Yang Gongwan walked to a pavilion at the back of the mountain. In the pavilion, an old man with white hair and a youthful face looked at the spiritual fish in the spiritual pool in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Grandfather. Seeing Yang Linyuan, Yang Gongwan quickly bowed. Yes. Hearing this call, Yang Linyuan sighed and then smiled. Wan Er, why didn't you get busy outside? Why did you come here to find me? Who knew that when he heard this? Grandfather, I did something wrong just now, Yang Gongwan said with a wronged look in her eyes. As she spoke, she told Yang Linyuan what had just happened. After listening, Yang Linyuan shook his head and sighed, you're smart, but you don't have enough wisdom. He paused for a moment. There's no need for you to sow discord between the Wu and Chen families. With a conflict of interest, they'll naturally become like fire and water in the future. I know I was wrong. Yang Gongwan lowered her head. Seeing his granddaughter like this, Yang Linyuan couldn't bear to scold her and comforted her. However, this can be considered as burying a thorn in the hearts of the Chen and Wu families. It's not entirely a bad thing. She knew that her grandfather was comforting her. However, after hearing this comforting voice, Yang Gongwan's mood improved a lot. Compared to what Yang Gongwan had said, Yang Linyuan felt as if there was a heavy stone weighing down on his heart. He had a vague feeling. Perhaps in the near future, the Guang'an prefecture would really change. It wasn't just the completion of Spirit Day City that had a huge impact on Guang'an City. It was also because of a tragic incident that happened to the Wu family 2 months ago. Thinking of this matter, Yang Linyuan didn't even have the mood to host the celebration. However, he thought about it. In Guang'an Prefecture, other than a few families, no one had the strength to do such a thing. Among these few families, only the Zhou family had the strength and motive. Chapter 138, Trouble. Dong. Thump. Dong. The melodious sound of a bell rang on the spiritual mountain of the Guang'an Immortal Alliance. It indicated that the celebration was about to begin. Many foundation establishment cultivators gathered in the square in front of the main palace, chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Foundation building cultivators usually cultivated in seclusion in their own clans, and the number of times they showed their faces was not as much as that of Qi condensation cultivators. Therefore, this celebration of the completion of Spirit Day City could be considered a rare gathering of foundation establishment cultivators. As a new foundation establishment family, the Chen family was not famous among the many foundation establishment families in Guang'an Prefecture. Therefore, no one took the initiative to talk to the two of them. Brother Chen. Just as he was thinking that no one was talking to him, a call came from behind him. He turned around. A young figure appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. This person looked to be in his 20s. He had peach blossom eyes and a frivolous smile on his lips. Who else could it be but Zhou Muchen's son, Zhou Siliang? Brother Zhou. Chen Daoxuan immediately reacted and cupped his hands at Zhou Siliang to congratulate him. Congratulations on your success in foundation establishment, Brother Zhou. Haha, congratulations. Zhou Siliang's success in building his foundation surprised Chen Daoxuan. However, the last time he saw him, Zhou Siliang was already at the 9th Qi layer. Now that he had successfully built his foundation, it was not too surprising. Zhou Siliang greeted Chen Daoxuan and quickly greeted Chen Xianhe, Si Liang greets Uncle Chen. Good, good, good. Chen Xianhe smiled and stroked his beard. From the looks of it, you must have come with Brother Zhou? Uncle Zhou is here too. Zhou Siliang nodded. My father is indeed here. At this point, Zhou Siliang's words flickered. Since that's the case, let's pay a visit together. Chen Daoxuan didn't mind. Back then, Zhou Muchen had been of great help to the Chen family. If not for Zhou Muchen's influence, the Chen family would not have been able to occupy the magical equipment market in Guang'an Prefecture's wandering cultivator market so easily. Since he had encountered it this time, it was reasonable for him to go up and greet her. When Zhou Siliang heard this, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then I'll bring the two of you over. Please. Under Zhou Siliang's guidance, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Xianhe saw Zhou Muchen and his patrol fleet. Chen Daoxuan was quite familiar with these people. After all, he had drunk quite a bit with them before. Uncle Zhou. Seeing Zhou Muchen, Chen Daoxuan smiled and cupped his hands. Daoxian. When he saw Chen Daoxuan, the worry on Zhou Muchen's face quickly disappeared. He looked at him in surprise and asked, You've built your foundation. Lucky. Chen Daoxuan smiled and cupped his hands. Brother Zhou. Brother Chen. After greeting Chen Xianhe, Zhou Muchen continued, I didn't expect that in less than 4 years, you would actually cultivate all the way from the 7th layer of the aura refining realm to the foundation establishment realm. I'm afraid that you'll have a chance of becoming a Zifu disciple in the future. Uncle Zhou, you flatter me. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. Brother Siliang is the dragon among men. We can look forward to the purple mansion in the future. When Zhou Muchen heard Chen Daoxuan praise his son, he felt relieved. In his heart, his precious son being able to build his foundation was indeed beyond his expectations. Originally, he thought that he would be satisfied if he could use resources to push his son to the foundation establishment stage within 10 years. He didn't expect that in just 3 years, Zhou Siliang had actually taken a foundation establishment pill and secretly built his foundation without him knowing. Moreover, he had succeeded. Every time he thought of this, Zhou Muchen felt proud of his son, but at the same time, he felt a wave of fear. Although the success rate of the foundation establishment pill was 70 to 80%, once the foundation establishment pill failed, the Danshan Qi Si would be shattered, and one would either die or be crippled. The consequences were very serious. Fortunately, Zhou Siliang succeeded. Of course, Zhou Muchen knew Zhou Siliang's talent very well. If nothing went wrong, being able to build his foundation would be his limit in this life. If one didn't have a great opportunity, the Purple Prefecture would be no different from a dream. Uncle Zhou, are you here to celebrate the completion of Spirit Day City? Chen Daoxuan was rather surprised. Logically speaking, with the establishment of Spirit Day City, shouldn't the Zhou family be furious? How could he still be in the mood to send people to celebrate? This was clearly not the Zhou family's style of handling things. Chen Xianhe coughed. Chen Daoxuan turned around and saw Chen Xianhe shaking his head at him. Brother Chen, you don't have to cover for me. Zhou Muchen sighed and smiled bitterly. I'm here to represent the Zhou family to apologize to the Wu family. Apologize to the Wu family. The more Chen Daoxuan listened, the more confused he became. Obviously, he had been staying on Shuanghu Island for a while, and something had happened in Guang'an Prefecture that he did not know about. Sigh. Zhou Muchen sighed. Speaking of which, it's our bad luck. 2 months ago, the Wu family had a cargo ship full of second-grade magic tools and spirit ores shipped to Guang'an Prefecture, but something happened on the way. What does the Wu family's cargo ship have to do with you? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Daoxuan, there's something you don't know. It's not just the cargo ship transporting the mystic artifacts. Because the Wu family's goods are very valuable, they sent a large number of cultivators to escort them. Just the Wu family's foundation establishment cultivators alone number 136. What? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan could no longer suppress his surprise. More than 100 foundation establishment cultivators had died in Guang'an Prefecture, and their bodies could not even be found. This was too sensational. More than 100 foundation establishment cultivators, even if a Zifu disciple personally attacked, it was hard to say if he would be able to take them down. Even if they weren't a match for Zifu disciples, with so many foundation establishment cultivators fleeing in streaks of light, it couldn't be that not a single one of them could escape, right? Although Zifu disciples were powerful, they weren't powerful enough to instantly kill more than 100 foundation establishment cultivators with a wave of their hands. At the very least, Chen Daoxuan had fought against a Zifu disciple once. He knew very well that Zifu disciples weren't that powerful. Especially since the Wu family was good at refining weapons, their foundation establishment cultivators would definitely have Ling armor to protect themselves. In such a situation, not a single foundation establishment cultivator of the Wu clan was able to escape. Clearly, this wasn't something an ordinary Zifu disciple could do. Could it be, Golden Core Cultivator? Chen Daoxuan was shocked by his own speculation. Impossible. But then, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. There were no Golden Core cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture. Even if Golden Core cultivators from outside Kangzhou passed by Guang'an Prefecture, they would not attack a group of foundation establishment cultivators for no reason. Wasn't this giving the Qian Yuan sword sect a handle? If this matter was really exposed, it was impossible for the Qian Yuan sword sect not to find out. One had to know. The Qian Yuan sword sect had a spell called Time Backtrack. If one wanted to escape their pursuit, they would have to use special means to disturb the heavenly secrets. Obviously, ordinary Golden Core cultivators could not have this ability. Thinking about it, Chen Daoxuan could not think of a result either. But what does this have to do with you, Uncle Zhou? Chen Daoxuan was very puzzled. Zhou Siliang sighed and said helplessly, that day, my father was in charge of the safety of the route that the cultivators of the Wu family took. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan finally understood the cause and effect of the matter. More than 100 foundation establishment cultivators of the Wu family had died, and they had lost a ship full of magic tools and spirit ores. Zhou Muchen of the Zhou family was in charge of the safety of the route for the Wu family. This matter has caused a huge commotion in Guang'an Prefecture. Now, all the families in Guang'an Prefecture and Immortal City are doubting the ability of the Zhou family to protect the safety of the sea route. Zhou Muchen clenched his fists tightly. In fact, he knew that it was fortunate that they were not present that day. Otherwise, there would only be a few more corpses. He was someone that even more than 100 foundation establishment cultivators of the Wu family could not withstand. What could the 20 foundation establishment cultivators on his spirit void battleship do? That was what happened. However, the other families' fear was their own fear. Because the other families were all suspecting that this was done by the Zhou family. It was because the Wu family was one of the main members of the Guang'an Immortal Alliance. In order to take revenge on the Wu family, the Zhou family killed all the cultivators who transported the goods from the Wu family as a warning to the others, forcing the families to withdraw from Guang'an Immortal Alliance. In reality, anyone with a brain would know that it was impossible for the Zhou family to do this. Because of the existence of the Qian Yuan sword sect, the Zhou family could not take such a big risk to do this. But the problem was, if it wasn't the Zhou family, who would have the strength and motive to do this? At present, this matter had not spread among the itinerant cultivators. Otherwise, the impact would be even worse. With the Zhou family eating so unsightly, who would dare to go to Guang'an City in the future? It wasn't that no one had thought that the Guang'an Immortal Alliance might have been the one who directed and acted. However, on second thought, who would sacrifice the lives of more than 100 foundation establishment cultivators for the sake of acting? That was nearly a quarter of the Wu family's foundation establishment cultivators. Because of this matter, the Wu family had also suffered a great loss. It was likely that it would be difficult for them to recover their past glory in the future. Just as they were talking, the celebration of Spirit Day City began. On the square, Yang Linyuan, who was wearing a grey daoist robe, stepped on the auspicious cloud and flew up. Chen Daoxuan knew that the auspicious cloud under his feet was not a real auspicious cloud, but a special flying magical artifact. However, when he performed it in front of everyone, it vividly reflected the words sage-like. As expected, everyone was attracted by old ancestor Yang and quieted down. Thank you, fellow deists, for coming to the opening ceremony of our Spirit Day Immortal City. Today, on the auspicious cloud, Yang Linyuan smiled and spoke with confidence. I hope that in the future, we can work together to make Spirit Day City even more prosperous. After a few simple words, Yang Linyuan was about to leave when a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone, please wait. The one who spoke was an old man with a perfected foundation establishment cultivation base. The old man had a wide face and a wide nose. His expression was solemn, and he looked dignified without being angry. Coupled with his tall and straight figure, he gave off a sense of oppression. Seeing the old man, Yang Linyuan sighed and said, Brother Wu, how about we discuss this matter later? I, Yang, swear that I will definitely seek justice for your Wu family. Hearing this, Brother Yang, my Wu family wants justice today. Wu Guanji shook his head. As he spoke, his face turned pale. Otherwise, the hearts of the Wu family will be completely scattered. Chapter 139, Arrogance. Seeing the old man's figure, all the cultivators who knew the inside story stopped in their tracks. Wu Guanji watched as everyone stopped in their tracks. He cupped his hands and bowed to them. Thank you for your loyalty, fellow deists. I, Wu, hereby thank you all. As he spoke, Wu Guanji bowed to all the cultivators present. At this moment, don't worry, fellow deist Wu. The cultivators of Guang'an Prefecture aren't that cowardly, said a cultivator below the stage. As they spoke, the rough-looking late-stage foundation establishment cultivator had an indifferent expression. Clearly, he was a foundation establishment rogue cultivator. Thank you, fellow deist Lei, for speaking up for justice. Wu Guanji recognized the rogue cultivator who had spoken and cupped his hands. Everyone, 2 months ago, 136 members of the Wu clan were transporting a ship of level 2 magic tools and spirit ores to Guang'an City. However, they encountered an accident on the way. I would like to ask everyone here, how could more than 100 foundation building cultivators who were protected by Ling armor die for no reason on the way to Guang'an Prefecture? Who in Guang'an Prefecture has the ability to do so? This courage. Wu Guanji's voice was deafening, and he was furious. When Zhou Muchen heard this, his chest heaved up and down. However, he knew that he had no choice but to stand up for his family and himself. Brother Wu, if you have something to say, please say it clearly. There's no need to point fingers at mulberry and scold locust tree. Good. Wu Guanji shouted, I'm suspecting your Zhou family. All of this is the doing of your Zhou family. He stood in midair and pointed at Zhou Muchen's nose. At this moment, all the cultivators present felt their hearts clench. The Wu clan was the pillar clan of the Guang'an Immortal Alliance, and the other clan represented the overlord of Guang'an Prefecture, the Zhou clan. Brother Wu, do you know what you are saying? Zhou Muchen suddenly calmed down and stared at the other party. Of course I know what I'm talking about. Wu Guanji shouted, Brother Yang told me to endure, and my Wu family's strength also told me to endure. But I'm the leader of tens of thousands of cultivators in the Wu family. More than 100 cultivators of my Wu clan died for no reason. I can't tolerate this, and I can't tolerate the tens of thousands of cultivators of my Wu clan. Wu Guanji, you and I went to the southern mountains city together. You should know who I am. If I tell you that my Zhou clan didn't do this, would you believe me? Zhou Muchen said seriously. Hearing this, Wu Guanji's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he was not calm at the moment. Good. Yes. Wu Guanji nodded. I will believe you for the time being. Then, tell me, when you were the deacon of the Wu family's patrol fleet, why didn't you save more than 100 cultivators of the Wu family when they died? Why didn't you know anything about it? Upon hearing this, Zhou Muchen was completely speechless. No matter what happened, he could not escape the crime of dereliction of duty. Even if this matter was resolved, his status in the Zhou clan would plummet in the future. Brother Wu, I'm sorry. Zhou Muchen cupped his hands in greeting. He seemed to have aged a little. Looking at his old friend who was in the same defense zone as him, Wu Guanji opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. After a while, Wu Guanji took a deep breath and said with reddened eyes, "It's useless for you to apologize to me. You're not qualified. I want Zhou Mubai to apologize. I want Zhou Mubai to personally swear that the Zhou family didn't do this." Boom! This sentence instantly caused an uproar. Who was Zhou Mubai? Sword Immortal Guangan, a prodigy of the Zifa prodigy role, the young patriarch of the Zhou clan. That was the pride of the entire Zhou clan. Wu Guanji wanted Zhou Mubai to apologize to the Wu family, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Zhou family's reputation. Not only that, Wu Guanji even wanted Zhou Mubai to swear an oath. One had to know that the oaths that cultivators made were usually oaths of the Great Dao. This kind of oath couldn't be made carelessly. If anything went wrong, it would definitely affect his Dao path. Therefore, not many cultivators were willing to make this oath. Old Ghost Wu, don't go too far. Hearing this, Zhou Muchen was also furious. He made Zhou Mubai swear that if he dared to go back and say this, the Zhou family would tear him apart. "I will bully your Zhou clan today. I don't believe that your Zhou clan can silence all of us in front of everyone." Zhou Muchen, Guang'an Prefecture belongs to the Qianyuan sword sect, not your Zhou family. Wu Guanji glared at him. "You!" Zhou Muchen was so angry that he couldn't say anything when he heard those words. "What do you want? Tell me," he said in a low voice. "I've said it before. I want Zhou Mubai to apologize and swear that the Zhou family didn't do this." Wu Guanji did not back down. "Old Wu, you know that this is impossible." Zhou Muchen calmed down once again. "How about this? Let's make a bet." "Bet on what?" Wu Guanji raised his eyebrows. "Bet on my life." Zhou Muchen looked at the other party. "You and I are both cultivators. Since we can't come to an agreement, then let's decide right and wrong based on strength. If I lose, I'll give my life to you. Your Wu family will never mention this matter again." "Father!" When Zhou Siliang heard this, he immediately became anxious. Zhou Muchen looked at his son dotingly and hardened his heart. "If I win, the Wu family will never mention this matter again." Hearing this, "Are you sure you want to bet your life on it with me?" Wu Guanji looked straight at him. "Brother Wu." Zhou Muchen cupped his hands. "You are the Wu family patriarch, and I am a member of the Zhou family. We are both family members, and there is no right or wrong. If there is a chance in the next life, let's fight again at the southern mountain city." "Good." Wu Guanji took a deep breath and nodded. "If there's a chance in the next life, I will definitely fight again." In fact, Wu Guanji had already begun to believe that the Zhou family was not behind this. However, the Wu family did not believe it, and the people of Guang'an Prefecture did not believe it. He was the Wu clan's clan leader, and he had to unite the hearts of his clansmen. He had to protect the Wu clan's reputation in front of the Guang'an Prefecture. This was because this was the last thing the Wu family had. Losing all these, just like what Wu Guanji had said, the hearts of the clan would fall apart. If he wanted to get all these, Zhou Mubai's apology and oath would naturally be the best. However, if he didn't, the life of a foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhou clan wouldn't be too bad. Seeing the two of them sign a life and death contract, everyone present knew that this matter would probably end here. It didn't matter if the Zhou family was behind this. The life of a foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhou clan was the biggest concession the Zhou clan could make to their fellow cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture. Seeing this scene, Yang Linyuan sighed. Regardless of the outcome of this matter, the Guang'an Immortal Alliance and the Zhou family would be irreparable. To be honest, at this moment, Yang Linyuan felt a little regretful for establishing the Guang'an Immortal Alliance. This was because this alliance might cause chaos in the entire Guang'an Prefecture. Troubled times. Yang Linyuan sighed. High in the sky, Zhou Muchen and Wu Guanji stood opposite each other. Tens of thousands of foundation establishment cultivators from Guang'an Prefecture watched from the sky. "I didn't expect that we would be able to fight in front of the Guang'an Prefecture today." Zhou Muchen looked at the surrounding cultivators and laughed with a hoarse voice. I really didn't expect it. Wu Guanji nodded. I didn't expect that you would still be at the 7th layer of the foundation building stage after 50 years. Why are you regressing? Zhou Muchen also relaxed at this moment. He shrugged and said, it was already good enough that I was able to escape back then. How could I not have paid a price? Hearing this, Wu Guanji's voice became low. Actually, I know that this matter was not done by your Zhou family. But I have no choice. Brother Zhou, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Zhou Muchen smiled. There's no need for that. We're both doing this for our families. There's no need to apologize. Then, he looked at his son Zhou Siliang and said, life and death are up to fate. Come. Good. Wu Guanji said. A set of spiritual armor appeared. It was obvious that he did not dare to be careless in the face of Zhou Muchen, a 7th stage foundation establishment cultivator, even though his cultivation was 3 levels higher. Opposite him, Zhou Muchen's Ling armor also appeared. The streamlined Ling armor wrapped around their bodies, making them look like steel warriors. In the next moment, the 2 sword lights collided. Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhou Siliang beside him, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and comforted, don't worry, Uncle Zhou has the Ling armor. Even if he can't win, his life won't be in danger. Hearing this comfort, Zhou Siliang was like a drowning man grabbing onto the last straw. Yes, yes, he kept repeating. My father has a Ling armor to protect him. Old Wu can't do anything to him. As he spoke, he could not help but relax. Actually, Chen Daoxuan didn't tell him that Zhou Muchen had said that if he lost, he would willingly accept his death. It was not easy for cultivators of the same cultivation level to kill a cultivator who was wearing Ling armor and was focused on escaping. However, neither side would run away. If they continued to fight, one side would eventually lose. For example, the exhaustion of primeval essence. Just as Chen Daoxuan had expected, the battle between the two in the sky became more and more intense. All kinds of Tier 2 sword techniques were executed, enveloping the area within a radius of several miles in a wave of sword light. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. As both sides had given up on defense and fought with their lives, the consumption of true essence was extremely terrifying. Only the defensive power of a level 2 superior grade Ling armor was extremely exaggerated. Even Zifu disciples would have to expend some effort to break through it. Among cultivators of the same level, other than sword cultivators, very few people could break through the defense of a 2nd grade superior grade Ling armor. Neither side could break through the other's defense. The only thing left was to consume each other's true essence. To be honest, a battle of this degree had nothing to recommend in Chen Daoxuan's eyes. In his eyes, both sides' sword arts were ridiculously clumsy. However, in the eyes of many foundation establishment cultivators present, the strength of these two was almost at the top level among the foundation establishment cultivators. Whether it was in terms of defense or attack, they had almost touched the ceiling of the foundation establishment cultivators. Another hour passed. Under the high consumption, Zhou Mu's true essence was not as good as Wu Guanji's and started to show signs of decline. Brother Zhou, you've lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Guanji's sword ray finally broke through Zhou Muchen's Ling armor. This was because Zhou Muchen no longer had the true qi to maintain the Ling armor. Hee. Zhou Muchen's face turned pale when he saw the flying sword stabbed into his chest. He laughed. Old Ghost Wu, you won. Chapter 140, A Promise. What a pity. Chen Xianhe shook his head. What's a pity? Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Xianhe in confusion. Hearing this, Chen Xianhe sighed. I feel sorry for Brother Zhou. I don't think the Zhou family did this. However, in order to calm the matter down and buy time for themselves to investigate, they had no choice but to sacrifice Brother Zhou. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Can't the Zhou family report it to the Qianyuan sword sect? Chen Xianhe shook his head and said nothing. At the same time, Yang Gongwan, who was standing beside Yang Linyuan, asked the same question as Chen Daoxuan. Grandfather, why didn't the Zhou family and the Wu family report this to the Qianyuan sword sect? Yang Gongwan looked at Yang Linyuan in confusion. However, when Yang Linyuan heard the words Qianyuan sword sect, his expression froze. After a long time. It's not that I can't, but I'm unwilling, he sighed. Not willing. That's right. Yang Linyuan nodded. Before the rebellion of God extinction, the Zhou family was a golden core family. However, with the rise of Zhou Mubai, the Zhou family had gained the strength and prestige that they had back when they were at their peak. In addition, their Zhou family wants to become the number one family in the Azure continent. The number one family in Azure continent? Yang Gongwan asked in surprise, what right does the Zhou family have to? Before she could finish her sentence, she thought of Zhou Mubai and ancestor Zhou, who was one step away from becoming a golden core cultivator. Silence. At this moment, Yang Gongwan vaguely understood why the Zhou clan had done this. The life of a foundation establishment cultivator who had neglected his duty would calm the anger of the various families in Guang'an Prefecture in exchange for the time the Zhou family had to investigate this matter. To the Zhou clan, it was worth it. Otherwise, once this matter was exposed to the Qianyuan sword sect, not only would the Zhou family lose face in front of the Guang'an Prefecture, but they would also leave an incompetent image in the entire Kangzhou Prefecture. At that time, even if the Zhou family produced another golden core cultivator, in the eyes of outsiders, they would be no different from the current Ye family. How could a family that couldn't even handle the internal affairs of Guang'an Prefecture become the number one family in Kang Prefecture? The Zhou family needed time to regain their lost face. This point, Chen Zianhe understood, and so did Yang Linyuan. Even Zhou Muchen had been prepared for this before he came. Then why didn't the Wu family report it to the Qianyuan sword sect? Yang Gongwan looked at her grandfather again. Compared to the Zhou family, the Wu family has lost more than 100 foundation building cultivators, Yang Linyuan said faintly. They have completely lost them. Compared to revenge, they need to think more about the present and the future. For the present and the future. Yang Gongwan was even more confused. Before the rebellion of God extinction, the Wu clan was like my Yang clan, a great clan with nearly 10 Zifu disciples. All these years, during the rebellion of God Zhu and the Battle of Zhenyi's Pass, the Wu family had gradually declined until now. They had not only lost their strength, but also the hearts of their people. The loss of more than 100 foundation establishment cultivators was the last straw that broke the hearts of the Wu family. Compared to investigating the truth, the first thing Wu Guanji needs to do is to gather the hearts of the people. Yang Linyuan's gaze was deep. Otherwise, if the hearts of the people are scattered, the family will be finished. Gather the hearts of the clansmen. Yang Gongwan had a feeling about this. Because the Yang family was like the Wu family, declining step by step. Along with the decline of the family's strength, the hearts of the people gradually dissipated. In this situation, it was only when Yang Linyuan broke through to the Purple Prefecture and established the Guang'an Immortal Alliance that the Yang family members regained their confidence. Sometimes, confidence was not worth mentioning, but sometimes, confidence was too important. Yang Linyuan didn't know that Yang Gongwan had thought of so many things in such a short time. He continued, as for the future. Wu Guanji knew that what he wanted was to unite the hearts of his people, not to completely offend the Zhou clan. After all, the Wu family still had tens of thousands of cultivators, and they would have to continue the family line in Guang'an Prefecture in the future. If he reported it to the Qianyuan sword sect, he would be slapping the Zhou family in front of the Guang'an Prefecture and even the entire Kangzhou Prefecture. Regardless of the outcome of the matter, the Zhou and Wu families would have an irreconcilable relationship in the future. Does the Wu family dare to fight the Zhou family to the death? Hearing this, Yang Gongwan suddenly understood. For a cultivation force, strength was the foundation, but reputation and face were equally important. It was even something that was second only to strength. The consequences of losing his reputation. Just look at the outcome of the Ye family in Kang Prefecture. Not to mention in the Infinite Star Sea, even in Kangzhou, or even in Guang'an Prefecture, how many of them were really working for the Ye family. When the Ye family cultivators walked outside, they were all ridiculed and ridiculed. Although the Azure Continent's Ye family was known as the number one family in Azure Continent, it was only barely in terms of strength. However, in terms of reputation, no family would acknowledge them. Now, both the Zhou and Wu families wanted this face, and Zhou Muchen, who had failed in his duty, was a sacrificial victim. As everyone spoke, a new change occurred on the field. Just as Zhou Muchen was about to be killed, Zhou Muchen's son, Zhou Siliang, rushed forward without a care. "Old thief of the Wu family, how dare you touch my father?" "Liang Er! No!" Zhou Muchen saw Zhou Siliang's actions and his face turned red. He was shocked and furious. Zhou Siliang didn't have the time to care about his injured father's advice. His eyes turned red as he dashed toward Wu Guanji. After all, not everyone was like Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai, who could jump realms to fight. Zhou Siliang was just a foundation establishment cultivator. How could he be a match for Wu Guanji, a perfected foundation establishment cultivator? "Get lost!" A sword light flashed. Wu Guanji's flying sword appeared in front of Zhou Siliang. Sigh. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan sighed. Originally, this matter was the Zhou family's choice and Zhou Muchen's choice. Chen Daoxuan had no right or intention to interfere. But at this moment, Zhou Siliang was about to die in front of him. Chen Daoxuan had to ask. In the next moment, a streak of starlight struck Wu Guanji's flying sword and sent it flying. Immediately after, Chen Daoxuan flew out and stood in front of Zhou Siliang. "Fellow Daoist Wu, isn't it a little too vicious to kill him like this?" He cupped his hands and said. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in my Wu family's matters?" Wu Guanji's face darkened. At this moment, his heart was already in turmoil. Swordsman! It's a swordsman! Everyone present was not ignorant. Someone immediately recognized Chen Daoxuan's methods. Boom! This sentence immediately caused an uproar. Swordsman! Other than Zhou Mubai, the Guang'an prefecture actually produced a second sword Shu. Chen Daoxuan of the Chen family of Shuanghu Island. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and said indifferently, "I have no intention of interfering in the Wu family's matters, but you can't move." Chen Daoxuan pointed at Zhou Siliang. For some reason, after hearing that Chen Daoxuan didn't intend to interfere in the Wu family's affairs, Wu Guanji actually heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the reputation of Sword Shiu was too great in the Infinite Star Sea and even in the Celestial Cloud Continent. If Chen Daoxuan insisted on interfering today, the Wu family really couldn't stop. Chapter 141, Why did it come to this? Swordsman! Hearing the cries of shock from the foundation building cultivators present, Yang Gonghuan felt as if her head had been hit hard. She was dizzy and could not recover for a long time. What she had painstakingly pursued year after year was actually completed by a cultivator from a small family that she had never really valued. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of defeat overwhelmed her. She finally understood what her grandfather had always told her. A big family started from a small family. Not many big families were born big families. She looked at Chen Daoxuan, who was the center of attention. It was as if she could see the rise of a large family from that dazzling figure. Swordsman! If Chen Daoxuan didn't fall in the future, the Chen family would definitely rise and be unstoppable. Yang Gonghuan, who understood how terrifying swordsmen were, knew this very well. "Brother Zhou, let's go." Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhou Siliang, who was gradually losing control of his emotions, and a thunderous voice exploded in his ears. They were shocked by the explosion. Zhou Siliang regained some of his consciousness. He looked at Chen Daoxuan with pleading eyes. "Brother Chen, help me this once. I beg you, please save my father." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan fell silent. After a long while, he sighed. "It's not that I don't want to save Uncle Zhou, but this decision is both your Zhou family's decision and your father's own choice." Chen Daoxuan didn't know what the Zhou family was thinking. However, in his opinion, although Zhou Muchen was at fault, his crime did not warrant death. The Zhou family's actions were a little too harsh on their clansmen. At least, the Chen family under Chen Daoxuan's control would not be able to make such a cold decision. From the perspective of benefits, the Zhou clan had undoubtedly paid the smallest price to preserve their reputation. Once the Zhou family investigated this matter thoroughly, not only would he be able to return justice to the Zhou clan, but he would also be able to establish the Zhou clan's absolute prestige in front of the millions of cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture. It would even lay the foundation for the Zhou family to become the #1 family in the Azure continent in the future. The Zhou clan had only lost an insignificant late foundation establishment cultivator who didn't have much lifespan left. Even the other members of the Zhou clan would not feel that the clan was cold. After all, the Zhou family was now being accused by everyone and suffered injustice. It was all because of Zhou Muchen's dereliction of duty. If not for that, with the Zhou clan's strength, they would definitely not fall into such a dilemma. No, I can't. I don't believe it. Zhou Siliang kept shaking his head. The family will never give up on my father. Our Zhou family has stood in Guang'an Prefecture for more than 1,000 years. What storms have we not experienced? Back then, during the rebellion of God Extinction, so many golden core cultivators of Kang Prefecture died in battle and so many families were destroyed. I don't believe that my Zhou clan will abandon our clansmen after the death of a mere 100 foundation establishment cultivators. Zhou Siliang's eyes were red as he spoke. His expression was as if he wanted to eat someone alive. Seeing him like this, Chen Daoxuan did not know how to console him. There was only silence. Wu, father, what are you doing? Zhou Siliang turned around with difficulty and saw Zhou Muchen, who was covered in blood, pressing his right palm against Zhou Siliang's back. Dharmic spell Dao patterns circulated on his palm. Chen Daoxuan recognized it at a glance. It was the technique to seal the Danshan Sea of Qi. Zhou Muchen's left chest spirit armor had a hole in it. From the hole, one could even vaguely see his beating heart. An ordinary person would have died long ago from such injuries. However, as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Zhou Muchen still forcefully mustered up his remaining true essence. Under his sneak attack, he temporarily imprisoned Zhou Siliang's Danshan. Zhou Muchen ignored his son's surprised gaze and turned to Chen Daoxuan. He bowed to him while trembling and said, "Nephew, thank you. Uncle Zhou, please rise." Chen Daoxuan rolled up his true essence and brought Zhou Siliang, whose Danshan was sealed and had temporarily lost control of his true essence, onto his flying sword. She used her hands to support Zhou Muchen's kneeling body. Zhou Muchen then looked at his own flesh and blood. His eyes revealed a hint of love as he said, "Siliang, from now on, father is not in the world, you should consult your brother Chen on everything. Don't mess around with those scoundrels like you did in the past, remember." Zhou Siliang was sobbing and shaking his head with red eyes. "Father, no, don't." Tears kept rolling down Zhou Siliang's cheeks. He shouted hoarsely, "We are from the Zhou family. The Wu family won't dare to do anything to us. Father, run! Run!" Hearing this, Zhou Muchen smiled miserably. "Back then, I escaped from the southern mountains city. From then on, I swore that I, Zhou Muchen, would never escape again." After saying that, Zhou Muchen no longer looked at his son. He turned to Wu Guanji and said loudly, "Old ghost Wu, I lost. According to the agreement, my life is yours." Who knew that when he heard this? Wu Guanji glanced at Chen Daoxuan with a hint of fear in his eyes. Cough cough. "Don't worry, this is my own choice. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Zhou Muchen immediately knew what Wu Guanji was thinking when he saw the look in his eyes. He coughed up blood and laughed wantonly. "Good." Wu Guanji nodded his head heavily. "After today, the Wu family will no longer mention the Zhou family's attempt to kill our Wu family members. However, the Zhou family must give us an explanation as soon as possible. Don't worry." Zhou Muchen nodded. "Even if you didn't say anything about this, the Zhou family will still give the Wu family and the millions of people in Guang'an Prefecture an explanation. In the 1,000 years since the Zhou family established Guang'an City, other than the rebellion of God Extinction back then, there has never been such a serious assassination. My Zhou family will definitely give everyone a satisfactory explanation for this matter." Zhou Muchen's words were firm and decisive. With that, he closed his eyes and prepared to reverse his true essence and sever his heart meridian. But in the next second, however, he discovered that his true essence had been sealed. No, to be precise, his entire body was imprisoned. Who is it? Zhou Muchen opened his eyes in horror. Although he had almost completely exhausted his true essence, he was still a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. For him to be able to do something like this was something that even Zifu disciples would find difficult to do. Could it be a golden core cultivator? Zhou Muchen was shocked by his thoughts. At this moment, a familiar voice entered everyone's ears. "Clan brother, why are you doing this?" In the sky above Spirit Day City, dozens of miles away from Spirit Mountain, A white figure walked towards them in the air. The white figure's steps were very slow, but every step seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts. Ripples bloomed in the air under his feet, like the legendary lotus flowers that grew with each step. Guang'an Sword Immortal Zhou Mubai. Third level of the Purple Prefecture realm. Yang Linyuan gasped when he saw the person. How did his cultivation increase so quickly? Yang Linyuan muttered. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to his words anymore. Everyone's attention was on the white figure who was walking towards them step by step. Chapter 142, Oath of the Great Dao. In the hinterland of the spiritual Shell Island, a Tier 4 spirit meridian was completely enveloped by a Tier 5 mountain protecting formation. On the spirit vein, there were many spirit mountains. On each spirit mountain, there were palaces and immortal residences. It was rumored that this 5th-tier mountain protecting array was personally set up by a nascent soul-perfected lord of the Qianyuan sword sect after the Zhou family made great contributions to the Qianyuan sword sect 1,000 years ago. This place was different from the Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City by the sea. This was where the Zhou clan was located. Other than the Zhou clan cultivators, outsiders were not allowed to enter without an invitation. In the mountains, in the most towering spirit mountain Immortal Palace, a silver-haired, young-looking cultivator stood on the high platform of the palace and looked down at the faintly discernible spiritual mountains below his feet. Mu Bai left, he suddenly sighed. Hearing this, an old man who pushed open the door and entered paused slightly. His expression was a little ugly as he lowered his head and apologized. Patriarch, this subordinate was incompetent and couldn't stop him. A sword cultivator at the 3rd level of the Zifu disciple realm is determined to leave. Even if this old man personally acted, he wouldn't be able to stop him, much less you. The silver-haired youth shook his head. 3rd elder, this is not your fault. Mu Bai had his persistence and his Dao. It's not clear who is right and who is wrong in this matter. But, is it worth it for a mere late-stage foundation establishment cultivator who made a huge mistake? The 3rd elder was very puzzled. Hearing this, you're right. The Zhou clan ancestor smiled. In your eyes, Muchen is a person who committed a huge mistake. But in Mu Bai's eyes, he is a member of the Zhou clan. That's all. Mu Bai will never give up on a single member of the Zhou clan, even if giving him up is the best choice. In the sky above Spirit Day City, in front of the floating Spirit Mountain, Zhou Mubai's feet were covered with lotus flowers as he walked in the air. As he walked toward the crowd, the cultivators present felt the air around them freeze. One had to know. There were more than 10,000 cultivators attending the celebration today. So many cultivators were actually suppressed by Zhou Mubai's aura alone. It could be seen. The name of Sword Immortal was not false. Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhou Mubai, who was walking towards him, and felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire. All along, he felt that he had established the foundation of the strongest sword cultivator. Even if he was not Zhou Mubai's match, he could at least catch up to him. However, it was obvious. He had overestimated himself, or rather, he had underestimated Zhou Mubai. Chen Daoxuan could only feel how much pressure he was under when he stood in front of Zhou Mubai. Compared to Zhou Mubai, the leader of the Jade Water Ape clan, whom he had fought previously, was no different from a child. In his danshan, under the stimulation of Zhou Mubai's aura, the flickering starlight floating above his sea of vital energy gradually stabilized. Phew! As the starlight grew brighter and brighter, the pressure on Chen Daoxuan's body became smaller and smaller. With a slight movement, he found that he could actually move. Obviously. In the distance, Zhou Mubai also noticed this scene. His eyes lit up. It was as if he had encountered some great joy. With a thought, Zhou Mubai withdrew his aura from the crowd and pressed down on Chen Daoxuan. This time, Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt the burden he had just taken off was once again on his shoulders. This time, the pressure he was resisting was even greater. He knew that Zhou Mubai wanted to measure his worth. Although Chen Daoxuan hadn't cultivated for long, as a sword cultivator, he was the same as the sword cultivators in the world. He would rather break than bend. At this moment, Zhou Mubai's pressure had stimulated him instead. In his danshan, sword origin circulated wildly. In addition to the visible sword intent in the air, no matter how much pressure Zhou Mubai exerted, the sword intent would be able to suppress him. Chen Daoxuan had a firm grasp of the area 3 feet in front of him, completely unaffected by Zhou Mubai. You succeeded. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan felt the pressure around him recede like the tide. He looked at Zhou Mubai and nodded. Succeeded by luck. Good. All right. Zhou Mubai laughed wantonly. Today, I'm going to show you the truth. After saying that, Zhou Mubai looked at Zhou Muchen and the smile on his face disappeared. He looked at Zhou Muchen's bloody body and shook his head. Brother, why must you do this? Hearing this, young clan leader, that must be the case. If we don't do this, the Zhou clan will find it hard to appease the Wu clan, and if we don't do this, we won't be able to gain the trust of the millions of fellow cultivators in Guang'an Prefecture. The heart of the Wu family. To gain the trust of the Guang'an Prefecture. Zhou Mubai raised his eyebrows. What's so difficult about that? After saying that, Zhou Mubai turned his head and looked at Wu Guangji. When Wu Guangji saw Zhou Mubai looking at him, he felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to open his mouth. Beside him, the flying sword that had been sent flying by Chen Daoxuan was also frightened by Zhou Mubai's sword intent and let out a wail. After a long time, Wu Guangji felt his body lighten. He knew that Zhou Mubai had retracted his aura. Fellow Daoist Wu, if the Wu family has any requests, just say it in front of so many fellow cultivators from Guang'an Prefecture. Zhou Mubai said calmly. Good. Wu Guangji nodded. He mustered up his courage and said, I said before that as long as you, Zhou Mubai, apologize to the Wu family on behalf of the Zhou family and swear that this matter was not your doing, I will believe you. Do you dare? Who knows? When Zhou Mubai heard this, he smiled and turned to look at Zhou Muchen. Just for this matter, my clan brother is willing to sacrifice his life to protect me? Could it be that in my brother's eyes, my face is more precious than my brother's life? Zhou Muchen fell silent. Before Zhou Muchen could answer, Zhou Mubai looked around at the Guang'an Prefecture colleagues and said in a clear voice, my Zhou family failed to protect the safety of the flight route from the Wu family to Guang'an City. 1. Zhou Mubai, apologize on behalf of the Zhou family to the 136 members of your Wu family who lost their lives. After saying that, Zhou Mubai bowed deeply and stood up in 3 breaths. When everyone saw this scene, they felt deep respect for Zhou Mubai and the Zhou family. As for the oath you mentioned, Zhou Mubai paused slightly. Everyone's hearts were on tenterhooks. As long as Zhou Mubai dared to swear in front of everyone, they were basically 100% sure that the Zhou family was not behind this. This was because the Zhou family wouldn't bet on Zhou Mubai's Dao path just to deal a blow to the Guang'an Immortal Alliance. To the Zhou family. Without a doubt, it would ruin the future and hope of the family. It was an extremely stupid act. I, Zhou Mubai, swear that if the 136 foundation establishment cultivators of your Wu family are harmed by my Zhou family, I will never improve my sword path again. Heaven and earth can witness this oath. Boom. 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 As the oath was made, muffled thunder sounded in the sky. Everyone felt something. There was an indescribable aura circulating around Zhou Mubai. This was the effect of the oath. Chen Daoxuan was very familiar with this effect. This was because Luo Xiaoyuan, the clan leader of the Merfolk clan, had made such an oath in front of him. When everyone saw this scene, they all let go of their doubts about the Zhou family. This matter was definitely not done by the Zhou family. Fellow Daoist Wu, how is it? When Wu Guangji heard this, he was stunned speechless. After a while, he then cupped his hands and bowed. Senior Zhou's actions only made me feel admiration. My Wu family has nothing to say. Fellow Daoist Wu, don't worry. The Zhou clan will definitely give the Wu clan and Guang'an Prefecture a satisfactory answer. Hearing this, Wu Guangji's eyes were slightly red. He bowed and choked, in that case, please. Chapter 143, Shocking Change. In the sky above Spirited Mountain, Yang Linyuan looked at Zhou Mubai, who was surrounded by the cultivators, and felt a myriad of emotions. Zhou Mubai was able to easily control the entire Guang'an Immortal Alliance's territory with just a few words. Thinking of this, Yang Linyuan's eyes revealed a hint of bitterness. Just Zhou Mubai alone. He had suppressed the momentum of everyone in the Guang and Immortal Alliance, yet the Guang and Immortal Alliance still wanted to compete with the Zhou clan? Wasn't that ridiculous? He shook his head. Yang Linyuan seemed to have noticed something. He turned to Yang Gongwan and asked, "Where's fellow Daoist Zhao?" The fellow Daoist Zhao he was talking about was the head of the Zhao clan, one of the three pillar clans of the Guang and Immortal Alliance, Zhao Yuan Huan. I don't know. Yang Gongwan was also surprised. Yang Gongwan had been focusing on Chen Daoxuan, Zhou Mubai and the others, so she didn't pay attention to the Zhao clan leader's whereabouts. On the field, Zhou Mubai took out a grade 2 spirit pill that could heal injuries and fed it to Zhou Muchen. Then, he pointed at Zhou Siliang's danshan beside Chen Daoxuan and removed the restriction on his danshan. He regained control of his true essence. Zhou Siliang quickly flew in front of Zhou Muchen and said excitedly, "Father, are you all right?" After consuming the spirit pill, Zhou Muchen's complexion became much better. He shook his head at Zhou Siliang and said, "Father is fine." Soon after, he cupped his hands at Zhou Mubai and said, "Young clan leader, Mu Cheng committed such a grave mistake and even implicated young clan leader to swear a great Dao oath for me. Mu Cheng feels guilty in his heart." Hearing this, Zhou Mubai shook his head. "Although my elder brother has failed in his duties, he doesn't deserve to die. Moreover, it was fortunate that my brother didn't notice the Wu family cultivators being attacked that day. Otherwise, you and the people on the battleship would probably be dead. No matter what, thank you, young clan leader. In the future, from now on, don't forget your identity as a member of the Zhou clan. This is the best way to repay me." Zhou Mubai raised his hand and interrupted Zhou Muchen. "Yes." Zhou Muchen was so touched that he choked up. At the side, Zhou Siliang knelt down in the air and kowtowed to Zhou Mubai. "Many thanks to young clan leader for saving my father's life. Get up." Zhou Mubai waved his hand slightly as he looked at the SI generation clansmen in front of him. The other party stood up involuntarily. After chatting with the Zhou family, Zhou Mubai looked at Chen Daoxuan and said, "Brother Chen, congratulations. In the future, our Guang'an prefecture will have another sword shoe." Zhou Mubai still had something to say. He was a swordsman who had forged the foundation of the strongest swordsman. However, Zhou Mubai also knew that the tree stood out in the forest. He intentionally kept Chen Daoxuan's secret and didn't reveal his background in public. They were not swordsmen anyway. Everyone's understanding of swordsmen only stopped at their outstanding combat strength. Not only were they invincible among those of the same level, but they could even fight those of a higher level. As for how to fight someone of a higher cultivation level, there was no difference between sword cultivators. The cultivators were not too sure. In reality, if Chen Daoxuan hadn't obtained Zhou Mubai's sword Dao Jade Slip, he wouldn't have known that there was actually a path for the strongest sword cultivator. He also didn't know that there were levels of sword essence. It could be seen from this. There was a difference between having an inheritance and not having one. If Chen Daoxuan was born in the Qianyuan sword sect, his achievements would definitely be much higher than now. Of course, in the Qianyuan sword sect, there were many more restrictions than now. "I was really lucky," Chen Daoxuan said humbly. Zhou Mubai believed what she said. Even though he had yet to embark on the path of becoming the strongest swordsman, he could imagine how violent his tempered genuine qi would be when it was converted into true essence. The reason why he didn't embark on this path back then was that his talent was slightly inferior. His talent in the way of the sword wasn't enough for him to comprehend sword intent at the meditational level. On the other hand, Zhou Mubai did not have the confidence to succeed in building his foundation. This was because he knew that this kind of monster who became a sword cultivator at the qi condensation stage could be said to be intolerable by the heavens to a certain extent. If one wanted to succeed in building their foundation, they needed the right time, the right place, and the right people. Even so, it was still a narrow escape. Therefore, sword cultivators who had comprehended sword essence at the qi condensation stage were known as legendary sword cultivators. It was because it was rare. As they spoke, an old man in a light green Daoist robe flew into the sky and cupped his hands at the surrounding foundation establishment cultivators. He said loudly, "Everyone, please wait." Everyone was attracted by his voice and looked over. This old man was a 9th-tier foundation establishment cultivator. His hair was white and his face was ancient. It seemed that he was approaching the end of his lifespan. This person was the Zhao clan leader that Yang Linyuan had been looking for, Zhao Yuanhuan. Immediately after, Zhao Yuanhuan flew in front of Zhou Mubai and bowed to him, unwilling to get up for a long time. Zhou Mubai recognized him and quickly raised his hand. Fellow Daoist Zhao, why is this? Hearing this, Zhao Yuanhuan raised his head. Unexpectedly, Chen Daoxuan's heart shook when he saw the expression on his face. What kind of face was this? Zhao Yuanhuan looked as if he had been abused by someone else. His face was filled with despair and a miserable expression. His eye sockets were even split open, and blood was dripping from them. Senior Zhou! Zhao Yuanhuan cried out miserably, my Zhao family is finished. My Zhao family! It's over. The last sound was simply earth-shattering. This caused an uproar among the Guang'an prefecture colleagues present. What happened? The Zhao family is a major family in Guang'an prefecture, second only to the Zhou and Yang families. The number of clansmen and cultivators is not inferior to the Wu family. They are also good at alchemy and have always been very popular in Guang'an prefecture. Yet, what kind of villain is he to actually do such a thing? First the Wu family, then the Zhao family. Hiss, why do I feel that things are getting more and more complicated? When Zhou Mubai heard the Zhao clan leader's cry of pain, he grabbed Zhao Yuanhuan's arm and said anxiously, fellow Daoist Zhao, don't be anxious. Let's make things clear. When Zhao Yuanhuan heard this, tears of blood flowed from his eyes as he said in pain, my clansman just sent me a message. The Lotus Island of my Zhao clan has been attacked by a group of evils. What evil is it? I don't know. Zhao Yuanhuan shook his head. Before he could finish speaking, the communication was cut off. This. Zhou Mubai and the others looked at each other. Can you still contact him? No, Zhao Yuanhuan shook his head. I've been trying to contact them, but no one has responded. Senior Zhou, please save my Zhao family. After this battle, my Zhao family is willing to follow the Zhou family's lead. Let's not talk about this matter first. Let's go. Zhou Mubai grabbed Zhao Yuanhuan's body and was about to move. Big brother Zhou, I'm willing to go too. Chen Daoxuan hurriedly said. Chen Daoxuan also felt that something was wrong. First, the Wu family was attacked, then the Zhao family. He had to figure out the situation. Otherwise, if such a disaster befell the Chen family, how could the Chen family resist? Good. Zhou Mubai glanced at Chen Daoxuan and didn't think too much about it. His sword light swept up and brought him and Zhao Yuanhuan into the sky, flying in the direction of Lotus Island. Chapter 144, Investigation. The Lotus Archipelago was a group of islands shaped like lotus flowers, with 8 islands surrounding a large island in the middle. Looking down from the sky, it was like a blooming lotus. This place was the Zhao family's territory. The Zhao clan, like the Yang clan and the Wu clan, was once a Zifa clan of Guang'an prefecture. However, it had declined and become a foundation establishment clan. Even so, the foundation of the Zhao family was not something that ordinary foundation establishment families could compare to. The Lotus Archipelago was made up of 9 islands, 1 big and 8 small. 8 of the smaller islands were inhabited by Zhao clan mortals, and the core island was where Zhao clan cultivators lived. But at this moment, on the Lotus Island, baleful yin qi pervaded the air. It didn't look like a blessed land at all. One had to know that the original main island of the Lotus Archipelago had a grade 3 spiritual pulse. However, at this moment, this grade 3 spirit meridian had already become the source of the baleful yin qi. On the main island of the Lotus Archipelago, within the Zhao family immortal estate. At this moment, the entire immortal abode was surrounded by yin energy, and there were many ghosts inside. Not to mention mortals, even foundation establishment cultivators would be attacked by the yin qi after a short stay here. Big brother! Why did you let that kid from the Zhao family send a message? The person who spoke had a white and green face. As he opened his mouth, cold fangs could be seen. Upon closer inspection, there were even traces of dark red flesh and blood left between his lips and teeth. Judging from their facial features, they were none other than the Sun brothers who had gone to the God-ceasing immortal abode to search for treasures. Hearing his brother's words, the tall, thin, and pale-faced corpse demon raised his head and glanced at his brother. Its eyes were golden, faintly revealing a hint of cruelty and coldness. This person was the pale-faced Foundation establishment cultivator from before, Sun Fu. Master's order is for the two of us to take down Guang'an Prefecture as soon as possible and use it as a foundation to attack Kangzhou Immortal City. As far as I know, the Zhou clan of Guang'an Prefecture alone has nearly 10 Zifu disciples. In addition, Zhou Mubai of the Zhou clan is a sword cultivator, and his battle prowess is extraordinary. He paused for a moment. If we want to take down Guang'an Prefecture as soon as possible, we have to think of a way to weaken the Zhou family. But, are you so sure that the Zhou clan will send Zifu disciples to investigate? I'm sure of it. In addition, the Zhou clan definitely didn't send just one Zifu disciple. Sun Fu rubbed his black nails. Its fingernails were as black as ink and as sharp as flying swords. Sparks flew when they rubbed against each other. More than 100 Foundation establishment cultivators of the Wu clan were killed by us and turned into corpse servants. Only a few Zifu disciples working together would be able to do this. Thus, the Zhou clan will definitely send Zifu disciples to investigate this matter, and not just one. Sun Fu hadn't guessed that the Zhou clan had indeed sent Zifu disciples. However, it wasn't just a few, but Zhou Mubai. High in the sky. Zhou Mubai's light streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed. Chen Daoxuan felt that Zhou Mubai's speed was several times faster than his. Big brother Zhou, don't you think there's something fishy about this? First the Wu family, then the Zhao family. Why do I feel that the other party seems to be deliberately leading us by the nose? Hearing this, Zhou Mubai shivered slightly. Indeed, things had developed to this point, and it was indeed a little abnormal. Attacking the Wu clan's fleet was to show the Zhou clan their strength. The enemy had at least one Zifu disciple. Then, the Zhao family was in trouble. In this way, if the Zhou clan wanted to investigate thoroughly, they would have to send out 3 or more Zifu disciples to ensure that nothing would go wrong. From the looks of it, no matter how one looked at it, the Zhao family's Lotus Island looked like a trap deliberately set by the other party. Zhou Mubai understood what Chen Daoxuan meant, but the Wu family's fleet had met with an accident on the way to Guang'an City. And now, the enemy had appeared in the Zhao family's territory. Even if Zhou Mubai wanted to keep the promise he had made to the Guang'an prefecture, he had to investigate it thoroughly. Besides, Zhou Mubai was bold. He was sure that as long as he was not a late Aurus core cultivator, he would be able to escape if he used his trump card. If the other party had the strength of a late-stage Aurus core cultivator, why would he be so sneaky? They could just attack Guang'an City directly. When Zhou Mubai heard Chen Daoxuan's words, he said with a solemn expression, "No matter what, let's go to Lotus Island first." Chen Daoxuan nodded. This was the only plan now. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel inexplicably frustrated. Originally, the Guang'an Immortal Alliance and the Zhou family had only been able to fight each other at best. It was impossible for the two sides to have a direct conflict. But now, with the appearance of the evil, a conflict was inevitable. In reality, whether in the Infinite Star Sea or in the Celestial Cloud Continent, there were evil cultivators. Although the overall strength of these evil cultivators was not strong, they were like rats in the gutter. They would suddenly attack you, which was really annoying. Of course. According to Zhao Yuanhuan's description, the things that happened on Lotus Island might not be as simple as the evil cultivators. Zhou Mubai's speed was extremely fast. In less than 2 hours, they had crossed tens of thousands of miles. In front, the Lotus Island was already in sight. This was Chen Daoxuan's first visit to Lotus Island, because the Chen family's Shuanghu Island was located on the left side of Guang'an Prefecture, while Lotus Island was on the right side of Guang'an Prefecture. If they wanted to go from Shuanghu Island to Lotus Island, it would take at least several months with the speed of the Chen family's cargo ship. Moreover, the Chen family and the Zhao family were not familiar with each other, and the two families did not have much exchange of interests. There was no need for them to come here at all. "We're here." Upon seeing his clan's land, the white-haired Zhao Yuanhuan's heart burned with anxiety. He could not wait to head to Lotus Island to investigate. Fortunately, he still had a trace of rationality. He knew that he had to rely on Zhou Mubai's strength for this trip. Baleful Yin Qi. A purple light flashed across Zhou Mubai's eyes. Clearly, this was a spirit eye secret technique. Chen Daoxuan couldn't see any yin energy. He just looked at the main island of Lotus Island in front of him and felt uncomfortable. Big Brother Zhou, what is baleful yin energy? Zhou Mubai descended from a small island and explained, you should know that spiritual energy is transformed from earth energy, right? Chen Daoxuan nodded. Spirit veins were built according to the terrain. No spirit vein could be built in the air. Even the power source of the Zhou family's spirit void battleship, the spiritual pivot pond, was only refined using a unique refining technique. In any case, it was definitely different from spirit veins. The baleful yin qi is transformed from spiritual qi. At this point, Zhou Mubai's expression turned serious. If it was an ordinary evil, Zhou Mubai would have killed it himself. However, an evil that could transform spirit meridians into yin meridians was not something Zhou Mubai could act rashly against. Firstly, evil's strength would be enhanced in the yin meridians, while cultivators would be able to exert 70 to 80% of their strength in places filled with yin qi because their bodies had to constantly resist the invasion of yin qi. If they fought back and forth, the difference in strength would be huge. Perhaps an early Zifu disciple like him could be used as a mid-Zifu disciple. More importantly, since the other party had already transformed the Zhao family's third-grade spirit meridians into yin meridians, it meant that the Zhao family cultivators were already doomed. After Zhou Mubai's explanation, Chen Daoxuan immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. On the main island not far away, there was not just one evil hiding, but a large group of them. He just didn't know how strong these evils were. Fellow Daoist Zhao, Brother Chen, wait here for me to go to the main island to investigate. Zhou Mubai cupped his hands at the two of them. Zhao Yuanhuan knew that his strength was limited. Even if he went, he would only be dragging Zhou Mubai down. However, he looked at Chen Daoxuan. Because in the eyes of the Zhao clan leader, Chen Daoxuan was also a sword cultivator. Although his strength was not as good as Zhou Mubai, he was definitely much stronger than a foundation establishment cultivator who was nearing the end of his life. He saw the Zhao clan leader's gaze. Big Brother Zhou, why don't we join forces to find out? Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment. Hearing this, Zhou Mubai instantly felt that Chen Daoxuan was quite bold, but when he thought of his strength, he nodded in agreement. Given the foundation of sword cultivation that Chen Daoxuan had established, his strength was absolutely comparable to that of an ordinary early-stage Zifu disciple. If Chen Daoxuan went, it would be a form of help to him. Chapter 145, Corpse Refining Ground. Two streaks of light quietly descended on the main island of Lotus Flower Island. They were Zhou Mubai and Chen Daoxuan. As soon as he entered this island, Chen Daoxuan discovered that there was a completely different aura here compared to the 8 islands in the periphery. Not long after he landed, this aura invaded Chen Daoxuan's body. Seeing this, Zhou Mubai threw a jade green pill over and said, "This is a fiend-breaking pill. It can resist the fiendish aura for 6 hours. It won't affect your strength." After saying that, he thought about it and threw another pill to Chen Daoxuan as a backup. Chen Daoxuan swallowed the breaking fiend pill. Immediately, the baleful yin qi no longer invaded his body. It was as if there was a layer of protection that faintly separated him from the baleful yin qi. Zhou Mubai also took a breaking fiend pill and said, "Brother Chen, be careful." "Don't worry, Big Brother Zhou." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Although he didn't know how many evils there were on this island or how strong they were, Chen Daoxuan was very confident in himself, especially Zhou Mubai. With Zhou Mubai around, even if they encountered a golden core evil, he would be able to bring them away safely. After consuming the fiend-breaking pill, the two of them did not dare to waste time and rushed straight towards the Zhao family's spirit vein. As they were afraid of alerting the enemy, Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai didn't choose to fly in the air. Instead, they ran on the ground like mortal martial artists. However, cultivators were much faster than ordinary warriors. In the eyes of mortal warriors, he couldn't even see their shadows clearly. Since the two of them had both cultivated breath control techniques, the auras on Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai's bodies were so faint that they were almost inaudible. On the other side, in the Zhao family's territory, Sun Fu was holding a mirror-shaped magic tool in his hand. The mirror showed the figures of Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai. Zhou Mubai. Sun Fu was overjoyed when he saw Zhou Mubai. Originally, it had thought that if it could get rid of a few ordinary Zifu disciples of the Zhou clan, it would be a great victory. He did not expect to catch a big fish. However, although he was happy, Sun Fu did not dare to be careless. After all, Zhou Mubai was a sword cultivator, his true battle prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary Zifu disciple. In fact, with Zhou Mubai's current cultivation at the third level of the Purple Prefecture realm, even several late-stage Purple Prefecture realm cultivators might not be his match. After all, when Zhou Mubai defeated Luo Xiuyuan 5 or 6 years ago, he was only at the first level of the Purple Prefecture realm. Thinking of this, go and take a look. Have those 3 early-stage Zifu disciples been refined? Sun Fu asked his younger brother. Big brother, don't worry. I've already refined it. The wide-faced man's face turned purple and he bared his fangs. With our 2 perfected Purple Prefecture realm strength and 3 early-stage Purple Prefecture realm corpse servants, we will definitely be able to keep Zhou Mubai here. We still can't be careless. Sun Fu shook his head. Even if Zhou Mubai can't win, with the Zhou family's foundation, it's impossible for them to not give him a trump card to protect his life. If he manages to escape, things will be troublesome. Hearing this, the wide-faced zombie agreed and said seriously, I've already set up the 10,000 corpses blood fiend array. With the help of the level 3 Yin Meridian's Yin energy, Zhou Mubai definitely won't be able to escape. Sun Fu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard about the 10,000 corpse blood termination array. With 2 peak Zifu disciples and 3 early-stage Zifu disciples, a total of 5 Zifu disciples, coupled with the myriad corpses blood fiend formation, they still wouldn't be able to take down Zhou Mubai. Then he was too terrifying. His true strength was probably comparable to a golden core cultivator. We're here. Zhou Mubai raised his hand and used his spirit eye secret technique. The mountain range in front of him was covered in a thick layer of black gas. This is the source of the baleful yin qi. Zhou Mubai said in a deep voice. At this moment, the 2 of them no longer had any hope for the survival of the Zhao family cultivators. But where did the mortals of the Zhao family go? Both of them were very puzzled at the beginning. One had to know that other than tens of thousands of cultivators, there were millions of mortals in the Zhao family. With so many mortals, even if they died, there would be a burial ground. However, the truth was, Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai had searched all 8 islands, but they couldn't find a single Zhao family mortal. The only possibility now was, the mortals of the Zhao family had been refined into corpse servants by these evils. There was a tier 3 Yin Meridian here, so refining corpse servants was simply too convenient. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan clenched his fists. As someone who had received the education of civilization in his previous life, Chen Daoxuan felt that his 3 views were incompatible with this world since he was born. Because compared to his previous life, this world was even crueler and more naked. The lives of mortals in this world were humble and pitiful, far surpassing the ancient society of his previous life. This could be seen from the reverence of the mortals in Chen Daoxuan's clan. And this was his own clan. When ordinary people saw cultivators, they would often be even more humble. This was because they were a group of existences that could take their lives with a flick of their fingers. Sometimes, Chen Daoxuan felt that he was very lucky because he had spiritual roots. At least in this world, he could try to control his own fate. But ordinary mortals. First, they had no martial strength, and second, they had no productivity, to cultivators. Even their living space depended on the pity and charity of cultivators. Even so, the mortals of this world were still tenacious and hard-working. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan felt a surge of anger in his heart, an unappeased aura. Whether they were cultivators or mortals, they were all humans. They were clearly humans, and mortals were already living such lowly lives, yet they still encountered such a tragic fate. Millions of people could be refined into corpse servants just like that. Chen Daoxuan didn't know if these evils were humans or ghosts. However, at this moment, he secretly swore in his heart that he would fight these bastards to the death. Zhou Mubai seemed to have noticed the strong killing intent coming from Chen Daoxuan. He asked in surprise, "Brother Chen, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I just feel a little uncomfortable when I think about the Zhao family's mortals." Hearing this, Zhou Mubai sighed and comforted him, "Perhaps, things are not as bad as you think." This sentence Even he did not believe it himself, but Zhou Mubai could only comfort himself in this way. Millions of lives were lost just like that. Let's go. Zhou Mubai took out an invisibility talisman and slapped it on himself. Then, he slapped another on Chen Daoxuan. With a flash of his sword, he brought Chen Daoxuan into the deep mountains. He was also eager to take a look. Was the situation really as bad as they had imagined? But when Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai flew past a few mountains, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives in a basin surrounded by a few mountains. In the valley basin below, corpses piled up in the valley basin like garbage. Zhou Mubai used his spirit pupil secret technique and discovered that the corpses that were piled up into a mountain were all infected by the baleful yin energy. Every moment, these corpses were being tempered by the baleful yin qi. As expected, they are refining corpses. Zhou Mubai's face was ashen. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan's hands were trembling slightly. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. "I'm going to chop these bastards up bit by bit. I'll go with you." Zhou Mubai's face was ashen. Chapter 146, Fierce Battle. "I heard that someone wants to chop me up." A cold voice came from behind them. Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai quickly turned around. Because they did not dare to expose their tracks, not only did the two of them not dare to reveal their figures, they did not even dare to release their divine senses, afraid of alerting the enemy. Unexpectedly, the two of them were so careful. He was still discovered by the other party. Seeing that the two of them had been discovered, Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai removed their invisibility talismans and breath control techniques. He was confronting the Sun brothers in the air. Behind Sun Fu and his brother, 3 corpse servants in Ling armor stood in the air, their bodies glowing with a silver luster, surrounded by a bloody aura. Zhou Mubai recognized them at a glance. These 3 were cultivators from the Wu and Zhao families when they were alive. Moreover, they were all at the perfected foundation establishment stage when they were alive. He hadn't expected that after the tempering of the Sun brothers, he would actually be able to reach the Zifu level. However, Zhou Mubai knew very well that a Zifu disciple who had forcefully leveled up was no match for an ordinary Zifu disciple. After all, this kind of refined corpse only had a strong physical body, and its methods were very limited. Of course, its attack and defense had definitely reached the level of a Zifu disciple. If one thought that just because Zifu disciples had many tricks up their sleeves, they would dare to ignore the attacks of their opponents, they would simply be courting death. Things had come to this. Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai could only fight. However, to their surprise, a blood-colored light curtain rose from the corpse refining ground and instantly sealed the sky above Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan. Not good. Seeing this, Zhou Mubai pulled Chen Daoxuan up. His light flashed, but he was still blocked by the blood-colored light screen. "How is it? How does the 10,000 corpse blood-killing formation I prepared for you taste?" Sun Fu laughed sinisterly when he saw the two trapped in the formation. Although the Sun brothers were also in the 10,000 corpses blood evil formation, this kind of blood evil chi would only increase the strength of their zombies and not weaken them. As expected. As the blood chi in the array became heavier and heavier, it became more and more difficult for the devil-breaking pill to stop the invasion of the blood chi. Zhou Mubai and Chen Daoxuan had no choice but to use their true essence and dharmic powers to resist the invasion of the blood chi. "No, if this continues, when our magic power and true essence are exhausted, it will be our death." Zhou Mubai's expression turned serious. "That Zifu corpse servant is yours." After saying that, the sword light swept out and enveloped the Sun brothers and the 2 corpse servants. The Sun brothers knew that Zhou Mubai's strength was astonishing. However, Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai were already trapped in the formation. There was no need for them to fight head-on. They only needed to wait for the formation to slowly deplete their true essence and dharmic powers. The two of them naturally became meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Especially since Zhou Mubai was a sword cultivator. Would the corpse servants refined by swordsmen be stronger than ordinary corpse servants? Sun Fu thought sinisterly. From the moment it was refined into a zombie by Daoist Master Shenju, it was already completely distorted. What it wanted to do now was to turn everyone in the world into zombies. This way, everyone would be the same again. As for zombies, they had no sense of pain, touch, taste, or soul. What did it matter? Corpse servants didn't need self-awareness. They only needed to be their master's puppets. The reason why the two brothers retained their self-consciousness was that their master needed them to complete the mission of capturing Kangzhou. And their master, Daoist Shenju, seemed to be exceptionally cautious. Hiding in their nest, they were not willing to come out and take risks. Therefore, they could only let the two of them do all this for them. If he wanted to accomplish this, a corpse servant without self-awareness would not be able to. This was also the only fortunate thing for the two brothers. The last purple mansion zombie was still charging towards Zhou Mubai. Chen Daoxuan's sword light swept it into his attack. The sword chi turned into rain, the white marks turned into a curtain, and the sword marks merged into starlight. This was the change in Chen Daoxuan's sword Dao's external appearance before and after he comprehended the silk rain sword essence. At this moment, streaks of starlight fell like meteors, smashing into the silver body of the Zifu disciple zombie. However, this Zifu zombie not only had a Ling armor to protect its body, but it also had a strong physical body. Chen Daoxuan felt that the other party's physical body was even more terrifying than demonic beasts of the same rank. Moreover, it did not feel pain. After Chen Daoxuan's sword marks merged, the attack power of the sword starlight had definitely reached the level of an early Zifu disciple. The only difference between him and a Zifu disciple was probably in terms of defense. That's right. As a swordsman, defense had once again become his weakness. However, this was also the shortcoming of all sword cultivators in the world. This was because Sword Shiu focused on offense and paid attention to replacing defense with offense. If even a swordsman's attack could not break through the opponent's defense, it meant that the difference between the two sides was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was not much difference whether they defended or not. But at this moment, the situation was a little special. Chen Daoxuan encountered a Zifu zombie, and the other party happened to be good at defense. Compared to its defense, this Zifu zombie's attack did not cause much damage to Chen Daoxuan. Every time the other party pounced over, he only needed to use the starlight to disrupt his body and slightly dodge. As a result, both sides were in a stalemate. To be honest, if the scene was changed, Chen Daoxuan wasn't afraid of a battle of attrition with the other party. After all, he had a true essence storage device, the second stage White Lotus of Fate. But at this moment, he couldn't afford it. The blood-colored baleful aura became thicker and thicker, constantly eroding and consuming his primeval essence. Moreover, even if he could afford it, Zhou Mubai might not be able to afford it. After all, Zhou Mubai did not have his life-bound magical treasure. Thinking of this, he glanced at Zhou Mubai's battle ring. As if they were afraid of Zhou Mubai's offensive methods, the Sun brothers' fighting style was rather wretched. They tried their best to avoid fighting head-on with the other party. If they really had no choice but to fight head-on, they would also use a few zombies to fight together. Up until now, Zhou Mubai had indeed cut off one of the hands of the two early-stage purple prefecture zombies. However, with the replenishment of the blood chi, Chen Daoxuan discovered that the zombie's hand had actually grown back. Chen Daoxuan immediately saw the problem. Every time Zhou Mubai wanted to kill an early-stage Zifu disciple zombie, he wanted to break the balance between the two sides. The Sun brothers tried their best to stop him. With his brother's peak Zifu disciple strength, even if Zhou Mubai could defeat them, he would have to spend some effort. Every time they delayed, the zombie crisis at the initial stage of the Purple Prefecture realm would be resolved, and the Sun brothers would start to fight with Zhou Mubai again. Chen Daoxuan could tell. With the two corpses working together, they could barely block Zhou Mubai's attack. This was also the reason why they had the confidence to kill Zhou Mubai. If Zhou Mubai could kill them with a single strike, they had probably run away when they discovered Zhou Mubai. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan steeled his heart and dodged the Zifu zombie's attack while saying, "Big brother Zhou, I'll block one of their brothers. You focus on dealing with the other zombies." Hearing this, Zhou Mubai was surprised at first, but then he realized that he was at his wit's end and had no choice but to take the risk and agree. Good. Chapter 147, Transforming into Sword Light. In the next moment, Chen Daoxuan brought the zombie he was fighting with and charged into Zhou Mubai's battle ring. Zhou Mubai saw the right opportunity and a sword ray shot across the sky. The sword ray was several thousand feet long, drowning everyone's vision. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, there was nothing else in the world other than this sword light. Even the bloody aura that pervaded the 10,000 corpse blood termination array was dispersed by this sword light. The sword ray finally collided with the red light curtain of the 10,000 corpse blood termination array. It rippled and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Zhou Mubai's heart sank, but he wasn't too disappointed. Because he had already achieved his goal. This sword energy that was several thousand feet long forcibly separated the Sun brothers who had been inseparable. Sun Fu saw this. His body paused for a moment, and then he flew up, wanting to meet up with his younger brother. However, Zhou Mubai was not willing to give him a chance. With a sweep of the sword light, it was once again drawn into his attack. Along with it, the early-stage purple prefecture zombie that was fighting Chen Daoxuan was also swept in. Well done! Chen Daoxuan's face lit up with joy. Immediately after, a ray of starlight appeared and bombarded the wide-faced zombie that wanted to join Sun Fu. Boom! The starlight fell like a meteor. It smashed into the silver-purple body of Sun Fu's younger brother, Sun Meng, causing him to stop in his tracks. Sun Meng looked at Chen Daoxuan, who was attacking it, and opened his bloody mouth full of fangs. A golden light shone from the depths of his pupils, filled with brutality and cruelty. Keek! You actually want to stop me? You! Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and nodded. Just me! How dare you! Sun Meng roared. He immediately threw a punch at Chen Daoxuan. Just like how Chen Daoxuan dealt with the Zifu zombie, his flying sword also transformed into starlight and bombarded its body. To his surprise, the attack that could make an early-stage purple prefecture zombie stagger was only able to make Sun Meng pause for a moment before it charged towards Chen Daoxuan again. Not good. Chen Daoxuan's gaze focused. Clearly, a peak Zifu disciple zombie had already far exceeded the scope of his response. After all, his current cultivation was only at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. For other cultivators at his level of cultivation, let alone fighting against a peak Zifu disciple zombie, they would probably be able to terrify an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator with just a single roar, much less fight against one. At the critical moment, Chen Daoxuan dodged Sun Meng's attack with a flash of light. Hide! Sun Meng laughed cruelly. Let's see how long you can hide. Chen Daoxuan remained silent. Facing a zombie at the peak Zifu level, he no longer had the energy to speak. He had to focus on the other party's actions. After all, as long as he was hit by the other party's casual attack, he would be killed on the spot. Chen Daoxuan had no doubt about this. This was because zombies could only engage in close combat and had limited means. If it had been a peak-stage Zifu disciple of the human race, Chen Daoxuan would definitely have been killed on the spot in a few moves. How could he have the chance to play such an exciting game with him? He seemed to have thought of something. Chen Daoxuan thought. Instantly, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of feet was covered by a curtain of rain. Rain of sword chi. This was an ability that he had comprehended before he comprehended the sword intent. As Chen Daoxuan's sword cultivation became more and more profound, he had used it less and less. Because of the enemy he was facing. If they weren't at the early Zifu stage, they would be at the peak Zifu level. There wasn't even a normal foundation establishment cultivator. Facing an opponent of this level, the sword chi transforming into rain was simply scratching the other party's itch. Chi chi chi. The raindrops formed by the sword chi landed on Sun Meng's silver-purple, muscular body, producing a sizzling sound. However, he could not even hurt a single hair on the other party. Keek! Sun Meng laughed sinisterly. Why? Are you tickling me? If this is all you have, then go to hell. After saying that, Sun Meng's figure was like lightning, and he pounced toward Chen Daoxuan at a speed that was 30% faster than before. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan seemed to be scared silly, standing in place without moving. Boom! The sharp claws pierced through the air and let out an explosive sound. Sun Meng's sharp claws were as black as ink and as sharp as swords. With just one move, he tore Chen Daoxuan's body apart. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. After images, Sun Meng turned his head. In the next moment, he discovered that Chen Daoxuan's figures had appeared in front of him one after another within the rain curtain that was tens of thousands of feet in radius. This! Sun Meng was dumbfounded. He was a zombie and did not have a divine soul, so he did not have divine sense. At this moment, he actually could not tell which of the Chen Daoxuan in front of him was the real one. Moreover, from time to time, some of these Chen Daoxuan would disappear, and new Chen Daoxuan would appear. It was extremely strange. This was a movement technique that Chen Daoxuan had created after comprehending the Rainbow Sword Radiance technique for several months and combining it with his sword intent. This movement technique was not only as fast as lightning, but it also had the effect of confusing the enemy. Just like now. The hundreds of Chen Daoxuan figures in front of Sun Mang made him extremely furious. Because he couldn't tell which figure was real and which figure was fake. This method was inspired by Chen Daoxuan's sword qi transforming into rain. It was to use the human body as a flying sword. However, it had a high requirement on the strength of the physical body. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan had cultivated a body refining technique before, so it was not a problem for him to cultivate this movement technique. This movement technique was named by him Body Transformation Sword Light. He tore apart dozens of figures in a row, but none of them were real. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan's figures continued to increase, and in the end, it was almost like a rain curtain formed by sword qi. It stuck to Sun Mang's body. Preposterous! Preposterous! Sun Mang was angered by Chen Daoxuan's shameless fighting style. Chen Daoxuan's strength was clearly far inferior to his, but he played him like a fool. How could he not be angry? At this moment, he suddenly remembered the divine sense he had when he was a human cultivator. If he had divine sense, he wouldn't have been toyed with by Chen Daoxuan like this. At least he could tell the truth. But what it didn't know was that even if it had divine sense, it would be extremely difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, because Chen Daoxuan had practiced the breath-holding skill to a very high level. There were only two ways to break this technique. One was that the cultivator's divine sense far surpassed Chen Daoxuan's, so he could naturally see through the truth with a glance. The other method was like Zhou Mubai, who cultivated the secret technique of the spirit eye and could also distinguish the real from the fake. On the field, the more Sun Mang fought, the angrier he became. Get lost! Suddenly, Sun Mang saw that his big brother was in a precarious situation under Zhou Mubai's attack and immediately became anxious. It tore apart Chen Daoxuan's sword light incarnation with one claw. He charged towards Zhou Mubai's battle ring. However, the reason Chen Daoxuan had delayed it was to let Zhou Mubai kill the enemy. How could he allow Sun Mang to return to help? Immediately, a beam of starlight fell and struck Sun Mang's chest, causing him to falter. The terrifying impact caused him to stop and he was unable to fly to support him. But apart from that, the starlight could not cause any harm to Sun Mang. Chen Daoxuan didn't expect his attack to hurt his opponent. He only needed to stall Sun Mang. Now, instead, the anxious ones were the Sun brothers. On the other side, Sun Fu's heart gradually sank when he saw his younger brother roaring crazily, but there was nothing he could do about Chen Daoxuan. He had calculated everything. However, he had overlooked the variable Chen Daoxuan. If there was no Chen Daoxuan, its younger brother Sun Fu, and 3 early-stage Purple Prefecture Realm zombies had at least an 80% chance of keeping Zhou Mubai alive with the help of the 10,000 Corpse Blood Fiend formation. But now, thinking of this, Sun Fu steeled his heart and took out a white bead the size of an adult's fist. Chapter 148, Soul-Setting Divine Pearl. Come out! Come out! What kind of ability is it to just hide? Sun Mang's face was green and his eyes were sunken. He looked like a crazy demon. Chen Daoxuan ignored Sun Mang's clamor. Seeing this, Sun Mang's sharp claws slashed wildly in the rain, but what was torn apart was only Chen Daoxuan's sword light incarnation. In fact, the speed of his tearing was not as fast as the speed of Chen Daoxuan's creation. Within a radius of tens of thousands of feet, incarnations kept appearing like raindrops. Even if Sun Mang tore apart hundreds of sword light incarnations in one strike, Chen Daoxuan could create 10 times the amount in an instant. It had to be said. This move was very useful against Sun Mang, who had no group attacks and could only fight in close combat. Of course, this move could only be used to stall for time. It was almost impossible to kill the enemy. That was because Chen Daoxuan's strongest attack could not even break the opponent's defense. He still had this bit of self-awareness. On the other side. You actually dare to be distracted while fighting me. As soon as Sun Fu heard these words, he cursed in his heart and quickly leaned to the side. In the next moment, a dazzling sword light slashed through its left arm like a waterfall, directly cutting off its left arm from the root. Die! Zhou Mubai did not show any mercy. He controlled the flying sword to slash at his head again. Even though zombies were invulnerable to weapons and fire and water. However, it was not without weaknesses. For example, if one cut off its head and shattered its corpse core, the zombie would completely die. Sun Fu didn't dare to receive Zhou Mubai's flying sword. He hurriedly called over 3 early-stage Zifu disciples to block the sword for him. The 3 corpse servants did not know what fear was, but they completely obeyed their master's orders and charged towards Zhou Mubai's sword light. In just an instant, an early-stage purple prefecture corpse servant was split in half by Zhou Mubai's flying sword. Even though the blood chi of the 10,000 corpse blood fiend array kept surging toward the corpse servant's body, trying to repair its broken body, it was useless. Sun Fu saw that Zhou Mubai had seized the opportunity to cripple one of its helpers. He was shocked and furious. No. This can't go on. Sun Fu was secretly anxious. Soon after, he looked at Zhou Mubai, then at Chen Daoxuan, who was playing with his little brother. He made a decision in his heart. They would kill the weaker one first before gathering their strength to surround Zhou Mubai. Thinking of this, Sun Fu picked up the white magic bead in his hand and threw it into the air. The magic bead seemed to have a mind of its own. It spun in the air and a ray of light shot towards Chen Daoxuan. Who knows? Zhou Mubai saw this scene. A scene recorded in the ancient books of the clan suddenly appeared in his mind. Perfected Shenzhou. Soul-stabilizing divine pearl. This was Daoist Master Shenzhou's famous magic tool, the soul-stabilizing divine pearl. Rumors. This bead could be used in conjunction with a unique divine power inherited by Daoist Shenzhou from the upper realms true immortals, called the soul-setting divine light. The soul-setting divine light was extremely powerful. With Daoist Master Shenzhou's late-stage golden core cultivation back then, he could even use this divine power to freeze nascent souls whose cultivation level was 1 level higher than his. One had to know. In a battle between high-level cultivators, there was no need to say what would happen if one side was controlled by the other. It was simply a one-sided slaughter. It was precisely because of this divine power, in addition to Daoist Master Shenzhou's unique escape and concealment methods. And the Qian Yuan sword sect was distracted by his internal affairs. It allowed Daoist Shenzhou to run rampant in Kangzhou and the surrounding provinces for nearly 100 years. It wasn't until the Qian Yuan sword sect had settled its internal affairs that they had the time to deal with it. No. To be precise, Zhou Mubai wasn't sure if he had killed Daoist Shenzhou back then. The Qian Yuan sword sect didn't bring back the other party's body. They only announced that Daoist Master Shenzhou had self-detonated his Jainden and died before leaving Kangzhou in a hurry. Now, 400 years had passed. The matter of Daoist Shenzhou had long been sealed by the various large families. If it wasn't for the fact that itinerant cultivators kept talking about this person's story, perhaps the name Daoist Master Shenzhou would have been completely forgotten by people. Now, Daoist Shenzhou's famous magic tool had actually appeared again. Thinking of this, Zhou Mubai instantly panicked. If Daoist Shenzhou was behind what happened in the Zhao family's land, Zhou Mubai's first reaction was to escape immediately and report to the Qian Yuan sword sect. As the heir of the Zhou family, his understanding of perfected God Zhu was far more than the outside world's rogue cultivators. Back then, the Qian Yuan sword sect sent a total of 3 nascent souls to encircle and suppress the other party. In the end, not only did they not see the other party's corpse, but they also lost a nascent soul. That's right. Taoist Shenzhou had done something that no one in the history of the Infinite Star Sea had ever done. He was able to kill a nascent soul with his golden core cultivation, and that was when he was fighting 3 nascent souls alone. And now, it seemed that this person was very likely not dead. After all, its magic weapon had appeared, and the Zhao family had been suddenly destroyed. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like Daoist Shenzhou had returned to take revenge on the Kangzhou cultivators. After all, Daoist Shenzhou had risen to prominence in Kangzhou back then. He also had the most enmity with the cultivators of the major families in Kang Prefecture. In Guang'an Prefecture, almost every big family with a long history had suffered a great loss at the hands of perfected Shenju. The Zhou family was originally a Golden Core family. The Golden Core ancestor of the family passed away in the battle against Daoist master Shenju. Daoxuan, be careful! Zhou Mubai shouted as he unleashed his strongest attack. Green Lotus Sword Technique. Die! In midair, a green lotus flower was about to bloom. This green lotus wrapped around the two early-stage Zifu disciples blocking in front of him. Immediately after, the green lotus flower bloomed with 1 petal, 2 petals, and 3 petals. With every layer of petals that opened, the body of the early-stage Zifu disciple became more and more illusory. In the end, the two zombies completely disappeared in front of everyone just like that, not even leaving behind a residue. At the same time, the light from the soul-setting divine pearl had already shone on Chen Daoxuan's body. In an instant, Chen Daoxuan only felt a strange energy locking down his sea of consciousness. However, the golden scroll, the primordial enlightenment scripture, that was suppressed in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. This restrictive power instantly disappeared. In the eyes of the outside world, the soul-setting divine light emitted by the soul-setting divine pearl was actually ineffective against Chen Daoxuan. How can it be ineffective? This time, Sun Fu was completely dumbfounded. His lord had told him that although the soul-stabilizing divine pearl in his hand was a fake, it was enough to freeze a golden core cultivator for 3 breaths. Chen Daoxuan was just a foundation-building cultivator, how could he be fine? Could it be, was his lord deceiving it? Impossible. Sun Fu quickly shook his head. His lord had no reason to lie to him. Then, there was only one possibility. In Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness, there was a treasure that could guard the sea of consciousness. Thinking of this, Sun Fu couldn't help but exclaim in his bad luck. If he had known earlier, he would have used this soul-setting divine light on Zhou Mubai. He had been worried that Zhou Mubai had a treasure protecting him, which was why he had chosen Chen Daoxuan, who looked easier to bully. Unexpectedly, the soul-setting divine light was completely useless against Chen Daoxuan. Chapter 149, Return and Death. Zhou Mubai killed 2 early-stage Zifu disciples with a single strike. Then, it looked at Sun Fu. It was so frightened that it shivered and hurriedly fled. He could not be bothered to pursue Sun Fu. Zhou Mubai raised his head and looked at the blood-red screen in the sky. He took a deep breath. The next moment, he mustered all the magic power in his danshan. His eyes flickered with spiritual light, and he had obviously used a secret technique of the spirit eye. Found it. Vaguely, he seemed to have discovered the weak point of the red light curtain. He raised his hand, and a huge green lotus floated above his head, pressing down on the blood-colored light curtain. Ka-ka-ka. As the green lotus petals continued to bloom, the blood-red light screen cracked under the pressure. Bang! With a loud bang, the blood-red light barrier shattered, creating a huge hole. Seeing this scene, Zhou Mubai's face lit up. He glanced at Chen Daoxuan, who was still leading Sun Mang around in circles. With a flash of light, he found Chen Daoxuan's true body. Zhou Mubai found Chen Daoxuan's true body. Sun Mang's eyes were red as he charged at the two of them. Get lost! Zhou Mubai let out a furious roar and a sword ray that was several thousand feet long slashed out. With a single strike, Sun Mang was sent flying a dozen miles away. This sword! Sun Mang, who had gone mad, immediately calmed down. He looked at Zhou Mubai with a hint of fear in his eyes. Too fierce. If this sword was just a little stronger, it would have shattered its corpse core. If the corpse core shattered, it would really die. It was unlike injuries like a broken arm or leg that could be easily healed. Let's go. After sending Sun Mang flying, Zhou Mubai didn't bother to chase after him. He brought Chen Daoxuan and flew towards the crack in the blood-colored light barrier. Finally, before the blood-red light curtain closed again, Zhou Mubai rushed out with Chen Daoxuan. At this moment, only then did Chen Daoxuan notice that Zhou Mubai's face was as pale as paper. Obviously, that round of big moves just now had made him pay a considerable price. Thinking about it, it was normal. First, he killed 2 early-stage Zifu disciples with a single sword strike, and then he broke through the 10,000 corpse blood fiend array that was said to be able to trap golden core cultivators with a single sword strike. And before he left, he had heavily injured Sun Meng, who was at the peak of the Zifu disciple level. After this round of explosion, even with Zhou Mubai's cultivation at the 3rd level of the Purple Prefecture, his magic power was almost exhausted. Not to mention that the myriad corpse blood termination array was constantly consuming their true essence and magic power. "Brother Zhou, are you alright?" Hearing this, Zhou Mubai shook his head and said with a hint of relief, "Fortunately, I brought you here this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would really be in danger this time. The situation just now. Even if it was an early Aurus core stage cultivator, he might be played to death by the Sun brothers. In any case, as long as he could not kill them in one hit, he would be able to kill them in the myriad corpse blood termination array. They could use the power of blood to quickly recover, as if they had an immortal body. With the power of 5 Zifu disciples and the weakening of the myriad corpse blood fiend array on human cultivators, they might really be able to grind early stage golden core cultivators to death. In any case, Zhou Mubai felt that if he came alone, his chances of escaping were less than 30%. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan also felt very fortunate. Fortunately, Zhou Mubai was strong. Otherwise, the two of them would have had a narrow escape. This was probably the most dangerous situation Chen Daoxuan had ever encountered in his life. He was trapped in an array. In the cultivation world, how many high-level cultivators were trapped in a group of low-level cultivators and slowly tortured to death? Such examples were simply too numerous to mention. Chen Daoxuan didn't expect to meet him today. On a small island outside Lotus Island, Zhao Yuanhuan's heart was burning with anxiety, but he knew that other than waiting for news from Zhou Mubai, there was nothing else he could do. The current situation. It was clearly beyond his ability. At this moment, a streak of light flew over from the horizon. Zhao Yuanhuan was just about to cup his hands and bow when he felt the world spin in the next moment. He only heard the word go. By the time he recovered, he was already standing on Zhou Mubai's flying sword. Until he escaped 10,000 miles away. Zhou Mubai heaved a sigh of relief. "Zhou. Senior Zhou, may I ask, what is the situation in my clan?" Zhao Yuanhuan saw Zhou Mubai and heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing this, both Zhou Mubai and Chen Daoxuan's eyes dimmed. Zhou Mubai patted Zhao Yuanhuan's skinny shoulders and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist Zhao, my condolences." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanhuan felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy blow. He couldn't help but roar, "Senior Zhou, please explain clearly. What do you mean by grief? Don't tell me that all the cultivators of my Zhao family." At the side, not only the cultivators of your Zhao family, but even the ordinary clansmen of the Zhao family, Chen Daoxuan said in a low voice. "No." Hearing this, Zhao Yuanhuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes faintly revealing a sense of death. The Zhao family. Only Zhao Yuanhuan was left. A large clan with millions of people was wiped out in a day. Seeing Zhao Yuanhuan like this, the two of them didn't know how to comfort him. Or rather, any words of comfort were useless to an old man like Zhao Yuanhuan who was nearing the end of his life. Perhaps, to Zhao Yuanhuan, the only consolation was to personally kill the murderers of the Zhao clansmen one by one. Unfortunately, he was destined to not have the ability to do so. At this moment, he had completely given up on this world. In the end, the death intent in Zhao Yuanhuan's eyes grew stronger and stronger. By the time the two of them arrived at the spiritual shell island, Zhao Yuanhuan was sitting stiffly on Zhou Mubai's flying sword. There was no longer any breath in his nostrils. "Zhao. Fellow Daoist Zhao." Chen Daoxuan called out softly. "He's dead." Zhou Mubai shook his head. He died from exhaustion and despair. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of the mountain of corpses in the basin. There was an uncontrollable anger in his heart. He walked forward and squatted in front of Zhao Yuanhuan. His voice was gentle but extremely firm as he said, "Fellow Daoist Zhao, don't worry. We will definitely avenge you." Zhou Mubai stood behind Chen Daoxuan, lost in thought. Spiritual Shell Island. In the Zhou family's territory. This was the first time Chen Daoxuan had stepped into the Zhou clan's ancestral grounds. In the past, he had always heard that the Zhou family's land was a cultivation land that was like a blessed land for immortals. After seeing him today, it was far more exaggerated than the rumors. The spiritual energy of a grade 4 spiritual vein could no longer be described as simply rich. Instead, it should be described as pure. This feeling was like the spiritual energy that Chen Daoxuan had filtered with the water spirit pearl. What was even more terrifying was, this kind of spiritual energy had not been filtered by the water spirit pearl. In other words, as long as the Zhou family cultivators were willing, they could use the water spirit pearl to filter the spiritual energy again at any time to achieve a better cultivation effect. He did not mention any cultivation resources. Just this grade 4 spirit vein alone was the only one in the entire Guang'an prefecture. As for the other three big families, the Yang family, the Wu family, and even the exterminated Zhao family, they only had a grade 3 spiritual pulse as a place for their people to cultivate. In the highest palace on the spiritual mountain in the Zhou family's territory, Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai met with the Zhou clan leader, Zhou Minghao. Chapter 150, Qian Yuan Sword Sex Answer. Within the palace, Zhou Minghao frowned when he heard Zhou Mubai's story. You mean, is it possible that Daoist Shenzhou is behind the murder of the entire Zhao family? Zhou Mubai nodded. It's not possible. It's very possible. Lai paused for a moment. The soul-setting divine light is a divine power inherited by Master Shenzhou from the immortals of the upper realm. No one in the infinite star sea knows this divine power, not even the Qian Yuan sword sect. Hearing this, Zhou Minghao nodded. It should be true. The Qian Yuan sword sect can even exchange for the Qian Yuan sword scripture with military merits. It's unlikely that they have a hidden immortal supernatural power. Chen Daoxuan said, is it possible that these two zombies who are at the peak of the Purple Prefecture realm were lucky enough to find the God Extinction immortal abode and obtain the inheritance? That's why they turned into zombies later on. It's not impossible. Zhou Mubai thought for a moment. But the possibility is not high. Generally speaking, people will lose their intelligence after turning into zombies. It is extremely difficult for zombies to regain their intelligence. They have to at least reach the golden core stage to barely recover a little. If a zombie wanted to become a golden core cultivator, it would have to go through a lightning tribulation that was 10 times more terrifying than a human cultivator. It was also related to the lightning tribulation. But these two clearly had Zifa levels, yet they possessed consciousness. Clearly, the person who had forged them had done this on purpose. And the person who refined them is very likely to be Daoist Shenzhou from 400 years ago. For a moment, Zhou Mubai had actually guessed most of what had happened. Just by looking at a replica of the soul-setting divine pearl, everyone had deduced that Daoist Master Shenzhou was still alive. However, this news was a little too sensational. Zhou Minghao and Zhou Mubai both had serious expressions. Chen Daoxuan, who had the least understanding of the rebellion of God Extinction, was the calmest. After all, in his opinion, no matter how powerful perfected Shenzhou was, he was definitely not a match for the Qian Yuan sword sect. Patriarch, should we report this matter to the Qian Yuan sword sect? Zhou Mubai's face was pale as he cupped his hands in greeting. After a long time, Zhou Minghao sighed. Report it to the higher UPS. This matter has already exceeded the scope of our Zhou family's response. Hearing this, Zhou Mubai heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the clan leader did not intend to use the Zhou clan's power to settle this problem. Instead, he chose to report it to the Qian Yuan sword sect and ask for help. After a while, this was the first time Chen Daoxuan had seen this world's communication array in the Zhou family. One had to know that if a faction wanted to control the territory under its jurisdiction, they had to be strong enough to suppress the various factions in the territory. Transportation and communications were also two very important aspects. In terms of transportation, the higher the cultivation of a cultivator, the more terrifying their speed would be. For example, it was tens of thousands of miles from the Chen family's Shuanghu Island to the spiritual Shell Island. In the past, if Chen Daoxuan came by boat, it would take him about a month. Ever since he became a foundation establishment cultivator, he had learned how to fly. In just a few hours, he could cross the distance that would have taken him a month in the past. And this was only the speed of a Zifu disciple. Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators were even faster. Although Guang'an Prefecture was still millions of miles away from the territory directly under the jurisdiction of the Qian Yuan sword sect, it was still a long way to go. However, if a nascent soul cultivator flew over from the Qian Yuan sword sect, it would probably take less than a day to arrive. As for the second element of controlling the forces under his command, communication. After Chen Daoxuan saw Zhou Minghao and the Qianyuan sword sect communicating through the communication array, he knew that this problem was not a problem at all. Compared to the green scale that Luoli had left him, it could only communicate with him within a range of 10,000 miles. The Zhou family's communication array could even achieve real-time text communication. He only needed to send a message to the other party and he would receive a response very quickly. Of course, the speed of the response depended on the speed of the other party's decision. For example, after Zhou Minghao sent the news to the Qianyuan sword sect, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no response. However, Zhou Minghao and Zhou Mubai knew. The higher UPS of the Qianyuan sword sect would definitely discuss countermeasures on this issue. Whether it was sending nascent souls to Guang'an Prefecture or other decisions, the Qianyuan sword sect would definitely respond to them. It was just a matter of time. Qianyuan sword sect. In an immortal grotto heaven with abundant spiritual energy. A lonely figure sat in the palace. She was wearing the most ordinary cotton robe. Her beautiful long hair fell to her waist and hips, and was tied up casually with a golden thread around her neck. She sat in the palace and looked out the window at the cranes flying in the clouds. She was in a daze. At this moment, the space behind her rippled like water. A young daoist in a white robe with an unrestrained expression tore through the space and stepped out. "Senior sister, you were looking for me." "Yes." The long-haired woman's pretty face remained unchanged for eternity, and her voice was calm as she said, "The little mouse in Kangzhou has finally moved after hiding for 400 years. Hearing this, the impatient young man's expression immediately changed. "Oh? That little mouse was finally willing to come out? Damn, he hid in that god-forsaken secret realm for 400 years. Isn't he bored?" The young man seemed to be very happy. "If it were me, I would come out to take a breather even if I died." "Who are you calling your father?" The long-haired woman frowned slightly. The young daoist immediately cupped his hands and begged for mercy. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. "Senior sister, you know that the animals in the infinite star sea are all a bunch of bastards. If you don't treat them fiercely, you really can't control them." "Well, I'm going to catch a mouse. Goodbye, senior sister." After the young Taoist finished speaking, he tore open the space again. Then, he stepped into the space and disappeared. Sensing that the young Taoist had left, the long-haired woman looked at the sea of clouds outside the window again. "When we catch this rat, it's time to do our best to take back the Yun nation. Master, your disciple will help you fulfill your wish." "You? Did you see that?" the long-haired woman said in a disappointed tone. In the Zhou clan's meeting hall. It was the first time for the Zhou family that Chen Daoxuan was an outsider. Chen Daoxuan knew that all of this was related to the strength and potential he had displayed. If he hadn't heard Zhou Mubai say that he had managed to stall a peak-stage purple prefecture zombie in the myriad corpse blood fiend array, the Zhou clan leader, Zhou Minghao, wouldn't have paid so much attention to him. In Zhou Minghao's eyes, Chen Daoxuan's talent was even more terrifying than Zhou Mubai's. At the very least, when Zhou Mubai was at the early stage of foundation establishment, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight against a Zifu disciple, much less stall a zombie at the peak Zifu disciple level. If it wasn't for his understanding of Zhou Mubai, Zhou Minghao even thought that Zhou Mubai was lying to him. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator be so strong? Even if Chen Daoxuan was a sword cultivator, he was still too strong and completely illogical. The foundation establishment stage was one level higher than the Purple Mansion stage. In any case, the current Zhou Mubai could only hold on for a while against a golden core cultivator. It was impossible for him to fight back. "Everyone, the reply from the Qianyuan sword sect is here." Zhou Minghao's first sentence made everyone, including Chen Daoxuan, focus. These few days, the Zifu disciples of the Zhou clan present were all restless after learning that Adept Shenja was still alive. After all, the Zhou family had a detailed record of how much damage the rebellion of God Extinction had caused to the Zhou family. "Chief." Below the hall, an elder of the Zhou family cupped his hands and asked, "How did the Qianyuan sword sect reply?"